that is because it is time to do that. Hopefully we don't get any horribly racist things in chat today, like we did yesterday. Anyway, who's to say? It's the internet, so could be we're gonna get some awful shit coming our way. Anyway, hi, hello again. We're first off, thank you for hanging out. We're doing trip prep today. This is not a typical cooking, like we're cooking, but we're not doing a dinner. And we're not doing recipe development, which is like the things that we've been doing when we've been doing food recently. Except yesterday, we were making cookies. Anyway, we're doing a trip prep today, so we only have two things, four. Four. We have four things that we're going to complete on stream today. Excuse me. We're making the things that we're making to completion are quiche. So we're going to make four quiches. I was just like, wait, do I have the pie shells for that? I do. So we're going to make four quiches. They're going to be sausage, broccoli, and cheddar cheese, obviously eggs. So we'll make those. Those will be finished. We have to cook the sausage. We have to cook the broccoli, and then we'll assemble them and put them in the oven. The oven is on. The oven's just going to be like on for the rest of the day. The oven's at 400, so everything's going in at 400. I don't really give a shit. We're making an apple bread and a pumpkin bread. Thanks. Yesterday I was talking about like, I was going to make banana bread, but I don't have the bananas, the mostly rotten bananas for it. And what am I going to do? And someone in chat was like, well, don't you just make pumpkin bread? And I was like, oh yeah, I love pumpkin bread. So we're going to make that. So we have apple bread, pumpkin bread, quiche, and then chicken salad. Which is like super common. If you've hung out here before, I make chicken salad for basically every trip I go on because it is easy. I love it. I don't really need a recipe for it, although I have a recipe for it. And if you'd like to make the chicken salad that I'm making today in a format that I know is good, you can put command recipes in chat and find that recipe for chicken salad. And other things that we're going to do today include, or maybe I might not do these things. Usually I end up not doing these like little small things, but we need to portion out some oatmeal. We need to work on, I need to refill my like special toppings jar, which has nothing to do with the mug we were looking at before. I'd like to slice. Oh no, I don't need to slice any croissants because we're not using croissants because I didn't get croissants because I got regular rolls because they didn't have croissants. We're ahead of the game. So I don't need to slice the croissants. And portion some herbs. We're not going to portion any herbs today because I don't actually need to because they're already like basically portioned. And I'm just going to take them with me on the trip. So, special toppings. Not quite. Yes, sort of. I can show you the special toppings jar. I don't know if I'm going to refill it today, but I can show you. I can show you the jar. Anyway, that's what we're doing on stream today. Double S Loco, enjoy your lurk. I hope your dinner is good. I hope you're having something good for dinner. Tidy Whiteys, welcome. Good to see you. Rowboat, welcome. I love chicken salad too. It's one of my favorites. And I'm making a favorite today. So that's great. Speaking of chicken salad, the first thing that we need to do today is roast our chicken because our chicken salad requires chicken that has been roasted, cooled, and then shredded. So if I want to make chicken salad, I have to have the chicken roasted, and then I'm going to need to shred or cool it and shred it. So let's do that first. And I have a list. I have a list of things that are like, I have my fire list, the things that are like need to happen in the order that they need to happen. Okay, I have not a question. I have a not a concern either, but I want to see something here real quick before we get started. Sources, timer, cookie. Oh, our cats, 2 of the cats got adopted. They went to their forever homes over the weekend. Oh, there it is. It was there. Okay, I just didn't see it. All right, we did it. Gibson Lens, welcome in. Sweet Caroline. Whoa. Making me think of living in New England. What was I doing? Chicken, right. Okay. So first off, I was at Reading Terminal on Saturday. Not Wegmans. I just have the Wegmans bag because it's like a good one to use for cold things. Anyway, I was at Reading Terminal on Saturday this week, and I did a pre-order of a bunch of stuff from Godshall's Poultry. And I need to unpack that. So I have my eggs for my quiche. I have butter, just because butter's always helpful. And hold on, I need a sheet pan for this because this is a lot. And I'm missing a sheet pan. Hold on, why am I missing a sheet pan? Where did it go? Where could my other sheet pan possibly have gone? Oh, it's in the oven. It's got raw chicken on it. Okay, that's not the pan I want. Fuck. Okay, I wanted the pan underneath. There we go. Okay. Center. All right, we can do this. This is chicken. This is all, well, some of it's turkey. But some of this is getting processed today. A bit of this is getting processed today. Some of this is not. So we're going to separate what's happening in here from what is just getting stored. So these are sausage links. These are going to be for breakfast. Breakfast is going to be, one of the day's breakfast is going to be sausage, egg, and cheese. So I was going to make sausage patties on stream today, but when I ordered from Godshall's, from the poultry place, I was like, hey, do y'all have like patties? Do you have sausage patties? Turkey sausage specifically, because they're a poultry store. And they were like, no, we don't have patties. You got to make, they were like, you got to make them yourself. And I was like, well, what do you got for like breakfast sandwiches? And they're like, we got links. And I was like, I'm sold. So we're just gonna, for breakfast, I'm bringing my griddle with me, like the big double burner griddle. And we're gonna do sausage links, like just sliced in half so that they lay flat on basically like a hamburger bun. It was like a seeded sesame bun. I have sausage, turkey sausage. This is sage turkey sausage that we're going to use for the quiche. So I'm going to cut the, I'm not going to cut, I'm going to fry this in the big, what am I going to do this in? I think we'll put this in the big cast iron pan today, because that's going to make it a nice. And then I don't know how many pounds this is worth of chicken thighs, but we're going to roast literally all of these for chicken salad. Because the thing that I know about chicken salad is that it goes quick. Like, I know we were talking recently about having 500 grams be the meat portion for an individual serving. I don't think that that's quite true for chicken salad. Anyway, if I make too much, if I end up making too much, I'm going to fill all of these containers, each of these with chicken salad, and then another like large container, because these are a lunch. This is like a lunch portion. An individual adult male lunch portion is, a pint rather, 2 cups. So we'll fill all of those plus a quart container, and then whatever's left over we'll just leave in the refrigerator, and Gwen and Calvin will eat it because they like the chicken salad too. So, make it nice. Darlene on YouTube says you're funny. Thank you, Darlene. I appreciate you. Yeah, let me get a dozen links without the casing. Right, exactly. I was like, well, can we... I was like, I don't want to make that. I remember last year I made the sausage patties, and I made the sausage patties, and I was like, that was a lot of work, and they weren't all that good. Just like being for real, they weren't that great. I'm gonna leave these eggs out so they can just get up to room temperature. I don't think they need to be at room temperature for quiche in general. Like, it doesn't actually matter, but I am gonna make them at room temperature anyway. I'm going to roast these chicken thighs on a sheet pan because I usually roast them on a 9x13. I usually roast them in a 9x13 casserole dish, but there's too many of them for that. So I think we're going to do, I think we'll just put them on like 2 sheet pans. That seems right. We'll put them on one, we'll fill one, and then when we need another, we'll do that. Darlene says, did Calvin show you in my toilet toy all night? He did not show it to me all night. What he and Gwen were cleaning out his room yesterday, and they were so he just kind of stumbled across like a whole bunch of different like toys. Anyway, he brought that down. It was kind of random. I clipped it last night. So there's like a fun little, if you're like, what toilet toy are you talking about? There's a link to the clip in chat. Okay, I'm going to put these chicken thighs in a bowl so that I can season them. So here's the run of stream today. We're going to do we're going to roast the chicken. So I'm going to put these chicken thighs in the oven straight away. We're going to make the banana bread, and we're going to make the apple bread. I don't know what temperatures those cook at. I don't think whatever. They're all going to be roughly the same. So we're going to make those 2 breads. The chicken thighs should be finished by the time I'm like finished with those, because my oven's at 400. Chicken thighs take 30 minutes. So we're going to make the banana bread. We're going to make the apple bread. Then we're going to get prepped for our quiche. So we're going to cook the sausage. We're going to cut and blanch some broccoli and shred the cheese. Then we will assemble and bake the quiches. By the time the quiches are in the oven, or by the time the quiches are ready to go in the oven, the bread should be ready to come out. So once that's good and finished, we'll throw the quiches into the oven. They're going to cook. Then we will make our chicken salad. So we're going to slice the grapes for that, shred the chicken because that'll be cooled off by then. Apologies to lemon. We're going to dump in a bunch of mayo and assemble that. And then we are going to package things. We're going to package the quiche, we'll package the breads, we'll package the chicken salad. So at the end of stream today, I'm hoping to have 4 loaves of bread all wrapped up, 4 quiches also probably not wrapped up yet because they're going to need to cool completely and they'll take a while. But at some point this evening, I will vacuum seal the quiches. I will, we're going to vacuum seal the quiches. We're going to wrap the breads in paper and foil. We're going to package all the chicken salad, and then we're going to, Got any grapes? Yes, I do. Red, seedless. They're for the chicken salad. And And then we maybe will get to the other things that I need to do sort of in between those, portioning the oatmeal, topping off the special toppings, those two things. So let's get started with this chicken. We're going to dump all of this into a bowl, season it, and throw it in the oven. That's first. Let me wash my hands. Oven roasted Philly cheesesteak. Could you roast cheesesteak meat in the oven? I've never heard of such a thing. I feel like you could make like a roast and then slice it and like quick fry it, sort of like when you do a sous vide steak and then you like just sear it in a pan. A Philly cheesesteak quiche would be sweet though. That would be good. I think that would be amazing actually. I do not have the capacity to do that today. Anyway, we are going to get started with the chicken. The last cheesesteak I had was actually a chicken cheesesteak. So I don't need a lot of beef. Beef is not my my favorite. A bunch of people just spit their hoagies out. What? Sorry. Chapstick Queen, I'm doing great. I'm doing great, all things considered. I mean, like, me as an individual human, I'm doing well. This is, this trip that I'm going on is one that I go on annually with a large group of friends. It's always an interesting time. I feel, it's the only time of year that I see some of these people. Some of that is good, and some of that is not good. But for better or worse, it is literally the only time of year I'm going to see some of these folks. So I look forward to it year round. I look forward to it throughout the rest of the year. I organize it, so I like book the cabin. I research the spot, I book the cabin, I do all the coordination and communication and sort of like all of the logistics for the thing. Send out like an every other week email, that type of thing. So it's a lot of work. But I've learned over the years to back off taking it on as much of the like cooking while I'm there. So, because I like to relax while I'm there, I don't want to like cook, so to speak. But I do. This is a group that like tends to stay up late and then sleep in the morning. And I, having a 10-year-old at home, generally get up pretty early. My body is just like, wake up. Wake up, it's 7 a.m. What are you doing? Get out of bed. So I take breakfast, but I've also learned to do as much breakfast stuff ahead of time as I can, so that I'm not like up in the morning doing a bunch of stuff. I will get up in the morning and make sausage, egg, and cheese, but that'll be like Friday morning, which is sort of the down day of the trip. We do a big hike on one of the days, and Friday's usually the day after. Master Splits. If the Eagles make the Super Bowl, I will definitely make Philly cheesesteaks again. That's what helped them win last time. Like, we know this, right? This is like verified. The Eagles won because Eat It Dads made cheesesteaks. Why did I call myself Eat It Dads? That's weird. I only ever say that when I'm like telling someone about the channel. Take two. If the Eagles win, we will make cheesesteaks. We know the Eagles won last year because I made cheesesteaks. Better. That didn't feel as awkward. Okay, we did it. Robbie, welcome. Good morning. Good morning. We're gonna get some additional herbs to throw in here because I want to this time, because this is for a group of adults, and I'm just gonna like throw a bunch of stuff in here, and they'll probably like it. This is not a children's chicken this time. So, a children's chicken. Go Pats. Yeah. Rusty, go Pats. Sure. Go Pats. I have family members and in-laws who certainly root for the Pats, so I'm no stranger to hearing all about the Patriots. Chester Green says my CFL team is going to the Grey Cup. That's cool. See, I actually know what the Grey Cup. That's the Canadian American football, right? Like Canadian. When I say Canadian football, like not soccer. This is the Canadian, like throwing the ball like this. I'm sporty. See, I know things. Hell yeah. What seasonings are going on? Come here. Good question. I just tossed in an undetermined amount of dill and curry powder, and I tossed in the rest of this little thing of poultry seasoning. Literally, just says poultry seasoning. I don't know. I labeled it a while ago. In addition to a bunch of salt and black pepper. I'm gonna toss a little bit of olive oil in this, but not much because these have some fat on them, and I don't need this to be too greasy when it comes out. Robert says I'm in St. See, I'm reading that as St. Louis, or is that Seattle? We don't have a football team, and they root for whoever's on my fantasy team. Do neither St. Do they not have a football team? Capsule Queen, I'm glad that your team is having a good season. I am. I've been watching quite a bit of Major League Soccer, like the Major League Soccer. I don't know. Recently, so if we want to like. I still don't know anything specifically about like the teams or the players, but I've been watching it, if that makes sense. The Canadian soccer is CPL or MLS or NSL. Yeah, so the MLS is the one that I know of. That I've been watching. And the team from Philadelphia is like in the thing. They're like doing well. So I'm aware that there's like an MLS league. I'm aware of the MLS playoffs. Not like, again, I'm not following it, but I like watching it because soccer's like, I don't know. Soccer like suits me speed wise. Oh, the Rams. I know the Rams. Sorry. I know. Yeah. I didn't realize they had moved. That's why when I said St. Louis, I was like, St. Louis, I thought they had a team. It was, okay, they moved. I'm sorry, that sucks. Her team eliminated my team. I know that I was very excited for Chef John Leong. I understand the team that he was rooting for did well recently. So I was watching his stream a little bit the other day. Liz, hello. Liz says the Rams have been in LA for a few years now. The Rams could have been in LA for 20 years, and it would still be a surprise. My sort of following, I used to follow football when I was in college. I watched a lot of it on Sundays. One of my roommates was like really into it, and he was coincidentally a Pats fan, and he and I and our other roommates watched a bunch of football. It's just something you do in a house of like 4 guys who are all in college in the United States on Sundays. I don't know. But that was like when I stopped paying attention, was when I graduated college. Okay. I'm putting these on trays. So I'm roasting a ton, like a literal, like this is 7+ pounds worth of chicken thighs. But I know every single time I make chicken salad and I bring it on this trip, no matter how much I bring, it gets eaten. Because, and I've also learned, and I'm assuming we're going to need more of it this year, I've also learned to not plan for lunch for these trips, because people make these like big elaborate dinners and there's always leftovers, and then people make lunch because they're like signed up to make lunch, and then they get upset because like people don't eat the lunch, or they make this big elaborate lunch and it takes literally forever for them to make it, so by the time they finish it, it's like 4 p.m. and then people have this huge lunch, and then whoever makes dinner gets angry or annoyed or whatever because people like don't want to eat at 7 p.m. and it's like, yeah, because they just ate this enormous buffet, Anyway, we're gonna put this in the oven. You good? Yeah. Okay. Reminder that there is leftovers from last night. There's leftover pasta in here as well. There's a leftover toast. Okay, we're gonna throw these in the oven. Again, the oven is at 400 degrees currently. So it is. Let me set a timer. I'm gonna set a timer for. I'm gonna start with 30 minutes. And we'll rotate. We'll switch them up at 30 minutes, and go from there. Lemon, that's exactly true. Yeah. Well, what happens too is that people get up on this trip at 10 a.m. Friday, Saturday, like 2 of the days. People don't even get out of bed until 10 a.m. I love it because I get up at like 7. I make breakfast, and then I sit and read for like 2 hours in the morning. It's great. And then people roll out of bed. People roll out of bed, and then there's like breakfast in the oven for them. A quiche. I'll make the breakfast sandwiches, and then I wrap them up in like foil, like you would at like you get them from, I don't know, like you get them from fast food. They're all like soft and kind of everything's gelled together, and the cheese is still melted. I leave them in the oven on warm. But yeah, it's like you can't plan for lunch because everyone gets up at 10, they have breakfast, then they snack on whatever was in the fridge, like leftovers, that usually around 1, because historically people have been like, I'll make lunch, and then they get up at 10, they eat breakfast, and then they sit and do things for like a couple hours, and then they're like, oh, I guess I'll get started making lunch, and it's like 1:30 in the afternoon. So that's, and then it escalates from there. So this year I was just like, you know what? We're not making lunch. We're not doing lunch. Lunch isn't going to be a part of it. Basically, you're on your own. You're on your own for lunch, and that should be fine. I think it'll work out fine. No one bitched that they weren't able to sign up to make a lunch. Marianne, welcome in. Chapstick Queen, they are fun. I look forward to it. It's work leading up to it, and it's a lot of like mental work to keep organized, because like I said, I like organize the whole thing. But I also sort of like dissipate some of the work. I do now. Lit Tissues, welcome in. third IRL food channel I've been rated into in a row, and I'm loving it. I'm glad to hear it. That's kind of amazing. Food is a big thing for many people, but it's a little thing on Twitch. And there's quite a few of us. So, Lip Tissues, do you want some recommendations? Would you like some recommendations for other food channels? I have some, but I bet you that there's some other folks in chat who would love to give you some recommendations for other food streamers. If y'all in chat would like to throw some of your favorite food channels into chat, I think that'd be kind of amazing. And yeah, I mean, Liz, if you want to shout them out, if you want to like give some shout outs, that would be amazing too. I guess when I said that, hold on, my bowl's overflowing. I guess when I said that in my head, I was like, I wasn't thinking about shout outs, but that would be cool. Yes, we have a few in chat currently. What do you need to tell me? Oh no. Usually when someone's like, hey, we need to talk, that's cause for like alarm. That's cause for alarm. Ooh, an auto cue shout out stream or auto cue shout out command. I like that. That's a good idea. Because I infrequently, but enthusiastically love to give to like share my favorite food people. generally speaking, it is a nice thing to do, I think. And I always feel guilty at the end when I have forgotten like multiple people. That's why I like to ask other people who they like to watch. Okay. Chicken is in the oven. It's roasting. We're gonna make some bread. Let's make some bread now. What do we got? We're gonna make pumpkin bread and this apple bread. I think I'm gonna make the apple bread first because it looks more complicated. The pumpkin bread, I found a great recipe for in this cookbook. I was like, what cookbook? I started looking up pumpkin bread recipes online and they were like so weird and complicated. And I was like, I gotta get a simpler recipe than this. There has to be a simpler recipe. And there is. The Better Homes and Gardens cookbook, shockingly enough, was the winner. Robo, back to your point about the saving money, it does save money. People aren't budgeting to make lunch. So I kind of love that. Camille, back to your question. You asked, what do I like to read? I tend to read a couple things. I read science fiction. I read parenting stuff. I read science. Yeah, I read science fiction, parenting stuff. I read some like historical books, stuff about like the Mongol Empire, stuff like that. What else do I read? The most recent stuff that I've been enjoying is sci-fi. D-Gamer, enjoy the new Fallout update. Okay, we're gonna do this bread, which I've made before. This is from the Sugary Sweets blog, apple cinnamon bread. This does not require cooking the apples first, which we love. I don't think it does. No. Sugar, butter, eggs and vanilla, flour and baking powder, half the batter into a prepared pan. Cover with half the diced apples, press them slightly into the batter, sprinkle with half the brown sugar and cinnamon mixture. Pour the remaining batter over the apple layer, top the remaining apples, add more brown cinnamon, pat topping the batter with the back of a large spoon, bake for 50 minutes. Okay, topping. Wait, topping? Oh, fuck, this has, sorry. Oh, fudge. This has icing too. Okay, that's fine. We're not eating it today, and I'm not, not shipping it today either. Liz asks how the cookies turned out. They turned out very well, actually. I started packaging them at 11:30 p.m. I let them cool. I was patient and I let them cool down. And I believe my patience was rewarded, because when I was sealing them, it did not look like they were pressing. It did not look like I also sealed them a little bit lighter than usual. Some cookies you can really press into because they're just firm. These I sealed, but then kind of like left like a little bit of room. So I think they were pretty. They seem pretty good to me. Okay, we are going to make a double batch of this. Similar to the peppermint cookies. Yeah, the peppermint cookies were the ones with the squares in them. I agree. I definitely agree. I didn't consider the icing dry time because it didn't say anything on the recipe about it. About like, oh, you might have to let them dry for like a couple hours. Anyway, I was at Reading Terminal Market this morning and I asked the people at Byler's Bakery, the place that does the really good apple fritter donuts. I was like, how long do you let your donuts sit for after they've been glazed? And they were like, I don't know, 20 minutes. And I was like, you're not helpful. Liz, thank you for doing some shout outs. We have some good shout outs in chat. Dana's Kitchen. Dana's Kitchen is a fellow food and drink streamer, friend of the stream, fellow founding advisor to the Food and Drink Creator Club. Dana, along with Robbie, Drink More, Cook Less in chat, put together all sorts of different cooking streams. They also host different competitions, not different competitions, but every year they host a food competition that is a food cooking competition, I should say. So that's super cool. Bella Anna, I love that cookbook. I like this one too. I often go back to this cookbook, this Better Homes and Gardens cookbook, when I'm looking for like really basic. Basic's not a great word. When I'm looking for very straightforward processes for something, like condensing a process and not overcomplicating it, they do a great, like, it's simple. It's a good like primer home cookbook. Like you can go in there and get an uncomplicated recipe. Liz gave a shout out to Kanara, also fellow founding advisor to the Food and Drink Creator Club. Kanara is a food safety expert who often streams from her rural home kitchen. She has a stove from like the 1920s, which is an oven stove, which is like kind of wild to see. And I appreciate how much work Kanara pours into making her community fun and like creative. And like she does a lot of like themed food. She's also a really good person to go to for food prepping, canning specifically, and just general like food safety. She weaves a lot of that narrative into her stream, which is really super fun. We did have a shout out for a Recipe Reborn, who I know is in chat. I don't want to embarrass you. But Lemon is also a founding advisor to the Creator Club for Food and Drink. Has experimented with since I've been watching Lemon. She's done quite a few different types of content. She does gaming. She does gaming based food. She also does regular meals. When I say regular meals, I mean like, you know, cooking something fun and interesting for herself, and just because she also does content centered on the on being in culinary school, so she involves chat in that as well, which is like really kind of neat. You can vote for classes, you can vote for dishes. Streams three times a week, and also has been doing a lot of like home improvement IRL kind of stuff, which is pretty cool. Let's see, Miss Molly Makes. We love Miss Molly Makes. Miss Molly Makes was one of the first folks I ever came across in the food and drink category, or early on in food and drink. Molly and her husband Exceed do a lot of community-based cooking. They do a lot of basically like chat-driven stuff. She also has a company that she runs now making cookies, which is super cool. So she brings that to stream as well, which is kind of nice. It's neat to see. There's a poll up in chat. What should we try to Philly cheesesteak? Frittatas, eggs Benedict, quiche, crepes, or omelets? Ooh, a quiche is an omelet with a wrapper, right? Lemon, thank you. That is definitely something that I will implement pretty quickly. Mike, that is a few family recipes. Yeah, this is definitely like a classic cookbook you would find at a thrift store for sure. And there's different versions of it too. This one's from like 2000. When is this one from? 2010 is when I got this one. So they update it regularly. So this one does not look at all like the one that my mom has, but my mom has the same one. I'm pretty sure someone, the 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, there's someone that owns and uses this cookbook, and there's a damn good chance that one of your favorite recipes that someone has cooked for you in your lifetime comes from this book. Also, probably The Joy of Cooking and Mark Bittman's How to Cook Everything. What are some other I would just like quintessential. Okay. Catalina, I'm not familiar with those folks. Thank you for the recommendations. Can't give a duck. Welcome in, duck. I just bought ramen for the first time to put the noodles and other things into the broth. Or separate at the moment. I mean, I would probably say if you have like a ramen packet, right, with just like the dry noodles, if you want long, like stringy noodles, just put the whole thing in there. You don't need to break anything up. You don't need to break it up. Some people I know crack the noodles or break them up before they put them in. You can do that if you want. I wouldn't. I like them long, but you can do you. It's a tie between crepes, frittatas, and an omelet. Interesting. I've never made crepes. I've seen crepes made. Oh yeah, Mrs. Handy's Kitchen. Mrs. H is in Mrs. H. I don't know if Mrs. H does other things other than cooking. But I do love her stream. Duck, I want to tell you that I am probably not the person to ask about ramen, because I've never made it myself. I would, if it's like in general, my understanding of fresh noodles is you should add them at the very end. Like pasta, like fresh pasta, for example, takes like 2 minutes to cook, and then that's it, and then you don't want to leave it sitting in the water. So I would say everything else, then the fresh noodles. But again, not the authority, not the authority on ramen. I would never ever claim to be an authority on ramen. That would be disingenuous of me. Okay. Sorry, I'm buffering. I don't want to run ads today. We're not going to run ads today. Hey, if you're here and you're not a subscriber, congratulations. You will not be getting ads. I was standing here examining my energy, and I honestly don't have the energy to deal with trying to figure out timing for ads right now. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. So we're not. If at any point anybody would like me to run an ad, you can ask in chat. And at some point I will just take a break and we'll run an ad at that point, and we'll get the pre-rolls out of the way. But I just got the notification that was like, you have an ad coming up, and I froze it, and then it was like, you still have an ad coming up, and now I'm like, I just want to make bread. I don't want to run ads. Oh, someone is blowing up my phone. Oh, God. You know what's awful? This time, not this time. It's awful when my kid's school does these like push alerts for grades. So like literally every time a teacher enters something for a grade, it gets an alert on my phone, and I haven't turned it off yet. And because I kind of like it, because Calvin does well in school. So honestly, it's kind of nice. But it's sometimes it's like when alerts on my phone are really rare. So who is at the door? Hold on. Be right back. Oh, wait. They're leaving it. Okay. 1 second. I'll be right back. We got a package delivered, and I gotta go get it, because like otherwise somebody's gonna steal it. Yoko JP Mom. Catalina, I know who that is. I've seen that person. I've seen her, and she streams in English too. You can see chat in one of the ballots. Yes, you can. It is a cell phone back there. This is the phone that I use for IRL chat. I just put it on up here. Liz, you asked about the cats. Yes. One moment. I'm going to grab that package from the door, and I'll see what the first cat I see. I'm going to grab. I'm going to find one. What do we got? Oh my, holy shit, this is heavy. Oh my God. What is in here, a body? Oh God. Oh, it's cat litter. Okay, all right. I think it's cat litter. Okay, who do I see first? Oh, I see a cat lounging. Oh, we haven't seen you in a while, bud. Come here. Okay. Okay. I got one. I got a cat. We got a cat. This is Obi, and he was lounging in the sun. Oh, big. He's so big. He's so big. I'm chatting from inside the box. That would be wild. Okay. He does not want to be held, really. He's not very thrilled about his current life situation, are you? But would you like to be elastic? You want to show how elastic you are? You want to show how elastic you are? Here we go. Oh, there he is. There he is. He's very elastic. He's very elastic. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Okay. I think you're done. Your patience is your patience will be rewarded by getting put down. Okay? You're a good boy. That's probably the last we'll see of Obi today. He does not like being picked up. He doesn't like being to me anyway, he doesn't like me the best. He likes Gwen the best and Calvin the second best. Actually, no, he probably likes Gwen the best and then Daisy and then Calvin. Catalina, we have a pets channel on Discord just for those things. There are several people who would like to see your pets. I can smell that chicken. Oh, Tabatai cooking. Yes, Lemon. Graham is great. Also a nice person. Graham also does IRL streams. Is he like in Japan completely now? Typical cat chooses one person. Yeah, basically. Is he standing next to me? He is. He's right here on the floor. Obi's decided to hang out for a moment. I think he is bothered, but now that he's here, my assumption is that he smells chicken. And that he is staying. Whoops, wrong one. My assumption is that he's staying right where he is because there's chicken in the refrigerator. So he is just hanging out. That's usually where Ash is, but he's taken up the mantle over the weekend. Catalina, amazing, very cool. Thank you. Obi's taken up the mantle of hanging out at my feet. Ash, over the weekend, I was trying to train to sit on a chair next to me. Like I moved the chairs from the counter over, like right here, basically. And if Ash is around today and wants to sit near my feet, he might sit on the chair, especially if the kitchen smells like chicken. Zobo did used to have the cat sit on her chair. Nurse Huckleberry does that as well. Oh, I didn't show you what I got at TwitchCon. So, Nurse was handing out, basically if you saw her, she was like handing out these pictures that they printed off. She was like, these are just random pictures from the past. Like, here they are. Pick one, random. Each goodbye, Obi. Each thing has a different picture in it, and pick whichever one you want and see what you get. And me and Duder will sign it. And so I want to show you the picture that I got. I now have a signed Nurse Huckleberry picture, which is so ridiculous. So ridiculous. And it even, she literally signed it, and Duder signed it. And now I have it. It's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing. And I forgot that I had this over there. But I think that this should go on the fridge. And Calvin's going to be like, who the fuck is that? Because he's never seen this stream because he is in bed when they're live. Anyway, I kind of loved it, and I think what I'll do. I have to clean up the fridge a little bit. I can't just pop it up there, but it is definitely a prized possession now. It does look like a vintage picture of Chapel Run. It is not that vintage. I was like, when is this from? And she was like, I don't know, a couple months ago. And I was like, oh, okay. I said I wasn't gonna run ads, and then I just stopped making food for a while. That's what happens. See what happened? Did you all notice there was a shift? My energy shifted. I felt it. Because I was like, wow, I'm free of worrying about advertising. I could just change it to run an hour and a half worth of ads every 30 minutes and just ignore them. Is that better? What's better? 3 minutes every hour or an hour and a half? 3 minutes every hour and taking an intentional pause, or an hour and a half every 30 minutes and ignoring them? I wouldn't run an hour and a half every 30 minutes because that doesn't do anything for pre-rolls. It does. But it doesn't do anything for me. It's not financially positive for me to only run a minute and 30 seconds worth of ads. Yeah, I do mean 90 seconds. Sorry. Yeah, we're gonna run an hour and a half worth of ads. I'm gonna take a nap and I'll catch y'all later. Or you like the intentional breaks? I think that's okay. I appreciate that feedback. I like them too. I think my issue with them is the like rigidity of them. So, okay, so you like that there is an intentional break, but not necessarily having it every hour. Lemon, you like breaks hourly because 30 minutes is way too fast. That is true. Yeah, 30 minutes is like gone in a hurry. I've been live for an hour. I've put chicken in the oven and talked. So, yikes. How much flour do I need with this? I'm doubling this batch. Oh, I need softened butter. Do I need softened butter for this other one? Hold on. How much butter do I need softened? A half a cup. So 1 stick of butter. For this bread, I need sugar, vegetable oil. This one doesn't even use any butter. This one just uses vegetable oil. Could I just use butter instead of vegetable oil? Probably, right? Yeah, beat the sugar and oil, add the eggs, and beat well. Oh, beating the sugar and a cup of vegetable oil sounds so grim. All right, we're going to use butter for both. Okay, we're just going to use all of this butter. Great. Okay, my timer just went off for the chicken. I ignored it. If I ignore it long enough, the chicken will burn, and that will be fine because they're chicken thighs. So let's look at these real quick. These are most certainly not done / finished. Are these finished? I don't know. I can't tell. Let's put the temperature probe into 1 or 2 of these and see. For the pumpkin bread, yeah, it says 3 cups of sugar, 1 cup of vegetable oil, 4 eggs, all-purpose flour, baking soda, salt, cinnamon, nutmeg, and pumpkin. And then the first direction is to cream together the butter, cream together the sugar and the oil. Now, I don't love like that much just vegetable oil in the thing. I guess for pumpkin bread it is reasonable. It'll be more firm. Butter adds more water. This is true. Yeah, baking soda. So this makes 2 9x5 loaves. 9x5x3. 3 cups of sugar, 1 cup of vegetable oil. Cream those together. Add 4 eggs. And beat well. 3.5 cups of flour. 2 teaspoons of baking soda. 1.5 teaspoons of salt. Cinnamon and nutmeg. And then 1 15-ounce can of pumpkin. So there's no butter. There's no baking powder. There's no vanilla either, which is immaterial to the structure of the thing. Maybe they're counting on something being in the pumpkin. The ingredients in the pumpkin are pumpkin. Yeah, I came from it's in the literally in the Better Homes and Gardens cookbook. Like, I don't know what they. Let us see. No, that's it. Those are all the ingredients. There's no secret ingredient that they sneak in at the end. Yeah, I don't know. I've never made this recipe before. Maybe I'll just follow it directly, because usually when I've never made a recipe before and I'm trying something new for like the very first time, I go with the like, hey, just follow the actual recipe. Don't stray too far. Okay, I've got everything in the 60s except one of these chickens. I'm going to just give this another 5 minutes because they were so chicken thighs, so who cares? When this timer goes off, that chicken will be finished. And then we'll put that, let me see, we'll put that out on the counter onto some cooling racks. Ah, damn it. Okay, we got it. Pumpkin is not an acidic product. Oh no, it's not. You're correct. There's no brown sugar in this either. It just says granulated sugar. It says 3 cups of sugar. I guess you could use either one. Maybe we'll just make it with brown sugar instead. Maybe we'll make it with like 2 cups brown sugar and then a cup of regular sugar. We're gonna make the apple bread first though, because that one is less. That one has more ingredient prep in it, and I want to give the butter just a little bit of time to come to temperature, or come up to temperature. Preheat the oven to 350. Done. Grease and flour a 9x5-inch loaf pan. Well, we're not doing 9x5 pans right now. I have 8x3 and 7/8 by 2 and 15/32 of an inch. What kind of number is that? So unhinged. And that is an unhinged number to print on anything. I mean, to be fair, it's 20 centimeters by 9.8 by 6.3, which is like barely better. But like, I don't know, y'all. It's a wild number to print. So for each of these, I'm gonna do. I have these like small bread loaf pans. We're gonna do 3 loaves because these are a little smaller than the regular size. Okay, let's get out the flour and ingredients first, though. Brown sugar. So this one calls for light brown sugar and granulated sugar. So we like that. Except I don't have light brown sugar. So we're just going with regular dark brown sugar. And we will bitch and complain when the recipe doesn't turn out exactly like it's supposed to. Because that is someone else's fault. Certainly not mine for using the wrong ingredient. We're going to leave them a 2-star review. Just kidding. We're not. All right. We need cinnamon and cinnamon. For the icing, we'll need powdered sugar. Okay. We'll put a little nutmeg in here too, because I love nutmeg. Not that much. Don't have that much. Okay, that's good for this recipe. What about the pumpkin bread recipe? Sugar, vegetable oil, eggs, flour, baking soda, salt, cinnamon, nutmeg, and pumpkin. Okay, so we're going to double both of these. And I have some more of these little trays if I need them. They're just these I purchased for this trip because they come with little plastic lids, so I don't need to like do anything. I don't need to do anything to package them. I can just leave them in the container and they'll be fine in the container, which I kind of love. Okay, chicken's coming out of the oven now. And is definitely ready. I want to, hold on. I have all this chicken fat on here. We're gonna pour off the fat because that's gonna be nice to save. That'll be good to be able to make like croutons and such with. I don't like throwing it out. Okay, here we go. And I think what I'll do is just take this chicken and we're gonna put the chicken, I'm gonna take the chicken off the tray and put it in this pan so that I'll just shred it right into that pan too later. So let's get one tray out at once. And we'll take the chicken, dump the schmaltz, and then do the next tray. And we'll turn the oven down to 350 so that it bakes. We can get this bread ready to go. Okay. Liz, if you were still hanging around, you asked earlier how many cats were in the house. Right now there are 7 cats. Gwen just completed a adoption of two of them, the 2 older kittens. So the one that was just on stream a few minutes ago, Obi, he's our cat. He is not going anywhere. Obi, Ash, and Elsie are our like 3 that we have that are just over, they're 7 months old at this point. They are staying. They are now officially and formally adopted and have been for a few months. The 2 that just left were 2 that we saw recently on stream, Cookie and Elliot, the black tuxedo and the small gray tabby, or the medium gray tabby. Ash is the big gray tabby. There's another gray tabby that is a little one, and then the medium one was Cookie, and he just left with Elliot to go to the same home. And So now we have 4 kittens, 4 like littles, pre-neutering, neutering and spaying, littles. We have 3 of those now. No, 4. Oof, God, sorry. We have 4. 4 of those and 3 cats, 3 permanent cats. Plus so we have 7 total cats in the house, plus 1 13-year-old pit bull. And an indeterminate number of fish. I don't actually know how many fish we have. And I know the last time I mentioned the fish tank, there was a request to put a picture of the fish tank in chat. The fish tank needs to be cleaned, and I don't want to take a picture of it right now because it has a little bit of algae on it, and it's not at its optimal look in this moment. So I don't want to take a picture of it. It's knowing that I've been asked to take a picture of it is encouraging in the sense that I now have the motivation to clean it. Okay. We have a big tray of chicken. This is just going to sit out on the counter for a little bit and cool. I just want this to come down to like room temperature. And when that happens, we'll shred it and use that for our chicken salad. That's going to be coming up a little later. So I'm saving the schmaltz here. I didn't drain it, or rather, I didn't strain this at all. I didn't strain this at all, so it's just kind of, it is what it is. Dan, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Do I have the... Where's the thing? There it is. We got it. Okay, so this is just a big thing of chicken fat. And we'll toss that in the fridge. I actually have another thing of chicken fat that is in this mug. So while I'm here, while we're working on it, I'm gonna take this, dump it in. Dump all of this in here. There's fat and schmaltz and just everything. We're gonna mix it in. And there we go. And now, all right, 25 gifted, and I drank it. Is that what a real streamer would say? No, a real whatever. The real ones would hold out for like 100. But your boy's depraved. All right, let's wipe the counter because it now has fat on it. Seriously though, if anyone gifts 25 subs right now, I'm not going to drink this. I just want to be super, super clear. If you're in the process of clicking, don't. I mean, keep going, but I'm not going to drink this. That would be horrific. At least 50. 50? I'd consider it. It looks gross. Darlene says on YouTube. It does look gross. I mean, it doesn't look great. But it does look good. This is like pure fat at the top. And then this is like gelatin. This is all going to get it turned into jelly, which is super good and great for making croutons with. And not for nothing, if I do anything else at all with this, I might, if I don't do anything else at all with this, I would take the fat off the top and put this part in a stock of some kind. That's not going to fit in there. Damn. Have I ever heard of water pie? I have not. Please define. KS water pie. I'm unfamiliar. Okay, oven is down at the right temperature. I forgot that I made coffee. I have a coffee sitting on the stove. It was ready as stream was starting. It like is ready, and I forgot, and now it's probably cold. It is. Damn. You know what we're gonna do? Instead of heating this up continuously for the next like 4 hours, I'm gonna put ice in it. We're gonna make iced coffee. There we go. Basic pantry staples create a sweet custard-like filling. I've definitely not heard of this. I am aware that lard was a pretty common ingredient in a lot of like 1920 fall of 29 through the end of the Depression type of cooking. A splash of sugar-free hazelnut syrup. Oh, that would be lovely. I do not have that. The only simple syrup that I have is apple simple syrup that I made yesterday, which I don't know would go great in coffee. Okay, we are gonna continue here. I also need to do grease and flour. I'm gonna grease and flour all of these pans. So let me get out my. Speaking of lard, well, we don't have any lard today. Sad trombone. But we do have organic all vegetable shortening. Yay! That we can use. Let me wash my hands before I get started with this. Catalina, if you want to post the video for that in the food chat channel, that would be just dandy. I'm moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. So, Catalina, I know you've offered to like share a couple things on stream today. I just want to like, I'm not ignoring you in the sense of like going to look at them, right? But I don't generally stop and like look at Discord while I'm streaming. I don't generally like click through to links or like look at other things while I'm sort of in the middle of everything. The biggest reason for that is because I don't want to. One, there's a technical reason for that, because then I'd have to like put it up on the screen and kind of, I'd feel compelled that to share it and then talk about it. But functionally, like the largest reason is I will get distracted. And like right now, I do want to watch a video about water pie. But what will happen is it'll send me down a rabbit hole in my brain, and I will not get back to the bread that I'm making for a good like 10 to 15 minutes. I can distract myself all on my own. So I just want to be like, I appreciate things being like shared in that way. And I just want to, I want to like sort of clarify why I'm not jumping into Discord and like looking right away. I love looking at stuff sort of all at once like that. So when I say all at once, I mean like I will go in Discord and look at things in bulk when I'm on the couch on my laptop, like having sort of degenerate couch laptop time. Degenerate's not the right word for that. Anyway, we're greasing a bunch of pans here, and then we're going to flour all of these same pans, because all these breads are just going to kind of get the same treatment here with regard to their container. I don't, they both call for 9x5 loaf pans, so like they didn't have 9x5 lidded line. Whoa, words. They didn't have lidded 9x5 loaf pans in the store. They had lidded whatever the hell these unhinged dimensions of this particular loaf pan were. So that's what we're working with, and that's why I got 3 of them instead of 2, because I think that it'll probably be enough for 3 pans, but not more than 2, less than 3. Yes. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. Hey, Quippy, are you someone in chat earlier, one of our friends was talking about a new like Fallout expansion pack. I'm assuming this is relevant to your interests. Is that a thing that you're playing? 1, am I like correct in saying that? And 2, are you experiencing the new Fallout thing? If it's not obvious, I don't actually know what I'm talking about. I'm associating your bunker with the Fallout, with the bunker that I know in Fallout to be like an attribute of the Fallout canon, and making some assumptions. Anyway, hi. You know what happens when you assume. Depending on what the assumption is, usually you're sort of kind of right, or you're way off. Anyway, we're greasing pans right now. This is what we're doing. We're gonna do 2 different loaves, like I said. One of them is an apple bread. The last time I made this apple bread was a long time ago. I don't even think I was streaming when I made this before. Maybe I was. When did I print this? No date. No date, no publication date, no details. You are correct to assume. Sometimes I get one, sometimes not. Good. Okay, I'm gonna wash my hands again. Sorry, I heard cat feet hit the table, and I am very aware that there is chicken out on the counter. The cats jumped. One of the cats, I don't know who it is. I'm guessing it's Obi because I took him out of the basement and then closed the basement door. There's a cat lurking around here. It's not you, is it, Daisy? No. Who's lurking? I don't know. They ran away. Daisy chased them off. Daisy is too slow to get the... Hold on. We can't move these yet. Daisy's too slow to get the cats, but she like tries to chase them, and they are just like, no. They don't want to play her games. They're not at all interested in it. It's kind of funny. Last night, fun fact. So last night I packaged all the cookies, right? So we did a cookie club stream yesterday. We had a bunch of cookies. They were out on the counter. I was in the kitchen during that time. So like they were never, I didn't leave the kitchen from the time I ended stream until I packaged the cookies at like 11. I started packaging them at 11:30 at night. Anyway, on around the time I finished them, I was like, okay, then we're done. This is good. All the ones that are out on the counter right now are just for the household. Like, that's great. We've got household cookies good to go. This is what I planned for, and I'm glad that we have them. So Elsie, our calico cat, came into the room, and she is sneaky. And so she was like laying on the floor, just sitting there, laying nicely. Not, very, very inconspicuous, not even looking at the counter, had no outward indication that she was interested in the counter. I was saying nice things to her and just like talking about, oh, you're a good cat, you're such a good cat, you're the one who's responsible, blah, blah, blah. I'm like literally just talking to her because I talk to the cats when I was going to say when I think no one else is around, but I talk to the cats no matter what. It doesn't really matter. And I turned around to wash my hands, just washing them in the sink, and I heard nothing. Silently. I finished washing my hands. I turned around to grab a towel, and Elsie is on the counter licking the icing off of one of the cookies as fast as she can possibly lick. Like her tongue and her face was like a blur, because she knew the absolute moment I turned back around that she was getting yeeted from that counter, and she was trying her absolute best to get as much icing as possible in before she got discovered. And I mean, it was probably, I mean, it was 15 seconds. It was 15 seconds max that I had my back turned, and she was in it. And so when I tell you that when I hear a cat in the room, I'm panicking now. You know what? Now I'm like saying this out loud. I'm going to move the chicken to the stove. I'm literally going to move that chicken over there, because it's at a position in the counter where if I'm looking away for a few moments, it's easy for a cat to just hop up and get their face in there. It's always Elsie too. She's the one. So she's sneaky. She's the one who will hop up. She's very inconspicuous until you're not looking, and then she is a sneak. Yeah, they were household cookies, right? And to be fair with her, she seemed to have enjoyed them. Good cooking formula. What's up, bud? How are you? Happy Monday. We were talking, earlier in the stream, we were talking about food and drink streamers. We were talking about different folks that we liked. Good Cooking Formula is a professional kitchen human professional cook, like does the thing for money, and is a infrequent but enthusiastic culinary streamer. I say infrequent because, like, I think your regular schedule is every Monday, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I tend to tune into your streams on Mondays. I mean, Monday is when I experience your streams, because Monday is usually, on most days of the week, an admin day for me. I'm usually just sitting on the computer doing admin stuff, doing like whatever, catching up on email. And so I love Nick's streams are very fascinating. His energy is captivating, I think is a good word for it. And he really does enjoy like the food, the process, but also the community around it. Community is a weird word. Community is not a weird word. What am I trying to say? Food doesn't need to be serious, and doing it well doesn't mean that you're super serious about it all the time. And so that's the energy that I appreciate about your stream. Welcome in. I hope you have a good rest of your Monday. Jimmy, welcome in. Nice to have you. But yeah, I tend to tune in. So I'm a big lurker. Like, I lurk a lot on various channels on Twitch, and like, so it's funny because I know the certain people who I lurk on usually tend to stream when I'm like doing admin time. Anyway, friends who joined us, welcome. It's nice to have you. Friends who are here, please go follow Good Cooking Formula, especially if you're online on Twitch, like at this time of day, or potentially like a little bit earlier, then you are usually online when Good Cooking Formula is streaming, and I think that would be a good idea to go follow Nick. Friends who joined us, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. This is also a cooking stream. We only do cooking. Sorry, not only cooking, but wait, there's more. We do cooking and IRL streams. I am a parent. I'm a home cook. I do recipe development for freelance work. I live in Philadelphia, so East Coast of the United States, just like right there in the middle of the East Coast. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm really happy to have you. Welcome. We like to talk here, but there's no obligation to talk. Follows are silent. If you are inclined to just like follow somebody, but you don't want to be like perceived right away, you don't want me to be like, hey, thanks for the follow, blah blah blah, I won't. If you follow, nothing happens. Literally nothing happens. There's no sounds, there's no alerts, there's no chat messages, and I won't say hi to you until you identify yourself first in chat. So today we are doing a meal prep for a trip I'm going on this week with a bunch of people. So we're in the process of making a couple things. I have about 7 pounds of chicken thighs on the stove that we're going to turn into chicken salad. I'm about to make bread, an apple bread. Then we're going to make a pumpkin bread. Then we're going to make a quiche, 4 quiches specifically. We're going to make 4 quiches. And so once the breads are done and the quiches are done, we're going to make the chicken salad. So it's work. There's a bit of work going on. Gwen says, do we have leftover pepperoni pizza? We have whatever was left in the pizza box. I can check for you. Hold on. Not an ad. Yes. We have 1 small slice of pepperoni. And then there's 2 slices of non-pepperoni. There's pumpkin pasta in here, though. All of these containers have pasta in them. There's literally 3 garlic knots. We got dinner we ordered dinner last night. You don't like the pumpkin pasta? No offense. I mean, none taken, but like, I don't have anything else for you then. Sorry. We have pizza and pasta. There's a bunch of bread in there, toasted bread, and I have one of the bread toasts. Do we have chips? We do have chips. If you want lunch, we have plenty of options. It's up to you whether or not you want them. If you want chips, which are not lunch, but if you eat enough, they are filling. Yeah, we do. What else do we have in there? Bologna sandwich, Jimmy. No, we don't have any bologna. We do have bread though. Okay, I've been talking a lot I've been talking a lot to doing a lot more talking than cooking today. All right. Oh no, we greased all the loaf pans. That was step 1. Great. Combine the brown sugar and cinnamon. Combine the granulated sugar and butter. Why aren't we doing the ground? Why aren't we doing? We're not creaming the brown sugar into here. Oh, the brown sugar. Hold on. I have an idea. Let's read the recipe all the way through. We get lunch. Angry Rook, no, we don't get lunch. Gwen's trying to determine if she wants to emerge from the basement and get lunch. Gwen, I grabbed Obi from downstairs earlier. There was a request to get a cat, so I did. And he hung out at my feet for just a few minutes. Okay, so we combine the brown sugar and cinnamon. Let me set that aside. In a large mixing bowl, combine granulated sugar and butter. And combine granulated sugar and butter until smooth. That's a funny way of saying use a electric mixer and beat the butter for 2 minutes until it's smooth. Because that's, I think, what they mean. Because otherwise, how would you get it smooth? Combining it, we just like wave a wand. Add the eggs and vanilla and continue to beat on medium speed until combined. Oh, okay. So in the next part of that sentence, then it says continue to beat on medium speed. It did not, in fact, tell you to beat it on medium speed in the first part of that direction. Add the flour and the baking powder, then mix in the milk. Pour half the batter into the prepared pan. Cover with half of the diced apples. Sprinkle with half of the brown sugar and cinnamon mixture. Okay, so that's where the brown sugar and cinnamon mixture comes in. Pour the remaining batter over the apple layer. Top with the remaining apples. Add more brown sugar and cinnamon mixture. Pat the topping into the batter with the back of a large spoon. What topping? Top with the remaining apples. Okay, the apples and the brown sugar we patted in. Bake for 50 minutes. Cool in pan for 10 minutes. Drizzle over the cooled bread. The icing over the cooled bread. Okay, so we're going to double this recipe. Because this says grease 1 9x5-inch loaf pan. So I have 3 smaller loaf pans in that. So we're gonna double this. Then, so we can double. We'll need to double the brown sugar and cinnamon. Double everything else. Back streets back. All right. Da-da-da-da-da. They're in the box.
Oh, okay. Don't yell at me.
They're in the pizza box. I combined them last night for efficiency. Did you just...
Olives on my slide.
Oh, I thought you were ucking at my efficiency. I mean, yeah. To be fair, the other slices of pizza had black olives and mushroom on them, neither of which Gwen likes, so... This is a wholly disappointing lunchtime experience. Excuse me. Okay. Cool. I got the gist of this recipe now. First thing we got to do is cut the apple up. Because that is... by the time my...
What, I'm screaming. Screaming.
I am. I'm going to wrap that pizza up before you put it back in there. So just leave it out. I don't want a whole pizza box with just 2 slices of pizza in there. I'm going to put it in some foil. I'm washing my hands first, though. Back streets back. All right. Fudge drawing. Hello. Welcome. Megan, hello. Welcome. Gwen does not want to be perceived today, so we won't mention anything. All right, instead of you could do what Calvin does and crawl on the floor. You could have just asked me to put it in there for you, and I would have done that too.
Can you get the chips?
The chips? Yeah, I can get the chips.
Ruffles.
Oh God! What a ridiculous! What a Whole Foods healthy lunch. Pizza, garlic knots, Ruffles chips, with a side of cats. Anyway, welcome in for anyone who's new here. It's nice to have you. All right, where does this pizza go? This pizza goes up here with the rest of the leftovers. Okay, we're gonna cut some apples now. I promise. I swear to you. This is happening. It's happening. We're doing it. We're doing it. I'm doing it, Peter. It's Domino's. It goes in the trash, Angry Girl says. Just the box. Just the box. I uh, every so often. So if you go back and you watch stream last night and watch the VOD, like right towards the end, there's a portion where we're discussing dinner, right? And at one point, Gwen was like, I'm going to order Domino's, okay? And I was like, she was like, something like, you made a face or something like that. And she was like, what, do you not want that? And I was like, not really, but like, I also really don't want to have anything to do with having to provide food tonight. So, take your pick. I was like, I'm just not, I don't want, there's some days where I just don't want to do the thing. I'm like, I don't want to be the one to think about the food. And that was yesterday. And I'm like, if you ask me my opinion, I will proffer it. But I also, do we want Domino's? Sure. Would I order Domino's? No, but I don't want to order I don't want to order at all. So do it. I had 3 slices of Domino's and a bunch of garlic knots, and it was still pretty good. So, clip that and show it to me when I'm hating. All right, this knife is not sharp enough. Okay, let's actually do something with our day today, huh? I'm gonna get these apples cut. So I want small slices here. Team hater. I mean, being a hater takes so much energy sometimes. It really does. But like, damn, is it fun sometimes? Right? I don't think I'm wrong in saying that. Our choices are Domino's or Little Caesars. Yeah, you got that. The Little Caesars hot and ready. Little Caesars hot and ready. What a good marketing campaign. You don't have any Domino's in your area, Megan. Well, that's a reason not to get it. Jets is my fave. Deep dish. I love, we have a shop in Philly called Santucci's that does a square pie with the cheese underneath of the sauce, and it's really good. Angry Rook says, you live in Philly, there have to be a million better options. There are. I don't know if 1,000,000 is the right number, but there's at least 100. There are probably I don't know. Yeah, yes. There are. And none of them taste like Domino's. So there's that. There is that. None of them have that same Domino's style, unique flavor profile. Not qualifying that flavor profile. I'm just saying that they don't taste the same. Dan says the Domino's app is superior. I believe you. I have seen they have based whole like national advertising campaigns about the specificity and quality of their app, that like it has to be good. It has to be. Master Split says, does Little Caesars have the heat lamps for their hot and ready pizza? You know it. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I feel like I feel like there's some sort of advertising campaign that Little Caesars could have with like Match.com or like Tinder or one of those like dating apps with the hot and ready pizza that's like, oh, were you hot and ready but got ghosted? Order one of our pizzas. I think that would be really funny, especially if they like had it in the app. I don't know. Anyway, you can, Little Caesars, if you're listening, we should talk. Something like that. Hungry Howie's. I've never heard of that, but that sounds regional. That one sounds like a very specific chain. We had a Little Caesars at the end of my like not the, I was to say the end of my block growing up, but that's not accurate to say. We had a Little Caesars about a mile from my house. It was the closest chain pizza shop growing up. We ordered from either there or we ordered from Domino's when I was a kid. We also ordered from like the local pizza spot. The like family owned pizza situation. What's your go-to pizza order? What do y'all, when y'all like order pizza? We order pizza here way more than I make it. That's for sure. Like when I make pizza, I mean, y'all have seen it's a whole ordeal. It's like a whole day. You know, it's a multi-day process with making the dough. So, we certainly order more. Actually, no, I would say that we don't order in order. The order for pizza for us is usually we do frozen pizza quite a bit. I've recently been getting the like Kirkland brand frozen pizza because you can get four of them for the same price as you can get like one of the like DiGiorno or like Amy's brand, whatever. And honestly though, if you're like, yeah, the better sort of name brand pizzas taste better, but like you cannot argue with getting 4 times as much pizza for the same price. Like, I'm sorry, you literally can't. Put butter on the crust, shake some dried herbs on the top, and it's instantly better. They're Michigan. Okay. You have them in Florida? Okay. So this is just they're not in my region, but Michigan to Florida is a big swath of space. And I have to imagine that with the way that supply chains tend to work, that there's a few of them in between those two places. Camille says in Arizona, when I was living in the more central and southern part of the state, we had Hungry Howie's too. So this is okay. So this is a much bigger chain than I am aware of. Modern Warfare, welcome in. Independent pizzas are always better. Proper Italian ones anyway. Now I tend to agree. I think that I mean we have I you know, kind of was said earlier, but I live in Philadelphia and we have a ton of just like, you know, local pizza shops. Some of them are not great. Like some of them are just not great. It's how it is. But for the most part, they're all pretty good. Depending on what kind of taste you're into in that moment. You know, you can order from different spots and get different results. Yeah. Twinderella says, you either order red sauce with pepperoni, peppercini, mushrooms, pineapple, and Roma tomatoes. That's a lot going on there. I mean, I'm into it. I like it with just everything. Like, just put whatever you have on there. A little sprinkle of everything, please. Barbecue sauce with chicken, pineapple, pepperoncinis, mushrooms, and red onion. That one sounds really good. I love the idea of the pineapple and the pepperoncinis on there. Like a little sweet, a little heat. and then the barbecue sauce is like kind of savory. Catalina, how were your wraps? You said that you'd mentioned your wraps earlier. Is that what you're doing for lunch today? I'm probably not going to eat lunch. I know we're kind of talking a lot about food, but I don't generally eat lunch. I have a croissant on the counter that I ate half of before stream, and I forgot about it, and it's literally like there's just half a croissant sitting right there. I keep looking at it and being like, oh yeah, I have a croissant, and then forgetting that I have it. So there we go. All right, I'm just going to move this because I'm going to use it again in a little bit. I don't want to drop it into the sink because then I'll have to wash it. Although I guess I'm going to wash it anyway. It's got apple on it. Okay. But we'll be back to the cutting board in a little bit. When the breads are cooking, we're going to do ingredients for quiche. So as the breads go, so I'm going to kind of put the breads into the oven as I finish them. I can't, I'm imagining that they both cook at about 350. Yeah, they both cook at 350, so great. I don't need to like make any adjustments. I can just make one and then proceed directly to making the next one. That's ideal. I love that. I love that for me because it makes it easier. What's on your pizza? Cauliflower veggie pizza. Okay. I haven't had the cauliflower crust. Oh, wait, are you saying the cauliflower crust pizza or the cauliflower topped pizza? Catalina says turkey and pepper jack cheese with cucumber, tomatoes, red onions, jalapeno, pepper, black olives, and sweet onion teriyaki. That does sound really good. I love pepper jack cheese. Pepper jack is a favorite. I like it when it's like actually spicy. That's kind of my favorite. Okay, let's get our ingredients together here. Okay, it's a cauliflower crust. That's cool. I was thinking you're like cauliflower. I don't like, mostly if someone says cauliflower, I imagine that they mean crust. But like you could certainly put cauliflower on the top. Cito, welcome in. That's a heck of a way to check in. Thank you. I see the Cookie Club entries. Welcome. Okay, I think what I will do, I'm making this all at once. Yeah, I'm making this all at once, so I don't really need to separate these. Like, I'm doubling the recipe, but I don't need to make two batches. I'm making one batch, and I'm just pouring it into three different pans. So I don't think I need... I'm just like, usually when I'm doubling something, it means that I'm just making two separate batches. I'm kind of coming from yesterday's cookie stream, where I was like, oh, I'm making, multiple batches of something. So I'm not today. So we can just kind of double everything and combine it in one bowl. Combine the brown sugar and cinnamon together and set aside. Okay, so we have 1 cup of brown sugar. We're going to do 4 teaspoons of cinnamon, because it calls for 2. 1, 2. Ray, welcome in. Hello. See, it's your birthday month. I love a birthday month. A good idea. Buy Subway sauces in the store, like the actual specific Subway sauces, or something that is similar. I know, for example, there are like knockoff Big Mac, like special sauce versions in the store. Yeah, apples and cinnamon is a great match. And this bread's fascinating because it has you like layer it right from the beginning. Like it has a really, it has a layer of apples in the middle of it. It's like apples in the middle with some of the cinnamon, with some of this topping, and then apples on top with some of it also. Okay, so I'm just combining those two things together. And we'll let that sit there for a few minutes. Now we get to the rest of this. And I stapled this recipe together, but I'm going to tear it apart here so I can actually look at just both pages at once. In a large mixing bowl, combine the granulated sugar and butter until smooth. Okay, so we're going to mix in the mixer, which we have to get the mixer out. Let's do that. Let me wipe this counter here real quick. I've got sugar all over it. There we go. All right, let me get the mixer out. Brown sugar and cinnamon are already here. So we're going to do granulated sugar and butter. How much butter? 2 sticks of butter. Let me plug this in. I got 2 sticks of butter, which have been out on the counter for a little while now, softening. So that's good. So we'll pop those in here. Woodard pie. Sounds like a lard. Remember, it sounds like a lard sandwich. I got this cookbook from 1929 recently, and it uses a lot of lard. It's very fascinating. It also describes the avocado as the tropical jewel and tells you that a really good sandwich is a mix of mayonnaise and avocado, literally like a 1-to-1 ratio. And I was like, no, sorry, but you're wrong. Sugar, 2/3 of a cup of sugar. So I need a cup and a third. A cup and a third. I'm like, math is weird. Okay, 1 cup and 1/3 of white granulated sugar. Modern, that is a good idea. I love the little tip of microwaving the apples just to like give them a little bit of warmth. It really doesn't take a whole lot to caramelize apples in a pan either. Like I just did that yesterday for our cookies that we made for Cookie Club, and it only took 6 or 7 minutes to caramelize 4 apples worth of cookie, or 4 apples worth of like diced chunks, which is quite a bit. You've seen Dylan Hollis make Woodard pie. He's the one who does the retro recipes, right? You have to cool it for an entire day. That definitely sounds problematic in the sense of if you wanted to have it quickly. That does not sound convenient. Okay, this is locked in. We are going to combine this until smooth. So I'm going to let this go slow for a moment until the butter kind of works its way to chunky. Okay, and then I'm going to let that go 1, 2. Okay, so we're gonna let this go for a moment. Excuse me. I'm gonna get my eggs out. Oh, I stirred that cinnamon in, and I'd already sneezed a time or two today, but I stirred that cinnamon in, and now I'm like, oh. Okay, 4 eggs are going into here. So while this is going, we'll crack these eggs. 1, 2. Well, the recipe calls for 2 eggs, but since we are, again, doubling, crack these into a bowl. So those go in along with the vanilla. How much vanilla? 2 teaspoons, so 4 teaspoons of vanilla extract total. Yeah, the magic, TV magic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I spilled the rest of it in. Oh well. That's fine. We have more vanilla. That's not the end of the vanilla. Hand towel. All right. Almost there. This isn't quite smooth. I'm going to turn it up and let that go a little bit more. So we have that. Flour and then baking powder and milk. Okay, so the flour you just put in 3 total cups of flour. So let's get my flour. I'll measure that out into a container because I'm gonna measure. I'm gonna use the cup measure for this. Almost smooth. And I've got more flour in here if I need it. Rather, I have more flour in my cabinet if I need it. I think I'll have just enough in here for this recipe. 1. Oh, I should have weighed it. Oh no! That's it. 2. And then when I'm finished measuring this, we're going to scrape down the sides of this bowl and let that go for another 30 seconds or so. There we go. I need to get more flour out of the cabinet before we do our next recipe, but this was fine for now. Dan asked if I watched The Simpsons growing up. I was exposed to The Simpsons. I wouldn't say that I watched it regularly. Functionally, I didn't really have television channels until I was in like college. My house growing up from the time I was like, how old was I when we lost the TV? We got our basement redone and they drywalled over the place where the antenna was connected from the roof to the TV, and then it just never got plugged back in. So like, no, I didn't really watch The Simpsons. I watched The Simpsons sort of in like from basically like 2002 to 2006. Yeah, I say lost the TV because like when I was a kid, like when I was Calvin's age, I watched like Saturday morning cartoons, right? But I didn't really watch that much. We had like an antenna. We got, 4 channels and that's it. And we didn't really, like, my mom didn't watch any TV at all. And it was in the basement. It was in a weird spot. Like I just didn't watch it. I didn't grow up watching it. And then We got the basement redone, and the TV literally went away. No more channels. We only had VHS tapes. And yeah, so I watched like 4 movies when I was a kid, and that's it. Flour and baking powder. Mix in the milk. Where do I mix in? Oh, the nutmeg isn't even in this recipe. Got it. The nutmeg is with the other recipe. But the baking powder, I do need to add. Okay, so let's do one more moment or two of this. How much baking powder do I need? 3 teaspoons of baking powder total. And I have more baking powder. Again, we're like getting to the end of my powder. Okay, good. We're getting to the end of some of my ingredients here. So really, literally scraping the bottom. Modern Worker asks, what is it you're making? I am making apple cinnamon bread right now. After that, we're going to make a pumpkin bread, or like right on the heels of this, I'm going to like wash the mixer, and then we're going to make pumpkin bread like right away. And then we're going to make quiche. And while the quiche is in the oven, we're going to make chicken salad. So that's what we're doing today. It went downhill after season 6. Well, how many seasons of The Simpsons are there right now? Better question. Simpsons premiered the year I was born, Camille says. That's incredible. Hold on. Add the eggs and vanilla and continue to beat. Okay, so I added the flour. I added like a sprinkle of flour a little too early. I hope that's okay. I hope that's okay. It's ruined. Oh no, it's not ruined. It's not actually ruined. Inner monologue. Shut up. Shut up. It's not ruined. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. Dry ingredients are going in eventually anyway. Don't worry about it. 36 seasons. Wow. It's been bad for about 30 seasons is what you're saying. Isn't it? It's the longest running animated show, isn't it? I appreciate The Simpsons when I see it. I always find it pretty funny. Okay, now we add the flour. So I'm gonna add the flour and stir. Add the flour and stir. So we're adding a little bit at a time so it doesn't just like poof. Used to like South Park, but it got over the top. I think that there is I love that shows like that still exist because they provide an interesting like social foil. The way that they make those episodes and how contemporary they can make them, I think, for me anyway, like I think part of the value in some of those shows is, especially South Park, is how quick they can turn around an episode. Like, oh, thing happens in the news, like 3 days later, South Park episode that just like absolutely sends that thing up. And I think that's kind of fun. I like that. I like that aspect of it. I hear you that maybe like the quick turnaround or sort of the ability to iterate on it doesn't always lend itself to the highest quality like writing. But I think that there's also value in expedience. Like the show maintains its relevancy because it can be so quick. And honestly, I think it's one of those shows where like, you know, every once in a while you're going to watch it and you're going to get mad. You're the one who it's intended to piss off. And like, that's okay too. Oh yeah, Simpsons is on Fortnite now. Okay, so they're trying to get relevant with the kids. Got it. I didn't realize there was a first Simpsons movie where they started fighting Cthulhu. Again, it for some people it jumped the shark immediately. For some people it hasn't, and I again, I think the value in those shows is the fact that at some point or another in 36 seasons they have pissed everyone off, and that's cool. I kind of like that. Add the milk. How much milk? We're gonna add oat milk to this. I'm not using dairy milk. We're gonna add oat. So we're gonna add 1 cup of oat milk. I'm adding oat milk because I have opened it, and so we're using it. Confirm that it's a cup. We're doubling this. Calls for a half a cup. We're doubling. We're adding 1 cup of milk. Just like Family Guy. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. I'm sure those episodes turn around pretty quickly too. I'll admit to not watching any of them currently or historically. We're self-deprecating most of the time anyway. Valid. Very valid. I think that getting offended by something like an animated TV show should be cause for a little bit of self-reflection. That's my take on it. Like, oh, I'm offended. Why am I offended? Why are they making fun of this? What is it about this that's triggering me? We're mixing the milk. Okay. Oh, hold on. Oh, sloshing out. Okay, we're mixing. There's a lot of milk. It's supposed to be half a cup, but now it's not. Okay, we gotta mix slow here. And then I gotta scrape this down and mix again. They brought back Brian after time. Yeah, that was the dog, right? Hey, spoiler alert, Brian died. Didn't know that. But what are you gonna do without the sarcastic talking animal in the show, really? Who's carrying that torch? I know, right? Listen, I should say that I don't care about spoilers, and so I'm not. I was making light of the fact that I didn't know that, but I don't also. I neither do I care either. I'm not going to be like, you ruined it. You ruined it for me. Megan, yeah, same. I have no idea. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. I mean, that's like standard comic cartoon behavior, though, right? I mean, I remember when I was a kid, there was a series of like, Superman died and he was killed by like this guy, and then there was like a bunch of new Superman characters, and then like, I don't know, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that like Superman is still alive in like current version comic books. Just a guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure they didn't actually kill the Superman character off back in whatever year of the 90s that happened to be. I suggest not watching that episode. I was gonna make a joke about it, but like I'm probably not gonna watch that episode. Hey, y'all. Surprise, surprise. We have a cat. This one doesn't talk. This one doesn't talk, but maybe he'll sit with me. Hey, baby. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Can you give me the paws? Big paws. Good boy. You want to sit next to me today? We tried to chair train him the other day. We'll see if he sits. We'll see if he sits. This is a good cat. This is Ash. Ash is my baby. Ash and Obi and Elsie, who we have not seen today, but if I'm guessing, I believe that we will see Elsie today. Just in general. If history shows, if history like bears out, we'll see. Oh, we'll see Elsie today too. He's purring. Dr. Hexma, yeah, I hope you enjoy your lunch. What are you having for lunch today? I hope it's good. October Camille says, I think it's weird that they had Brian dating humans and having sex with humans a lot. I do think it is an interesting facet of the show that he has such human behavior characteristics and yet is still like beholden to being a dog, like getting taken to the vet, getting shots, wearing a collar. Like he references like not wearing pants sometimes, and it's like, I don't know, in the versions of in the show that I've seen, which I haven't seen a whole lot of the show, to be fair. Catalina, I am not familiar with the nuances of their the way that they portray trans people. I feel like if I'm guessing, it's it's probably not great. Neil, welcome in. Talking about Family Guy, a show that I have seen probably 20 episodes of total. Chicken Alfredo from Pizza Hut. We were just talking about Domino's. We got Domino's last night. Okay, we have our batter ready to go. I'm going to leave this here. I'm going to leave this right here on the counter because I'm probably going to use this again. Not probably. I am going to use this again. Pour half the batter into the prepared pan. Cover with half the diced apples and press them slightly into the batter. Okay, so we're going to do three of these loaves. I don't know what half of the batter is going to look like. I might only need 2 of these loaves. So let's see. Half of this batter is about that much. So I might just do 2 of these, which I think would be fine. Again, these are for a single breakfast. So if I have like 4 total loaves, and this is for 10 people, that's probably plenty. And again, I doubled it. So we're going to do, I'm just going to spread this out in the pan. I don't know how much this will rise. I don't think this rises a ton. I know it does a little bit, but I'm not, again, the last time I made this was years ago, so I don't really know. Yeah, Catalina, yeah. I mean, that's just a sort of like othering and turning it into a trope. I don't love that. Unfunny and unnecessary. Yeah, it's like, it's very low humor. I think, that show was sort of built on low humor. But yeah, I mean, obviously I don't love that. Not obviously. I don't love that. I might judge you for the Domino's. Maybe yours is better than the one near me. Usually go with Pizza Hut or Papa John's. That's fair. You can feel free to judge me all you want. It's all right. I judge myself over it. A little bit of batter got on the counter. Ash, what are you doing? Ash is over here on the counter. Aha. He's slowly heading towards the sheet pans that had chicken on them. Right now I'm making apple bread. So this is this is the apple bread version. So I'm doing diced apples in the middle here. So we get diced apples, and we push them into the bread. Or push them into the batter. Yeah, Catalina, I mean, I love making my own pizza too. Hey. Y'all, I want you to go to YouTube. There's a link in chat. And I want you to hit the subscribe button. The reason that I made that segue just there is because I have a video. So I'm starting to post more on YouTube, like, you know, video content. And one of the videos that is out there that is not a short is about folding and shaping pizza dough. So if you'd like to learn a little bit more and see how I personally shape my pizza dough, you can go to YouTube and see just that. Now, it takes a little longer than ordering from your local pizza spot, but I agree, it's very good. Sprinkle with half the brown sugar and cinnamon mixture. Okay, so we're sprinkling this with brown sugar and cinnamon, and we're going to spread that out too. So I'm going to spread and spread. Okay, put a little less than half. There we go. That's about half. Let's kind of shake these. Pour the remaining batter over the apple layer. Top with the remaining apples. Add more brown sugar and cinnamon mixture. Okay, so let's add the rest of this batter in here. Sprinkle? Sprinkle? No. I'm going to spread. Okay. I'm going to make a third one of these. And I definitely added... Yeah, because as I'm like adding this batter in here, I'm like, oh, that's a lot. And that's like almost up to the top. So we are gonna do a third one of these. Because as I'm like getting into this, I'm like, oh, I do have enough for a third here. You know, you found the channel organically. That's kind of amazing. The pizza dough is not organic. Do you know what the best flour for making pizza is? I know what kind I use. I mean, in general, a 00 flour is ideal. I usually use I think the King Arthur bread flour is pretty good. I think Bob's Red Mill does a specific pizza flour that I've used before that I've enjoyed. I know King Arthur also does a specific pizza flour, so you know, the King Arthur one I think is the one that I've used the most and had sort of the most consistent results with, but only because I've used it the most. Like, to answer your question directly, like, no, not really. Just 00 flour and let it rest for 48 hours and it's going to be stretchy enough to do really whatever you want with it, I think, is my professional assessment of that. Okay. We're good. I'm sort of spreading this dough out. I wish I'd have taken a weight for this bowl before I did this, because I would have been able to, like, y'all know that I would prefer to have weighed this first, and now that didn't weigh it, I'm sort of kicking myself for not having done that. But that's okay. It's really genuinely okay. It's all going to work out in the end, is what I tell myself when I haven't done the thing that I wish I'd have done. But that's okay. Don't dwell on it. Just let it go. Let it go into the corner of the pan. That's what we're trying to do. There we go. Okay, we did it. And now we add apples to here. We add cinnamon. Wait, I'll spread the apples out. Add the cinnamon sugar. Spread that out. And now add the rest of the batter. Spread that out in a moment. Hold on. There we go. Usually put the other side of the spoon in your mouth, but not if you want to use it again on the food. Okay, that is as good as that is going to get. Not quite. There we go. We'll get it into the corners with the spoon. The spatula is, this dough is very sticky. It's tasty, but it's sticky. There we go. Sofa says I use store brand 00. That's a nice one. 00 from Amazon, Catalina. Yeah, I like, yeah, just whatever 00 you can find is good. I occasionally will get my bread flour from Reading Terminal Market, from a store called the Head Nut. They have bulk bins there, and so it's like super cheap. But I have no idea what brand it actually is. It just is like 00 pizza flour. It says like 00 flour pizza / bread, and it's like, okay, cool. That sounds good. It's not expensive, so perfect. I'll wipe my counter here. I've got that's where all the rest of my batter went, right onto the counter. I didn't realize how much it spilled out over the side. All right. That towel is got batter all over it. All right. 1, 2, got 3 little bread loaves here ready to go. I'm going to take the rest of the apples, pour the remaining batter over the apple layer, top with the remaining apples, add more brown sugar and cinnamon mixture. Okay, cool. So apples go on top, and let's spread those. Spread those out. I think for this bread, it's more important to have apples in the middle than it is on the top. At least if I'm remembering this correctly. Black Hex Mikey, enjoy the rest of your workday. If you're hanging out towards the end of your day and don't have much else to do, we'll probably still be live. I am probably going to be live until time check. It is 15:01 right now. I'll probably be live for at least another 2 hours. I might be taking Calvin to karate tonight. I might not be. I'm not sure. I'd like to finish stream today by 17:30 my time. It's 5:30 p.m. That would give me time to take Calvin to karate if he is interested. And otherwise, he might not be. But you know, we're not really on pace to do that though, because the quiche takes an hour to cook, these take an hour to cook, and we still have more bread to make. So we're gonna hustle up a little bit here, maybe. But I'm putting these in the oven. I'm putting these to one side because in hopefully short order, we get our pumpkin bread in. Now, the pumpkin bread is less complicated, so it's probably going to take less time. 50. This one says 50 minutes. 5000. Okay. Take this over to the sink. And we're going to drop that in. All right. The quiche is also less measuring. Everything after this pumpkin bread that I'm making requires like zero measuring for me. If you wanted to make it as a recipe, like the chicken salad, there is a recipe for that. If you wanted to make the quiche, I have a ratio for that I use, but generally speaking, it's not. We're not using any kind of recipe. Bleached white flour, classic bleached white flour. Okay, we'll get back to this apple cinnamon bread in a little bit. We still want to make a glaze for the top of it, but that's super easy. Making glaze, as we saw last night, is like seconds. Okay, so we're turning our attention to this cookbook. It might look familiar. It says literally cookbook on the front of it. But we're going to make their easy, best ever pumpkin bread. Prep time, 20 minutes. Bake time, 55 minutes. Cool time, 10 minutes. Let stand overnight. If you add a tablespoon of olive oil to your dough. The pizza recipe that I use uses a ton of olive oil in it. It's great. It's so good. Preheat the oven to 350. Done. Grease the bottom of 2 9 by 5 by 3 inch loaf pans. Done. 2. Yeah, this recipe is already doubled. This is sneaky. Okay, if I'd have doubled this, I would have I'd have too much pumpkin bread. I'm glad I read that. Ash, come here. Hey, buddy. Come here. Sit on the chair. You can make that jump. I promise you. I'll catch you. I'll catch you if you miss. Come on. Come here. We're trying to get Ash to be a chair sitter because he wants to be on the counter, but he wants to be present. Come here. Come sit on the chair. You can sit on the chair. If you sit and you stay, you can be here. Okay? Sky Blue says, can you really have too much pumpkin bread? No. And yesterday, I wasn't even planning on making pumpkin bread, but it came up because I was like lamenting that I didn't have bananas, overripe bananas. Beat the sugar and oil with an electric mixer on medium speed. Add eggs and beat well. Set sugar mixture aside. Combine the flour, baking soda, salt, cinnamon, and nutmeg. Add the flour mixture and water to sugar mixture, beating on low speed after each addition until just combined. Beat in the pumpkin, spoon batter into prepared pans. This one's super easy. All right, I do have to wash my my mixing bowl though, because I've only got one, and it very recently had apple bread mix in it. So give me a second here. I think after I get this pumpkin bread in the oven, we're going to clean the counter and take a quick 3-minute break for words on stream, and I am going to run an ad at that time. So just a heads up, we're going to get this bread in the oven because I really want to do that. It's important that I do that on the stream because it's part of the schedule, and I'm expecting to have it for breakfast on one of the upcoming days. So I do want to get that done. But we're like I said, we're gonna take a quick break just after that, so I can load the dishwasher and reset for our next step. I need in the sink currently is the bigger bowl, and I am going to need that for chicken salad. So that's an important facet. Okay. Could probably do it with a hand mixer. Probably could. But this is already out. It's already on the counter. It's clean. And while the butter is mixing, I can do the other steps. So this is, I don't love using the hand mixer. I think it just is like, I don't know. It is easier to clean up. I will grant you that. Beat the sugar and the oil. So we're going to, I need to get more sugar out of here. We have 3 cups worth of sugar. And how much oil? A cup of vegetable oil. Yeah, so I'm not doubling this recipe. I'm going to single version this recipe. We're also going to measure this because that will actually go quicker. So a half a cup of sugar is how many grams? 109. I need three cups of sugar. Yes, that was the calculus. So 109 times 6. Wait, 109 times 6 equals 636 grams of sugar. So definitely all of the rest of that. And then add this. And we were talking about this earlier in stream about how I was thinking of using butter instead of vegetable oil, but I'm going to use vegetable oil because that's what the recipe calls for. I'm just making this recipe as it is written. Right? I am doubling the recipe, Mrs. Syntax, but I was measuring a half a cup. So 3 cups divided by 2 is 6. So I appreciate your looking out for me though, because I'm often doubling things, but I was measuring a 1/2 cup measure. So we are doing the right thing. Where's the vegetable oil? Hold on. Aha, there it is. I was like, I have fresh vegetable oil that I did not use for deep frying somewhere in this kitchen. Here it is. Okay. 1 cup of vegetable oil in a large bowl, in an extra large mixing bowl, beat the sugar and oil with an electric mixer on medium speed. Add the eggs and beat well. Set sugar mixture aside. Okay. So I am adding 1 cup of vegetable oil. So this is a half a cup. 1. And then 1 more. I did look down though, and I was like, is this a half a cup or is this a third of a cup? We can't. You can put that bowl in the dishwasher. Well, I can put this bowl. I put this one in the. Are you not supposed to put this in the dishwasher? I put this in the dishwasher. The hand mixer, though, you can put the beaters in the dishwasher too, though. So like in either case, you're using the dishwasher nicely. Although the thing that I don't love about the electric mixer is you have to like literally get it out. It's like here, it's like this big thing that you have to sort of do. The KitchenAid says not to. The KitchenAid is, I don't know. Okay, I believe that it says it. I just put the thing in there. I didn't read the directions, Neil. I just put it in there and I took the Rocky approach. If he dies, he dies. You know. Yeah. Sky Blue, I do like the idea of an oatmeal crumble. I'm not overcomplicating this today though. I'm trying to get through the things. I don't want to add to it. If I was just making pumpkin bread, that's definitely a suggestion where I'll be like, oh, a little bit of butter, a little bit of oats, a little bit of brown sugar. Perfect. Sounds great. I only just noticed the cat. The cat has not been here the whole time. He is, I'm trying to chair train him so that he sits there during stream. That's the goal. I'm also a snake person. I've never let them meet. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. Okay, we're beating this together on medium speed. Then we're going to add eggs. So we're going to add 4 eggs to this. Eventually. I'm going to crack the eggs first. And we'll just kind of let this... We'll let this mix for a second. I don't know if it's going to do anything, but we're going to let it mix. And with butter, it would cream together, but I don't know if oil does that in any meaningful capacity. The butter creams together partially because it heats the butter up, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll let this one go. Yeah, I'm assuming, Neil, I would assume the same thing, that it's just like the way that it's soldered on there. Yeah, over time, I can imagine the handle might become loose, or the bottom might come looser. Something might fall off of there. It is multiple pieces soldered together, so I just didn't read the directions. I made some assumptions and let it go. Mix on medium speed. Add the eggs and beat well. Set the sugar mixture aside. Okay, well, I would say this is beating well. Oh, sky blue. Yeah, they could fill up with water. That's true. They could totally just retain water in there. That makes sense, actually. Because there are little cracks in between the handle, or not the handle. There's little cracks in between. Maybe not. I thought there were. Maybe there aren't. Add the eggs. Beat well. How many eggs? 4 eggs. 4 eggs. Got it. 4 eggs. Beating well. Let those go for a moment. Combine the flour, baking soda, salt, cinnamon, and nutmeg. Okay, so I am almost out of flour in that container, so I need to get more. Now, I don't use fancy. It is, I read a baker that I follow, and honestly, I forget who it was. A baker who I follow on Instagram at one point was like, I don't use anything except like gold medal flour. This is not gold medal flour. I just realized this is not the same brand I'm talking about. But gold medal flour is like the least expensive flour usually in the grocery store. And one of someone I follow who I trust, who's like a recipe developer and professional baker, is like, I just use gold medal flour for everything unless it calls for something specific. And it's great. It works fine for me, and I'm into it. So I was like, cool, I trust you, and let's do it. So that's generally what I use now, except I guess, I don't know why I have this one, but probably because it was available. Well, Uma, that sounds like a delicious dream. A restaurant where you can make your own cake bites. Chocolate covered boba, and you can customize them and everything. That sounds great. That sounds like a good business opportunity. Is it possible to cover boba with crunchy chocolate coating? Maybe. An apple cardamom. I love cardamom. Cardamom is lemony, which I appreciate. Okay, cup measure. This cat, by the way, I have a cat at my feet who is literally, he's like playing with my feet. Okay, I'm using a 1/2 cup measure. I'm going to measure a 1/2 cup of flour, and then I need to, weight-wise, that's 70 grams. This calls for 3 1/3. Okay. That's silly. I should have measured a third a cup of flour. You know, we have the capacity to do that. Okay, 1/3 a cup of flour is this. Oh, hold on. Tear the scale. There we go. This much weight. 44 grams. 3 1/3. So 3, 6, 9. This times 9 is 3 cups. Plus 1 is 3 1/3. So that's 10. I have 44 grams. So that means that I need 440 grams of flour, right? I don't need the calculator for that. Okay. 440 grams of flour. We can do this. This is math I can do in my head. The half cup is not in there. I took it out. Now, I took that out when I was like, oh no, I should have just done a third of a cup. I did. I just poured the half cup back into the container and then measured a third and moved on with life. There we go. 440 grams of flour. And I think I'm not making my own pie crust today. So that's all the flour we're going to need for today. Beautiful. Let's put this back in the completely back in the cabinet. Okay. Now we have our flour, baking soda. We need baking soda. 2 teaspoons of baking soda. I have a half a teaspoon, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 1/2 teaspoons of salt. 1, 2, 3. A teaspoon of cinnamon. And now we're into sort of like pick your territory. A teaspoon of cinnamon. A teaspoon of nutmeg. That is curry powder, which would be good, but not what I'm looking for. A teaspoon of nutmeg. Great. Now we add all that, alternately add flour mixture and 2/3 of a cup of water to the sugar mixture. Okay, so I also need to add 2/3 of a cup of water to this. We're going to use my cup measure for this because that'll be easiest. 2/3 of a cup. This is fine. Beating on low speed after each addition until just combined. Okay, so we're adding our flour a little bit at a time, and water, and mix, low speed, just combined. Catastrophe, welcome. Hello. Adding a little bit more flour. I'm just like slow walking this flour in. And then we'll add the rest of the flour. And the rest of the water. And we'll finish the mix of that. Beat in the pumpkin is the next step. Best part about measuring any type of thing that needs best type of measuring for water is this is clean and you can just put it on the drying rack and it's done. And it's just done. Okay, we're gonna add these things all in the sink too because we're slowly clearing off the counter here. Okay, I'm gonna scrape this into the. I'm gonna scrape the bowl here because we have a bit of flour around the outside. So scrape that. Now I added the flour at the beginning, so there shouldn't be, or at the end, or in the middle, the end. So shouldn't be any pooling on the bottom because that usually happens when you add the flour first, and then it's just sitting on the bottom. Okay, and now I'm adding a can, one 15-ounce can, confirm this is a 15-ounce can, of pumpkin. So we're just using the like pumpkin pie, 100% pure pumpkin can. This is not the pie mix version. This is the just pumpkin. Again, a lot of folks sort of, I've heard a lot. Most recipes that I've seen this season anyway call for Libby's brand specifically because they don't add anything to it. There's like no salt, there's no sugar, it's just pumpkin. And a lot of folks appreciate the lower moisture content of this brand. Apparently that is a big selling point, at least that I'm sort of seeing on the internet from a variety of people whose opinions I trust about baking. So, all right, we're gonna mix in a can of this until combined, and then we're gonna put that in our bread, our prepared, they're not pre-prepared. I prepared them during stream. I didn't Anyway, I'm going to stop talking now. The bread pans are prepared whenever the hell I prepared them. It doesn't matter. They're ready to go. And we'll be ready to put pumpkin bread batter in them in about 45 seconds here. So let's let that mix. Again, after I pop these in the oven, we're going to reset the counter because I'm going to turn to quiche making. The quiche is going in already made pie shells, not pre-prepared pie shells, pre-made pie shells. Big difference. Not a huge difference. There's a significant difference in the level of effort, but that's about it. Okay, I'm like getting antsy to wipe my counter off because it is there's like it's not I'm ready to wipe the counter off. We need to wipe this off. Okay, let's see. I hope, maybe we're gonna look on the bottom of this bowl because I think I have the tare weight written on the bottom of this bowl. Maybe, possibly. Fuck, I don't. I used to have the tare weight written on the bottom. I can see where it was written, but it's like faded. Hold on, I have a little flour in this. A little loose flour. There we go. I thought I had the tare weight, so that would have been helpful. I don't. We're just going to go with it. All right, we're going to estimate about a third in each of these pans, and then we're going to come back. I'm not weighing these. It would be too much to do in this moment. And I know that's really unlike me, but I'm just kind of, we eyeballed all those apple muffins. I'm feeling good about just kind of eyeballing a third here. Point to measure mine. Well, I do appreciate it. I will say that I will be measuring this again because I usually on many of the bowls in the house. Look at the cat. He got up there on his own. Good job, Ash. Good boy. I see you. He got up there on his own. If you're watching the vertical stream on YouTube, you can't see that there's a cat on the chair to my left, your right on stream. But I promise you, he's there. On the horizontal version, you can see him. He is hanging out with us. We're doing it. We're training this cat. He's learning. He's learning. Okay, these are ready. Interesting. That took me 25 minutes because my breads that are in the oven right now have 24 minutes and 50 seconds left, and they were in there for 50 minutes. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to open the oven. I'm going to open the oven. I'm going to rotate the breads that are in there. I'm going to like turn them and move them to the other side of the oven. And then we're going to put the pumpkin breads in where the ones that are currently in the oven are now. So come on over here. We're going to hopefully let's see if this camera works. Yeah, it does. Okay, great. It's not like I didn't think it would work, but it's been reluctant to stay on recently. So we're gonna take these breads. So while I'm opening the oven, we're just gonna take these and we're gonna move them. We're gonna rotate and move. And then we're going to put the pumpkin breads where those, just right there where those are, or were. And then we're going to close it up again. And in 25 minutes, we're going to take the apple breads out, and then we're going to do the same thing to the pumpkin breads. So this is nice. I'm really only going to open the oven at the halfway point for cooking these. And I kind of love that, honestly. Okay. Well, there we go. Breads are in the oven. Oh, I didn't realize how far in that camera was zoomed. Yikes. Sorry. So I mentioned earlier, hold on. Bake 55 to 60 minutes. Okay, so we're going to do 55 minutes on the clock. Okay, I remember to set the timers for everything I need to set the timers for. That's ideal. Now, cool pans and wire racks, removed from pans, cool completely on wire rack. Okay, I'm done with this cookbook now. I don't need that. I don't need this one anymore. So I'm going to put this. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about 5 minutes and clean up the counter. During that 5 minutes, I'm just going to put everything away. And then when I'm sort of ready to move over to the sink, we're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads, and I'm going to do the dishes, a couple dishes in the sink and a couple, we're going to do a couple dishes, and then we're going to load the dishwasher because I need the bigger bowl in the sink. I don't need anything else that's in there. So everything else can go. And anyway, we are gonna run an ad during that time because that way I can just do the dishes. And I'll put the camera on the sink while I'm there. The 1935 version, Neil. Yes, I grew up, I think, with the 1960s version in my house. I'm pretty sure that's the version my mom still has. This one that I have is from 2010. And I know that they have updated it. I don't know if they update it every year, but I know it gets updated regularly enough to. I know it gets updated regularly enough. Let's. Whoa, hold on. That is still way zoomed in. We don't need that. Let's change the color on that so that it's like a normal color, and then we can move that so that it is looking down, but not directly into the light. And there we go. All right, so we can actually see the breads in the oven now. That's cool. All right, for the cinnamon bread, I need glaze. cup of powdered sugar. So we're gonna do the glaze. I'm not gonna make. I'm not gonna mix the glaze right now, but I am going to measure out the powdered sugar, because that'll be the last like real measuring that has to happen on stream today, and that will be ideal. That would be ideal that I don't have any more measuring. Modern Warfare, you've never seen the cats on the kitchen counters. That's impressive. If I turn around, my cats are like, if there's food up on the counter, one of my cats specifically is like on it. It's like her like sole task in life is to like get the food on the counter. Especially if that food is human food. She loves it. All right, 34. That was a quarter cup. So I want to do 34. I want to double this one. I want to double because I doubled this recipe. So 34 times 4 is 1 cup times 8 is 2 cups. 34 times 8 is 272 grams. Okay, so I want 272 grams of powdered sugar. Let me get that 272 grams of powdered sugar. What's the street value of that? That seems like a lot. We're talking about the baking ingredient. Zach, welcome in. Hello. 240, 50, 255. Oh my God, is this going to be the exact amount? 260. Fuck off. Okay. So we'll just have to put a little bit less liquid in here. That's plenty. I'm not opening a new bag of powdered sugar for those last 12 grams. We're not going to do it. Did I set my did I start my timer? I did. Okay. Sorry. I had a moment where I was like, I didn't start my timer. Let's put these away. So the powdered sugar we can go away. The cinnamon, the baking soda, the sugar, the regular sugar. This recipe can go away. The ground nutmeg can go away. Not using nutmeg in anything else. Not using. Okay. What else can go away here? Am I using brown sugar for any other recipe today? I am not. Okay. So those can all go away. That all is up in this cabinet. And I thought I was going to need to use more butter. I thought I was doubling one of the recipes. I'm not. So I can put this butter back in the fridge. This cookbook can go away. I still have my eggs out for my quiche, but that is fine. I wanted those to be at room temperature, and they are now. It's been a while. All right, that's good. This towel is done. Oh, I just threw it and it landed on Ash and he looks like a ghost. Buddy, sorry. Come here. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to throw a towel at you. It landed, it like opened up and landed completely on top of him like a blanket. Mix, hello. Mom made the mistake of giving the cats a little tune-up once. They would all come after that anytime anyone would open a can. That sounds accurate. Yeah, they learn, and they learn quick. And they're like, hey, we heard that you were feeding. We heard that you were feeding yourself. Perhaps you'd like to feed us too. Clip. Does the clip command work? I don't actually know. Mix, hi. I don't actually know if that clip command works. Funny. Fun fact, I have no idea. Okay, here's where we're at in stream. We've done well. We're doing well. We're a little behind time-wise, but that's not shocking because streaming. That's it. That's the whole, that's the verb and the noun. Chapstick Queen, you have banana bread. Excellent. I was hoping for banana bread this trip, but we landed on the pumpkin bread. which ended up being super easy to make anyway. So I'm hopeful it turns out. Now I want to preface all the things that I'm making today by saying, especially the breads, that I'm not cutting them today. Like, we're not going to be able to see whether they're good or whether they are. We're not going to see whether they're good looking inside, because it really is inside that counts for people and bread. But we will get to taste the chicken salad. Same thing with the quiche. We're not going to see the inside of the quiche today because I'm not going to cut it because it's not for today. So there. Made it a week ago and pulled it out last night. It's best after it sets for a day or two. It really is. It never lasts long. It never does. That's why I'm making 4 loaves of bread today. Like 4. This is for one breakfast for 10 people, to be fair. So, okay, here's what we're going to do. I am going to take a quick break to do some dishes. Now, if you're new to stream, you may not know that usually we run 3 minutes worth of ads at the top, or I say at the top, during every hour. We haven't been doing that today because I don't have the energy to deal with ads. Just straight up, I don't want to deal with ads today. I don't want to let them automatically play. If you're here and you're not a subscriber, that means that you got a pre-roll ad. However, we're not doing like ads every hour. That said, I am going to run a 3-minute ad right now while I do the dishes, or at least like triage the dishes in the sink. I have to wash the bigger bowl. I have to wash that's it. I have to wash the bigger bowl and the spatulas. Everything else is either going in the dishwasher or going to soak, which is code for let someone else do it later. We all know this, right? I'm going to put up a game of words on stream. And we're going to do a 3-minute ad. So that's for the next hour, folks don't get pre-rolls, and that's it. Yeah, there it is. That's my reasoning. Fruity Pebble Rice Krispie treats. Catastrophe. That sounds amazing. It sounds amazing. I love that Rice Krispie treats are so versatile. You can just like make Rice Krispie. Like Rice Krispies is itself a brand, but you can just like make that version, make that style of thing with really any cereal you want, I think, right? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to steam this broccoli. Instead of, it's going to boil a whole pot of water and blanch it, but I'm going to steam it instead because that's going to take a lot less time for the water to heat up, right? Right. That said, I also need to cook this sausage. So the quiches are next. The chicken salad is last. This is chicken salad. This is a good like temperature now, room temperature. So let's do a couple things. I'm going to put this chicken in the fridge because really it would be great if it was cold by the time I made the salad with it. I'm going to get this sausage out, turkey sausage, because we're going to put that in the pan. So we're ready, almost ready for quiche. We have this is going to be for the broccoli. This is the turkey sausage. I'm going to put in the large cast iron to brown, and the broccoli is what we're going to do next. We're gonna do the sausage in the pan on low, and I'm going to cut the broccoli while that's happening. We'll steam the broccoli. When that's done, we'll shred the cheese, and when that's done, the bread might actually be finished. Where's my timer? Did I literally just put my timer in the thing? Pause. There it is. Okay. 10 minutes left on this apple bread. The apple bread is the one that looks on the screen here. The apple bread is on the far right. So it is this one, where my finger is, above there. It's the one that looks more finished because it's been in there for twice as long as the other one. Anyway, why don't we take a little break? We're gonna play a game of words on stream. So here's the view. Here's the view for that. How do I start words on stream? Where is it? There it is. Okay. We're gonna run 3 minutes worth of ads, and then when that's finished, I'll be back. I'll be back. Okay. Now that I got the big word out of the way, I know that none of y'all would have gotten that one. I'm just kidding. So many people did. All right. We're gonna run 3 minutes worth of ads. We'll be back in a moment. Yeah, like legit. Be right back.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. I am definitely not going to finish anything at this sink in 3 minutes. I'm just like, I'm very self-aware that is true. So we're going to prioritize, See what we can get done. While the water is heating up, we're going to put as many things into the dishwasher as possible. And once that is warm, we'll just switch to washing dishes. Oh, my quarter cup measure just went down, all the way down into the disposal. Jesus. Okay. Come on out of there, friend. You don't need to be in there. It was like, I'm going for it, and just jumped. It went all the way in. I don't even know how it fit in there. I just had to stick my hand in the disposal. Terrifying. Just absolutely terrifying. At least I didn't succumb to the intrusive thoughts that I have, which is just turn it on, see what happens. Like, no, brain, I'm not going to turn the disposal on. What are you talking about? We don't want to do that. Okay, so washing the bigger bowl and the two spatulas. And then we're going to set the sheet pans in here to soak. And that will be that. Everything else is in the dishwasher. Actually did pretty good with dishes so far. Not a ton. But the bigger bowl is important, because we're going to do a lot of chicken salad in it. And the bench scraper. Of course, the bench scraper. Okay.
It's over!
All right. Very cool. Thanks for waiting, y'all. I appreciate it. We got 2 more guesses. Everybody gets at least one or one more. Yeah, everybody gets 2 more guesses, unless you guessed in this round already, and then you get 1 more. But I'm finished washing the dishes I wanted to wash. Now we've moved on to putting the sheet pan in to soak. Because that's a thing. All right. Let's do Y'all, if we do one more game, I'll be fully ready. I'll be fully ready to start again. So we're gonna do one more here, even though the ad break is over. That way, I'm mentally all there and don't have a sink that is 90% of the way. Okay. So thank you for hanging out for one more words game. I've almost got the sink to a good spot. And the goal is always to end stream with no dishes in the sink, but that is such a lofty goal. It's exceedingly rare that ever happens. But it is nice when it does. Okay. Those are good. Everything there is good. We're soaking. Dishes are soaking. Or sheet pans are soaking. Dishes are not soaking. Dishes in there. But the dishwasher is full and everything in the dish pan has been rinsed and is ready for the next step. Okay, great. Now I can get my stove ready to go. Get the stove ready to go. Whoa, screechy. And all right, let's start preheating this cast iron pan. Blow the dust out of it. TMI, probably. All right, preheat that pan, and then we're gonna put the sausage right in there in just a second here when we come back. All right, y'all, thank you for indulging me with one more game past what we usually do during our break. Your patience has allowed me to do the dishes I needed to do, to load the dishwasher, to get all the rest of the dishes in the dish pan and rinsed off and ready. The sheet pans are soaking. The stove is ready for our next step here, which is the cooking the sausage. So we're going to drop the sausage into the cast iron pan. I've got turkey sausage here. This is turkey sage, like breakfast type sausage, I think is how they described it. So I've got this pan here, ready to go. It is, let's put a little bit of oil in there. And we're going to do quiche now. So I'm sort of expecting, I've got 30 minutes left on the bread in the oven. That's the pumpkin bread. I have 2 minutes left on the apple bread, which like, I don't know. We'll see. We're probably going to leave it in there for another few minutes. But that is all sort of moving and ready to go. Once this meat is cooked, the broccoli is steamed, and the cheese is shredded, and the eggs are cracked, which is a lot of eggs. For 4 quiches, that's 18 eggs. No, 24 eggs. 6 eggs per quiche. That's the ratio. 6 eggs, 2 cups of topping, or 6 eggs and 2 cups of filling per quiche. That's the ratio. 2 cups of whatever you want to put in it. So that's what we're doing. Are you feeding an army? I'm feeding 10 people. Yes. So no, but like, yeah, most of us are passive. Not pacifists, passive. There's a difference. But we're going to put all of this meat in here at once because why not? Look, that's a lot of meat. Okay, this is just on medium. So I'm going to spread this out in the pan, and then we'll put, we'll let this kind of sit because I want this, it's going to cover the bottom of the pan. So the bottom of it's going to brown. And then in a few minutes, we'll just chop it again and stir it again. And again, eventually this will all just cook off. This is pre-made sausage. It's already been seasoned and is good to go. I don't need to season this any further than it is. Okay, so let's just let that go. Timer is going off for my apple bread. Original timer here was 50 minutes. The directions say bake for 50 minutes. There's no range until a toothpick inserted into the center comes out clean. Well, let's look in the oven and see what we've got, because now we're basically halfway through the pumpkin bread. So let's see. This apple bread is looking really good. Pumpkin bread is looking on its way. This I'm gonna give that another 5 minutes, just because my oven is at 3. Oh, cool. Camera froze. Great. Anyway, bread looks great. The bread looks great, I promise. I tried the other day to do get this this stove camera to work better. It doesn't work that great. But there it is again. It's on now. It does smell like Thanksgiving, Glenn. You're right. It's because I'm making pumpkin and apple cinnamon bread. That's why. Okay. Well, it's working again. We'll see. This camera has been... Ooh. This camera not working is like a canary in the coal mine for me. Are you all familiar with that phrasing? When that camera stops working, oftentimes within the next hour, maybe 2 hours, the stream crashes. My encoder overloads and the stream crashes. So, like, knock on wood, hopefully that doesn't happen. Did we lose our supervisor? We did. He abdicated his post, and he went on break like for a little while. I don't know what he's up to now. If he comes back into the kitchen, I'll move the chair back. I'd like to get a stool there. That would be the ideal scenario, is having a stool. But we don't. Anyway, cat stuff to do. Yeah, he's busy. He's busy. Got shit to do, you know? That's how it goes. All right, we're gonna do our broccoli now. And I have this head of broccoli is from recipe testing last week, so this is older, so we're going to use that first. And we're going to I'm just going to cut this up into florets. Now, I mentioned earlier that, you know, the ratio is basically 2 cups per quiche. We're going to end up with like 4 cups of meat total, for sure. So I'm going to cut up about 4 cups of broccoli. I'm going to cut them pretty small. I'm going to cut the florets up, and then we're going to steam them, they should finish steaming roughly the same time that this meat is finished cooking, if I'm guessing. And just wag a knife at you. And another thing. Okay, so we are cut this up. Let me wash my hands here. Hold on. So the quiche is next. I have frozen pie shells. So what we're gonna do is we're making our filling. Once the filling is finished, I'm gonna dump the meat and the eggs into the meat, and we're gonna dump all of the filling into a large bowl, like this bowl that holds quite a bit, and mix it all up. That way, it's all it all is mixed. It's not like I'm not getting any more or less of one type of ingredient in any one quiche. What I'm going to do then is I add the dry. I add the nope. Sorry, this is going in the wrong cup. There we go. Okay, we're adding all of the non-egg ingredients. So the broccoli, the cheese, the sausage. We're adding all of that in. And again, it's a ratio. So generally speaking, with per quiche, you want about 2 cups of dry, non-liquid ingredients, and then about 6 eggs. And I add a little bit of milk as well to the eggs. Some people do, some people don't. It's really up to you. Salt, sugar, salt, pepper. I was going to say sugar, but you do you. I don't put sugar in my quiches. Chef Adrian, welcome in. Hello. Good to have you. Hope you're doing well. I assume, based on the name, that you are a culinary enthusiast in some capacity. Although some of the chefs that I know are not enthusiastic about they're not as enthusiastic about it because they do it for work and it can be draining like any job. Nice to meet you. So with the broccoli, I was gonna blanch it, but then I was like, I was thinking about blanching it, but then I was like, no, because I'll lose. It'll just get waterlogged, and then I'll have to drain it, and like, meh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like the idea. A professional chef giving streaming a try. Amazing. Have you? I profess to not having run across your channel before, which is not surprising. Have you streamed yet? Have you gotten into it already? I'm asking because I love pointing people to good resources. I think my line of questioning is more around like, do you need? How's it going? better question. And how is that going? $200 says, what does everyone put on their Italian subs? Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Velos, welcome. Ew. Oh, I thought you were saying W Lou. I was like, obviously W. Like, mayonnaise is a W. I am who I am. Don't. I am who I am. Excellent. You streamed already. Cool. Did I follow you already? If I did, I'm sorry. I probably did. I probably did. If you streamed in the food and drink category, I usually go through and check out anyone who streamed into the category and follow them too. Unless they only, I don't follow people who streamed into the category if I go to their channel and then it's like they did one meal kit box and then haven't done anything food and drink since then. Then I don't really follow them. But anybody who's streamed a couple times in food and drink, I usually follow. So I may have. Oh, damn, this sausage smells good. Gwen said it smelled like Thanksgiving in here. Now it smells like breakfast because this is just breakfast sausage that I'm cooking. Okay, I said I was going to give that bread 5 more minutes. I neglected to set a timer, and now it's been in there for definitely more than 5 minutes. So let's take that out because it's probably finished by now. I should do the toothpick thing, but realistically, I don't know. I hate doing the toothpick thing. It always feels so performative, and I don't know if it works or not. We're gonna do it anyway because it says to. We're not using a toothpick though. We're gonna use a kebab stick. No, we're not. No, we're not. Bug it. We're going off of vibes. Neil, congrats on making affiliate. That's amazing. That's a nice little perk. A nice little perk for you. I'm glad to hear it. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Boom. Ta-da! Ow, Adrian, you're too kind. You're very kind. That is super nice. And I appreciate hearing that. I can't say that any of my like nothing that I did the same. So I definitely understand that. And I think that Twitch is a place where my experience on Twitch is that the people who aren't helpful are not going to last. Or who don't sort of, I don't know, I don't want to say make an effort to reach out, because that's not even what I'm saying. But like, I don't know, people who are like, I'm just going to do everything my own way. I'm like, not going to look at anything else anyone else does. It's like, it doesn't really track with like what Twitch is as a platform. All right. So these breads are, yeah, these are good around the outside. So I'm looking at the edges of the apple breads that I've got in here, and they are looking good. They're nice and browned, and they're starting to pull away from the pan. So to me, that's good. We're good. So let me take those out. I'm just leaving the oven open because then it's gonna like preheat more. This is true. None of this actually does matter. God, you're so right about that. This is probably the part where the camera dies. I don't know if it's still moving or not, but anyway, these pumpkin breads are in here now, and oh, it is still moving. Cool. Well, there we go. Let's turn this back on because that just turned into a nightmare. And we'll drop that down. We'll put that in there, and there we go. Uh-oh, my son is home. For those of y'all who are familiar, for anyone who's new to the channel, my kid just got home. He's 10 years old. He's in 5th grade, and he is going to be coming in here probably like a cannonball, talking, making, telling me about his day. So I'm going to be a little bit distracted for like probably 10, 15 minutes until he settles down and gets on his iPad. So just FYI.
Hello.
Hello. Here we are.
What is this? Hold on. Let me get apple bread.
It is apple bread. I'm sorry that you can't have any. It's for my trip.
Oh. Okay. I thought you said you were making banana bread. Are you making two?
I'm not making banana bread. No, I didn't have any bananas. I didn't have any bananas that were old. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. You need like old bananas to make banana bread. So, and we didn't have any. So, so there's that. That's because I registered the scooter under him. Yeah, that's fine. He's an insurance agent. Oh, did you get the text? You got the text.
What text?
Oh, no, not a text.
Oh my god, what? What?
The text to meet at the store.
Oh yeah.
Y'all just, I see.
I fucking panicked for a second thinking you texted me asking for something at the store, and
Oh.
yeah, he called me.
Oh, okay.
He said meet me at the store.
Okay. Fair enough.
I said,
Boris, hello, welcome. Username, welcome.
And then I said it's instead.
we'll go now and not later.
Okay.
And am I doing that or are you?
At this point, you. I'd prefer to be me, but at this point, probably you.
I want to see.
Because I gotta throw that quiche in the oven. If I can get that quiche in the oven
Do you want to keep it?
in...
Yes, I want to keep that. I
Yes.
always want the plastic bags. Don't ask your father.
Yeah, Mom wants the plastic bags for all the animal poop.
Put shit in there.
Literally, she got shit to put in there. We have 7 cats in the house right now.
Stop saying it like that.
What do you mean stop? Like what? What does it sound like when I say we have 7 cats in the house? It sounds like a lot of cats, doesn't it? because it
Yeah, but
is.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't count. It doesn't count.
Can you please
4 of
open
them are
it?
Fosters. Here, take this off.
Oh, right.
4 of them are not even 1 pound.
Can I open this? I don't need to open
You don't
it.
have to
You
open
don't take
it.
it off. It's like
New
it's got a thing. It's
You just pop it up. Like, hello?
the sugar rush. It's in my veins.
Chris.
But it has 2 grams of
Yeah.
added sugar
You ready to be on stream? Ta-da! The family's here.
I look like shit.
You know what's coming.
Huh? What? I know still garbage.
Gwen told me to download that sound and play it when she comes on stream.
Garbage.
So that was not me being
But I
a
don't
troll.
care because looks aren't important. It's
Yeah.
personality. And mine really shines. I get shut on all day by stupid fucking boys.
You are a
Mom, this
strangely
isn't-
dislikable person.
Wait, I didn't hear that. What? What did he say?
It's Haymitch from not Game of Thrones. What's that movie?
Hunger Games?
Hunger Games. Close enough.
What did it say?
Listen.
You are a strangely dislikable person.
Dude, I literally can't hear that.
It says you were a strangely dislikable person. I was talking about myself.
Literally everybody likes me. So,
Okay.
all of them.
I know. Folks in
This
chat.
one, the animals.
Folks in chat like
I'm
Gwen.
a Snow White. They all come to me.
I know.
Want to sing K-pop?
Do it.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm going back to my literally.
Do it on stream.
Back to the basement she goes.
Oh my.
What happened?
She was literally like.
Oh my god. Listen, y'all, I said when the family makes the entrance into the house, it just turns into this for like a few minutes. Also, I have meat on the stove still.
She ran.
Oh my
around
God.
and, like on the walls.
Okay. We're cruising into landing.
Okay.
Wilma, I might have seen your message. Hold on. I have to scroll back up. It's still at the I'm at the bottom. The message feed is at the bottom currently, and there are messages that I did not see. Good chaos indeed. No, it's true.
No.
It's true. But this is just what happens. We're we're resetting. Cal, was school good today? How was school? Long.
Good.
Long?
Yeah, I finished an essay.
You finished an essay. Cool.
A painted essay about the book we're reading.
Okay. Yeah, I saw all the notifications coming through. They were panicking me earlier. My phone was vibrating in my pocket, and then I was like, what's happening? What's happening? Okay, well, that's cool. I'm gonna cover this meat with a little bit of with a piece of tinfoil, because it's a lot of meat and I want it to cook all the way through, and I don't have a lid big enough for this pot. Okay, so also I keep forgetting that this is on the stove literally at all, so I need to set a timer. Let me set like a 5-minute timer just to check that.
How did these towels here?
Okay, how did the towels get up there? I was using them. Kathy, hello, welcome. All right, hold on. I'm going to scroll back up here. Adrian says, my son is 7 months old. That is super cool. I love that age because you can still just strap them into the stroller and like go places and they don't complain about it. It's kind of nice.
Okay, I want to make
Neil, congrats again on making affiliate. The community's been supportive. And I'm imagining that you also have a little bit of a... Sorry, Gwen was like, "You're not even listening," and I was like, "Oh, was I supposed to be listening?" But I wasn't. She was talking to Calvin. Thank you. Bullet dodged. Neil, I also imagine that you've had a little built-in support from. I know that your partner streams as well, so I'm imagining there's some cross pollination. Cross pollination is the nice way to say that. Which is great. Which is like amazing. That's super if that's the case. Boris, hello. Username, hello. I am now saying that, and I realized I did say hi to both of you. Anyway, yeah, hanging out in food and drink streams. Totally. I hung out in food and drink streams for months before I started streaming myself. Because I was like getting ideas. Exactly, Adrian, getting inspired. I think that just like learning, also like just learning sort of anything. It's hard to get started. Getting started and like going live for the first time is the hardest aspect of it. Do we need a timer for the bread? Dan, we have a timer for the loaf that's in there now. Thank you for asking. Bella says, I came to Twitch because I don't see that many cooking shows anymore that you show you how to cook. Keep seeing the chef competition things, which is okay. I prefer to see how people cook a dish and not people competing. Same. I like the conversations on Twitch too. It's like long form. It's like a podcast. It's like literally listening to a podcast to me. Often I'm not watching the screen. Homework juice. I know, right? Oh my God. Niels Meals says you look great, Gwen.
Okay.
Gwen said, okay. Well, am I missing, did I miss your message again? When I was scrolling, well, I don't know if I saw it. Was it in chat? If you put it in chat, please post it again. I don't see it, or I didn't scroll back far enough. Called out, welcome in. Dan, thank you for your compliment on the pizza video. I appreciate it. Sound like a professional YouTuber. If you'd like to see the video that Dan is talking about, it's on my YouTube channel. There's a link to that in chat. You can hit it and it'll ask you if you subscribe, and the correct answer is yes. If you want to subscribe, and the correct answer is yes. Kanara has been very supportive. Kanara is just generally supportive, I find. At least she has been to me. Carlos says, I watched for months before streaming, but only really streamed because people kept encouraging me to. I feel like that's probably accurate of quite a few folks also. I think, as I said, like the hardest part is really going live. For the first time, just like in general. And I'm surprised that I did it all, honestly. Not from a sense of like feeling like not from a sense of like not feeling like I was ready to yet, like technically. But I think the thing that you realize too after you do that for the first time is like, oh, here's how I can improve. Right? Like you can't go live for the first time and have everything in place. You would never go. And also you don't know what you don't have until you start doing it, and you, I don't know, make friends on Twitch and then sort of, understand what the people who like to hang out with you want out of your stream and what you're willing to do. And then you sort of meet in the middle, and that's fun. There's a lot of stuff that I knew right away that I didn't want to do. And then, like meal redeems and sort of make my meal types of things. But I think that, you don't have to do those things. Carmi, you dressed your son up as Carmi from The Bear. That is super cute, though. When I said mayonnaise is a W is the whitest thing you've ever said. That's probably accurate. Either that, or something about country music and liking it. Facts. Carlos says being active and learning OBS. Yeah, learning OBS is a big learning curve. When I started, I was using Streamlabs, and I very quickly hit a wall with Streamlabs and was like, oh, I can't do all the things that I want to do with this. And there's been two different times where I've completely rebuilt everything in Stream from scratch. One of them was moving from Streamlabs to OBS, and the other was in OBS moving from a standard stream setup to a nested scene setup. And honestly, going from regular to like nesting all of my scenes, which if you're like, what are you talking about? There's the YouTuber Nutty. I'm sure that if you've like done anything in OBS, you've heard of this person. If you've ever looked up anything about OBS on YouTube, you've heard of Nutty, guaranteed. But he has a great video about nesting scenes, and I would honestly say that was probably the best thing that I did for myself in order to be able to like. There were two, that nesting scenes, and starting to use StreamerBot were the two sort of key pieces that I have in place that allow me every single time I have an idea now, I can execute on that idea when I start working on it, which is key, quickly, because I've done those two things. That's it. Like nested scenes and StreamerBot are like, for me, foundational elements to like being able to have a good stream. So if you're not sure what I'm talking about and you're like, oh, I only have like 1 or 2 scenes that I use, it's a great time to make some changes. If you look into it and you're like, this seems like a good idea. Okay, timer went off. Let's stir this meat. I do not have a camera on the meat currently, but we're gonna do that. Yeah, Crawdle, that's what happens. You go from nothing and you build on it. Or you go from, you just start. I think the hard part is always just starting. You know, folks sort of get scared, not scared, but like, I'm a perfectionist in general in many ways, and when I say I'm surprised that I started streaming, what I really mean to say is like, I'm surprised that I was able to sort of say, okay, I'm like ready to go. There's plenty that I don't know, but we'll figure it out we'll figure it out when I need to. That's not usually how I work. Usually how I work is I'm gonna figure out everything to begin with, and then we'll like go from there. You all know this thing? It's a potato masher. You know what I don't use it for? Potatoes. I use it for meat in the pan. So it's great for like big chunks of meat like this that have cooked and are like solid now. Avo, you know what you could do? A Stream Deck? There is a Stream Deck you can wear. This in fact exists. It's not a Stream Deck though. It is a thing called a Twiddler, which I know sounds funny, but that is the name of it. It is a handheld device that I don't know if it integrates with the Stream Deck software proper. But I know that mostly it works off of like hotkeys in OBS or on your computer. And it's a thing, it's like a Wii remote almost. So that might be something of interest to you. I don't know what the price point is, but I know that it exists. Okay, this is almost ready to go. Almost ready. I'm going to give that another 5 minutes. Yeah. Having a BRB screen. I don't have a BRB screen. Not on this stream. A mic mute button. Yeah. That is definitely helpful. My phone is the camera. Yeah, you can't do it on your phone. Hotkeys on a keyboard and having a wire, like I have a keyboard, but it's wireless. Let's learn how things work. 11-hour stream. That's a long first stream, Crawdalt. Good lord. $230 for a Twiddler. Yeah, that's a lot of money for a device. A universal wireless number pad setup. Oh yeah, yeah. That would actually be great. Like one of the square like 0 through 9 plus like spacebar things. And if you've been into that, then I'm sure that you know how to do that. Like I would not. I would not. I am. My wireless keyboard is has been. I think I'm on my 3rd keyboard now. I just get the cheapest keyboard I can from Target or wherever. Target just happens to be the closest store that sells keyboards to me. The last one I got, that's where I got it from. The next one I get, I probably will go somewhere else. But for my purposes, the reason I get the cheapest one is because the reason that I needed to get a new keyboard was because I spilled liquid all over it. Because it's when I was sitting on the counter, it was just like, well, now it doesn't work anymore. Great. So it's there's definitely a like, oh, oops situation that happened. Okay, we have the broccoli is on the stove. About to we're gonna steam that. My meat is sitting in the pan. That's looking good. We have bread is over here on the counter. You can't see it because it's literally off the camera. But now I think this meat is probably good. I would say this is good now. It's also, it's going to cook in the oven for 45 minutes. So I think we're probably good here. Carl, wireless headphones. I don't have headphones. All the sounds on this stream come through my computer. So like when you play a sound on stream, it plays out loud in my kitchen, which is annoying because the mic picks it up, but also I hate wearing headphones. So like I don't. That was at the end of that sentence. There was no more. Okay, what is that timer for? That was my 55 minutes for my pumpkin bread. Okay, let's take a look at this. This needs a little bit more time. I know that this needs a little bit more time because it is not split in the top. So we're going to give this 5 more minutes. One of them has split, the one closest to my heat source. But the others have not. Let's see if my stove camera is currently functional. Is it? It is. Yay. Okay, so we're gonna. Oh no, it hasn't split. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move these just a little bit, and we're gonna get the ones that are less finished closer to the back where my heating element is. And yeah, I'm gonna let those go. I'm gonna give those, I'm looking at those right now. I'm gonna give those 10 more minutes on the clock, which is fine because I'm not quite finished assembling my heat yet. Computer mic doesn't work when I'm at my stove. Yeah, my microphone is this thing. So the mic is here. This is a wireless microphone. I just don't have headphones for me. I don't have headphones. Because I don't like wearing them. I especially wouldn't want to wear them for a long stream. What was that timer for? That was for my meat. Okay, don't need that one anymore. Don't need that one anymore. I only need... Oh, I should set a timer, though, for... to check that broccoli, because I'll forget. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my meat and move that to the counter over here, because I'm going to transfer the meat from this pan into this bowl, because I want to see how much meat is here. And then we're going to move my broccoli to the actual larger boil burner, which is better suited for what I want it to do, which is to boil. Shocking. Okay. How much is this mic? I actually don't know. I bought it like almost 3 years ago at this point. So most certainly it's more now than what I bought it for. Yeah, that's quite a bit. This is the Rode Wireless Go 2 is the microphone that I'm using. So for what that's worth. Now I said about 2 cups of meat per, or 2 cups of additional ingredients per quiche. I'm probably going to end up doing a little bit more than that. Because this is almost 8 cups of just meat right here. So, I may, if this ends up being too much, I may freeze this. I may freeze some of this and just have meat ready, like just have pre-cooked like meat in the freezer that I can use in the future. Or I wonder if I have another pie shell in the basement. I might just make 6 of these. I can't put 6 of these in my oven. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, that's hot. Shocking. It was just on the stove. Surprise, it's hot. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the sink. Put this over here. So meat is ready. Foil is, I'm gonna repurpose this foil around the base of this pot because my window is open and it is, I can hear it blowing the flame. So we're gonna do that. True Caretaker, good luck. As always, when you do get started, there is a large community of support out there that I hope you know is interested in sharing what they know with you, because that is generally how I find the vibe of the cooking community on Twitch. A lot of people like to talk about what they know. People enjoy sharing information like that, I think. Or I've seen, that's like, I don't know. That's my sense. Neil says, I've had the good luck with the Hollyland Lark M2, 2 wireless lav mics, and a transceiver that plugs into the computer. Yeah, this one has a base that goes into the computer. I actually have this one plugged into a Stream Deck, not the computer, but it connects through USB, so the base station always stays charged. And I have a second one of these because it came with the second one, and it's good because in like a 5+ hour stream, this one used to last for 7 hours. Now it lasts for 5. So the battery drop off in effectiveness has been notable. But it's not. It's still. I mean, 5 hours is still pretty good for a microphone. Okay. I guess. I don't know. I'm not a mic expert. Here's where we're at. Are we boiling? No, we're not steaming yet. Broccoli's still not steaming, so we have a few minutes to go. That needs to cook for a bit. I've got 30 some seconds left. No, I have 5 minutes left on the bread in the oven. I put that in for an additional 10 minutes. It's still a little jiggly, but it's not as bad. So we're good. We're good. That should 5 minutes more on that should be the right amount. A whole lot of food. It is a whole lot of food. We should reset and let me tell you what it is that I'm actually doing today, because Callie. Okay. Daisy's asking to be let out, and I don't. She should be right there. She's right there. Yeah, she hasn't moved. If she had walked out of the living room, I would have heard her. Daisy's barking to be let out. That's what's happening. Okay. Pause. Let's reset. What are we even doing today? Great question. Nobody asked, but here we are. We are, Shayna put the menu command in chat. Thank you, Shayna. Today we're doing trip prep, as the title says, right up here. We are getting ready. I'm going on a trip with a bunch of people, 9 other people, so 10 of us total, for a bunch of days. It's a cabin trip. It's not camping. If you've hung out here before, you usually see me prepping for camping trips. And this is an indoor situation, so it's quite nice with a big group of friends. I'm doing a bunch of breakfasts, so we're doing meal prep for those meals today. The breakfasts for this trip are quiche, which is a sausage, broccoli, cheddar quiche, oatmeal with whipped cream and special toppings, which is like a jar of a bunch of different stuff. Coconut, chocolate chips, marshmallows, whatever else. Like literally just the ends of bags of stuff from the cabinet. That's what special toppings are. We're doing sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich one morning. So there's no actual prep for that. And then the other morning we're doing apple bread and pumpkin bread. The pumpkin bread is what's in the oven right now. The apple bread is over here on the counter. I need to make a glaze for the apple bread, but that's like basically ready to go. So what else we're doing today is I'm assembling those quiches. We're going to bake those in the oven in a few minutes here. Once the bread comes out, the quiche should be pretty much, I was hoping to have it ready to throw in the oven, but does not look like that's going to be the case. All right. Broccoli is steaming. Whoa, that's hot. Let's get one out of there and just see where it is. So the meat for the quiche is ready. Broccoli's not there yet. When the broccoli comes out, I'm going to toss that in here. I'm going to put a little bit of salt on it. I'm just going to sprinkle it with some salt because I didn't salt it in the pot. I'm not going to put anything else on it, but a little salt will be perfect for this. I need to shred the cheese for the quiche, but we'll do that. We'll let the broccoli cool for just a little bit. I'm going to get a container here so I can grind some more pepper. And yeah, this bread is, when the timer goes off in about a minute, I'm gonna take this bread out. That'll be 65 minutes in the oven, so that's plenty. The recipe said about 55 or so minutes. So my oven is notoriously low heat, I say notoriously, but like generally speaking, I find that if it says 350 for 50 minutes, it takes at least 60, if not 70 minutes in the oven. Quiche, for example, almost always takes 70 minutes at 350. It's just how it is. I know oftentimes what I'll do is turn the oven up past the temperature that it says. So if I want something to bake at what I think is 350, I'll put it at like 370. I don't know. How do y'all deal with ovens that are like weird temperatures? Do you actually do anything about it? I don't know. I feel like you just check the food, right? If you like know what you're looking for out of the food that you're cooking. I'm always reluctant to turn it up too much because I haven't actually done any calibrating of anything. So I don't really know if it's that low or high or what. No idea, frankly. So, all right. So timer's going off for the bread in the oven. I will I'm going to pull that out in a second. I'm just grinding some cheese. This is not cheese. This is pepper. I'm grinding some pepper. You can get an oven thermometer. You know, I've had an oven thermometer before. I always feel like it, I don't know. I like the dial ones, just like the regular ones. I feel like I want to add, I want to get a couple different oven timers and just see which ones kind of like take the median or the average between all of them. That's what I think would be ideal. My friend Megan, who is a food writer, recipe developer, author, etc. There's a link to all of her like stuff in chat. She recently did something testing oven thermometers, I believe, and had some conclusions. I'm going to talk to her. Actually, I'm going to be talking to her tomorrow. We have a monthly little gab session in the mornings, most months. Okay. This is, I'm looking at this and I'm like, honestly, it's still a little bit raw looking to me, and it hasn't gotten brown on the edges and pulled away from the sides. So like, I'm still making quiche here. I'm gonna let this cook for another like 10 minutes. Like I think I opened the oven too, like several times here, and I do think that it's just not quite there yet. So we're gonna give that. I'm gonna put 10 more minutes on the clock, and by the time that timer is done, maybe, hopefully, probably not, but we'll see. I'll be finished with the quiche prep. I'll be ready to put quiche into the oven. Okay, I think this broccoli should be finished now. I turned off the steam. Let's get a piece of broccoli that has the stem on it. Yeah, that's done. Okay, I'm going to bring this over and take this out of the pot. Now, I don't need to... I can just use a spoon and get this out. I'm going to put this in the bowl and salt it. That's the next move. This is hot. Okay. Oven cycle above and below the temp you set. This is true. I mean, like, I've opened this oven, 3 times since I put that bread in. It has not been able to, like, be as efficient with maintaining its temperature, so it is totally reasonable that it hasn't cooked yet. Okay, this is in a steaming basket, so I'm just scooping out everything that I can here. That is hot. Can't grab that. Not with my hand. Okay, hold on. Let's pour the water out of that. We'll put that into the sink. Put a little bit of water in there. And I'm gonna salt this broccoli. Chase, I have no idea if my oven can be recalibrated. The oven itself is more than 10, less than 15 years old. Your mom had to relearn how to bake. Yeah, and that's like, that's kind of where my head is at. Is like, as long as you know what your oven, how your oven feels to you as a cook, you can use it. It's not, if it's consistently 10 to 15 degrees below what you think it should be or how you feel it should be, then act accordingly. All right, let me wash my hands here. So everything is ready for my quiche except my cheese. So we're going to get the cheese out and we'll grate that, and then we'll be good to go. I have 2 types of cheese. Well, 2 types of cheddar, mild cheddar and sharp cheddar. So it is, I'm gonna grate that. Grate that directly onto this cutting board because it's already dirty. Where's my grater? There it is. Craving for chicken wings. Well, me too now. Yeah, an oven that leaks. Yeah, leaking temperature is what you mean, right? Or like it leaks heat. That's what I assume you mean. Like when you say leaks, you mean that it just doesn't hold a temperature. Yeah, heating elements not working to their maximum. Totally, Sky. And part of the reason that I keep a pizza stone in the oven, right? Like a big pizza stone. This is a gas oven, yeah. part of the reason I keep a pizza stone in there is as a heat sink, so that, you know, it takes less time when I open the oven for it to come back up to temperature. That was one of the big motivations for getting like a large pizza stone. That and the ability to like make pizza effectively. But I wanted to be able to have, part of my motivation was like, hey, I can just put this like big pizza stone in there. I can leave it in there. And over the course of a day like today, where I'm cooking, you know, multiple things in the oven, multiple different dishes, I'm opening the oven time and time and time again. It's leaking heat out every time I do. Like, the stone helps keep things, helps keep things nice. So that's why I have it. That and the pizza. All right. There's some cheddar cheese. Lonely Life, welcome in. Set of granite pans. You know, I'm not familiar with those. I mean, I'm not familiar with the cooking, like how to use those as a cooking surface. I think for most things, more important than the spray that you're using, because I assume when you say spray, you're looking for like non-stick functionality. Anything that has the ability to retain heat in it, granite would certainly be a rock that can retain heat. I think the more important thing is preheating your pan. When the pizza stone helps keep things consistent. Yeah, totally. Well, I mean, it helps keep things consistent, but it also helps keep, you know, the stone is hot. So, you know, it's not just air escape. The air that rushes in is being heated by the stone in addition to the heating element. For my like cooking oil spray, I usually use, if I'm using a spray, I use olive oil. Mostly when I'm cooking, I use olive oil too. But I do think that preheating your pan in almost every case is more important necessarily than the type of oil you use. Cast iron, that's true. Stainless steel, that's true. I've never used granite, but I'm imagining that it is, you know, you preheat it long enough, and it is more non-stick than if you had not. Okay. Great. Great, literally. 25 and it feels like 16. More snow at 9 p.m. You're using Fahrenheit, correct? Yeah. Shocking. Okay, obviously, Lou, most people are using Fahrenheit. You're the one that's different. I choose to use Celsius because it makes me feel superior. No, because it is more applicable to like the rest of the world. Anyway, I saw 25 and I was like, damn, that's hot. And I was like, wait, no. The sentence did not take the direction that I thought it was going to take when I read the first part of it. No, it's snow. Good Lord. No, thank you for snow. I'm all set with that. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I am going to add the... how am I going to do this? I want to... We're making 4 quiches, right? I'm just going to divide this by 4. And I said that I like to mix these all up in a single bowl, but I'm not going to do that today because I sort of have these separated, and mixing them into a single bowl would just create more dishes and chaos. Anyway, so I am going to mix the cheese together because there's 2 different types of cheese. So we're gonna do a little like cheese toss in the bowl so that we can incorporate these. But then we're gonna do I'm just gonna eyeball it. Adorable, welcome in. I use Fahrenheit because degrees should be based on circles. You mean not 10? Circles instead of the number 10? All right. Okay. Like I said, I like metric because it makes me feel more in touch with the world. It's Smile, you're great. I had to change my name due to trolls. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you had to change your name. Trolls are awful. We had someone in chat yesterday who was trolling in YouTube, not on Twitch. Although, trolls, if you're out there, you're being very quiet today, so thank you. Maybe you've learned something. And I'm not talking to the people who are usually here who troll. I'm talking to the new ones. Have I ever done sausage balls with cheese? I have not. I have not. Supposed to have 100 at body temperature. Interesting. Okay. So it's supposed to be 100, but they were like, nah, 98, 98.6. That seems reasonable. Isn't 98, is 98.6 the degree? Is that still the body temperature, or have the youth changed things? Okay, let's check these pumpkin breads again. These are looking a lot better. Okay, we have started to pull away from the side of the pan on these, so I feel good about these now. All three of them have pulled away and have some slight splitting on the top. So that's excellent. And now we can get our quiches in here. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to fill 4 pie shells with solids. Then we're going to crack a bunch of eggs. And those eggs are going to... I'm gonna kind of eyeball the number of eggs we need based on how much solids are in these shells. Proto, what inspired you to try overnight oats? Overnight oats are fun and easy, and I love it. Twinderella. That's funny. I'm not familiar with sausage balls at all. A specialty for Thanksgiving and Christmas time. Interesting. "180 degrees from freezing to boiling." That is fascinating. You know, now that you give me context for why that one is actually for like the idea of an arc and like why that is part of it, that makes me less resistant to it, because it's like I see the point. Regular cheese, sausage and cheese. I mean, you've basically got a sandwich in a ball there, which is not going to argue with that. Cleaning the kitchen out for Thanksgiving. Yeah, that's a good idea. That is one of those things where it's like, yeah, you kind of have to. You get to the point where you're like making some food for Thanksgiving and you open the fridge or any holiday, any like food prep situation, and you're like, oh shoot, oh no, I need room. Okay, yeah, we're definitely gonna have a bunch of extra meat here, so that's fine. I will just put it in a container and freeze it. Totally fine. Okay. So we're adding the broccoli. We're adding a big handful of cheese to each of these. Come on over top here. Let's take this view. Fahrenheit because the degrees are smaller. I just like Celsius because it's base 10. Because like it's base 10. I like Celsius because everything above 0 is... Because 0 is freezing, and like that makes sense to me. My brain likes that more. I'm not an astronomer. The math is easier. For temperatures of like what it's like outside, I don't feel like I need too much more nuance than what Celsius provides. Okay. There we go. So cheese is in. I'm going to lay a bunch of sausage on the top of this, and then we'll add whatever else. So I'm just taking some of that pepper that I just ground and putting that on here. The meat is going to be salty. The broccoli I salted as well, so I'm just going to do a little sprinkle of salt. Modern Warfare says, I love being a full-time chef until time to clean up. Yeah, I mean, cleaning up in a few minutes here. Once I put this quiche in the oven, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to play some words on stream, and I'm going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch, which I get it, no one likes, but like I'm going to do the dishes. I'm gonna continue to work on the dishes. The dishes need a bit of the sink needs a bit of love. We've gone back to having a very full sink right now, so I need to load some stuff into the dishwasher before we go too much farther into stream, so that I have space in the sink. During that time, we're going to run a 3-minute ad on the Twitch platform, and I will do the dishes, or I will triage dishes, as I like to call it, during that time. Little note for anybody who's interested on YouTube, there's a link to that in chat. There is no monetization, so if you are interested in hearing me ramble during the ad break that we have coming up, I will be doing that over on YouTube. Just in general, as we play a game of words on stream. But that's not quite happening yet. We still have some eggs to crack here and quiche to throw in the oven. So just a little heads up for y'all that we will have an ad break coming up, but it's not happening right now. Okay, this is great. We have 4 quiches that are basically exactly the same, give or take a few grams, if you will. We've got meat, cheese, and broccoli in each of these. So this is almost ready to go. I'm gonna put this meat. I cooked way too much meat, so we're gonna put some of that on a sheet pan, freeze it, or not some of it. We're gonna put all of it on a sheet pan, and I'm gonna freeze it because I'm not gonna use it soon enough to leave it in the refrigerator, and freezing it will be just fine. Then I will have some meat ready to go for when I want it. It's already cooked and like ready to go. And probably will get done. Probably will get eaten the next time I make quiche, honestly. Because this is like perfect for that. I way overestimated how much meat I was going to need for these, obviously. Fidel, welcome in. I'd eat that like a bowl of cereal. You know, I did think about it for a second, and if can I be real honest with you? If y'all weren't here and nobody was watching, I would probably get a spoon, a big spoon, and dip it into that and take a huge bite of that. But I'm a little hesitant to do that in front of y'all because I got self-confident. I felt like it would make me look like some sort of ogre. But now that I'm mentioning it, fuck, it's so good. Anyway, see what you get if you just ask. Channel point reward. Eat spoonful of meat. Okay. Let's see. Oh God, please don't. Where can I put this? Here we go. I'll put this right here. And then I'm going to take one of these ice cream pints and put it underneath so I can support the front of it. Okay. This bowl is empty now. I'm going to scrape this leftover, the rest of this into the sink. And I'm just going to crack the eggs directly into this bowl because who cares? Because literally who cares? It's not going to... It's not... They're all going to the same place, and I don't need to dirty another bowl. And that bowl is certainly big enough to fit 18 eggs. I'm also going to take the rest of the cheese and put that into a container. So I can put that in the fridge. There we go. Tacos or hamburger helper. Tacos is a good idea. It's breakfast sausage. That's really the issue, Lonely, is that it's very... it's like not quite taco. Oh my God. The recipe's in Discord. Sweet. Thank you. Rhetorical. It's easier for fractions. That's fascinating. I didn't consider it that way. I mainly do all of my recipes by doubling, so I don't know. I just like grams are more precise when you're cooking. Clean as you cook. Yeah, I try to, and I do more of that if I'm not streaming. But I do plenty while I am streaming. I try to do plenty while I am streaming. Mish, welcome in. Good to see you. Hi. Welcome. It's nice to have you. Thank you for coming through. I hope y'all had a good stream. Are y'all, is there ads? I don't know how it works when we have a raid with the ad program turned off. Just being honest, I genuinely like, I'm not positive exactly whether or not we get ads. So I don't want to be like, hey, blah, 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 blah. And then have people be like, hey, I just came in after the ads. And then I'm like, oh no, I didn't know. But welcome. Hello. DJ Roadrunner, nice to see you. Welcome in. Mish, welcome in. Miss Shelley, welcome in. Hello. What were y'all up to? What were y'all up to in the kitchen today? Sofa, thank you for the shout out. I appreciate it. T Penny, welcome in. Welcome. Did y'all get ads? Was there an ad when y'all rated in? Usually we don't have any pre-rolls on the channel because usually I just like run advertising during the stream itself. So usually we don't. But anyway, no ads. Amazing. Even better. Great. Friends who were hanging out here. Mish is a fellow food and drink streamer, chef, home cook, streams from home, cooks at home.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Dan, don't tell him I don't know what I'm doing. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. It's fine. Regardless, friends who are hanging out here, I really would love it if you would go follow Mish. One of the folks that I followed like really early on in my like food and cooking streaming experience. She's been super supportive of me and of the stream, and I am always thankful for that. One of those folks that when someone's like, hey, I also know this other person, like I watch this person on stream, right? You can usually tell that person is good, like is a good person. So like, how do I put it that way? When someone's like, hey, I follow Mish and I was in their chat earlier, and then I'm like, okay, I have a lot less anxiety when I know that folks that folks have been vetted through your community. Does that make sense? Anyway, hi friends, it's nice to have you. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I develop recipes, and I'm a dad. I live in Philadelphia. Go Birds. Not a football fan, but I know how to speak the language. I love it when the Eagles win because because everyone else who lives in the city makes me happy. Because everyone else in the city is happy. Sorry. Really, I'm really messing this up, aren't I? Anyway. Kiwi, welcome in. Anyway, we do a lot of cooking on the stream. I do some IRL stuff out in the city. It's a very lurker-friendly community, so if you are the type of person who doesn't want to be like perceived right away, you're like, I don't know about this guy, but I like cooking, so I might hang out for a little bit. Follows are silent. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages, there's no little graphics on the stream, and I won't say hi to you until you say hi in chat first. So, FYI, if you're the type who likes to lurk, please enjoy your anonymity here and enjoy your lurk for what that's worth. Alternative 3 sauce lasagna. Only your third time making lasagna? What have you learned about it? What have you changed? I remember the first time I made lasagna. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick, by the way, because I'm about to crack a whole bunch of eggs. So I'll come back and tell you what we're doing in a second after I finish washing my hands. Did I check in? You did. Yes, you did. I remember the first time that I understood that there were no cook lasagna noodles, that you didn't have to do like the whole thing. That you didn't have to like make the noodles and like do all of that. You could just like put pre-cooked noodles in. What a revelation. What a revelation. All right. I'm not just throwing I'm going to crack a bunch of eggs. I have my compost bucket down here. So FYI, I'm not just throwing eggshells on the floor. This is not the Middle Ages. We have, I don't think they did that in the Middle Ages either. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Dan, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Cheers to you too, indeed. So here's what we're up to on stream today. Today has been it's not a variety stream, but we have done a variety of things. We're cooking for a trip. I'm going on a trip with 9 other people, so we have a large group. Doing as much meal prep as possible for breakfasts. Now, everyone else, other people have stepped up to cook dinner. One of the things that I learned through the years of organizing this trip is that I don't love cooking dinner, because I cook dinner all the time, and I love when other people cook dinner for me, which is always great. So we're meal prepping for that. Spaceballs, welcome in. Good to see you. Lizzie, welcome in. Nice to have you. Fentropic, hello, welcome. Easy BG, welcome in. Heresies, welcome in. Fobri asks, what cameras am I shooting with? This is an Elgato Facecam Pro. This one is an Elgato Facecam, and if we turn the third one on, this one is also a Facecam. So they're all Elgato brand. But welcome in, y'all. It's nice to have you. I was just started saying what we're actually doing today. April, welcome. Thank you. I'm late, but I'm here. Came with the raid. Well, we love it. There's no attendance policy, so it's not possible to be late. You're right on time for when you were able to get here. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Spaceballs is a fellow food and drink streamer. Has a lovely little community. Welcome. We appreciate y'all. If you were hanging out here, I would definitely encourage you to follow Spaceballs, the username. We were rated recently by Mishmish as well. I would encourage you to follow her, so we can let's connect several people here if we can, because we love it, and that's what the food and drink community is really generally speaking all about. Philly representation. Howdy neighbor, or should I say ayo? Go birds. Again, I really needed that go birds sound. I haven't gotten it yet. Friends who just joined us, I My name's Lou. It's nice to have you. This is a cooking stream. We do IRL stuff. Mostly it's like vegetable forward family meals. We have a really pretty chatty community. We like to just have, you know, regular normal conversations in general. I generally cook a lot of dinners, but I do recipe development on stream. It's a big part of it's a big part of the stream too. So we're not doing either of those things today. We're gonna let me tell you kind of what exactly it is I'm doing with this giant bowl full of eggs. We are making quiche currently. On the counter to my left, your right, there is 2 different types of breads. There's a pumpkin bread and an apple bread. I have a big container of 7 pounds worth of chicken thighs in the fridge that are all cooked and ready to go. I'm going to turn those into chicken salad while these quiches cook. So that's what you can expect. I'm cooking for a group of 10, including myself. Doing breakfasts, no dinners, and I'm trying to prep as much ahead as possible. So that's the vibe today. Generally speaking. I'm not from Philly, but I love the Reading Terminal Market. Me too. I was there this morning. I was going to say I even bought the t-shirt, but I have the t-shirt, but I was there this morning. I did not wear the t-shirt to Reading Terminal. That's like wearing the band's t-shirt to the concert, which like is fine, I guess. You know, it is a lot of chicken. It is a lot of chicken. So Mishmish was saying that she made her 3rd version of lasagna today. Only the 3rd version ever? Is that what I understood? Ever? So the difference is where you made the homemade sauces today. So new part of the process today. I also love talking about the cooking process. Obviously, I do like write recipes, and so I enjoy like hearing about people's processes. Can't eat tomatoes to make a red pepper sauce. You mean like with red bell peppers? That sounds really great. What do you do? How do you get the acidity into them? Because they're very red bell peppers always feel very cloying. There's a word for that, and it's just escaping me. It's no matter. Whatever. Homemade vegan pesto, homemade Alfredo, and homemade garden veggie pesto. Damn! That sounds like a good dinner. I would eat that. I would eat that. Yes, I would. Okay, this is... You gotta sniff the milk, right? Is that weird? Do y'all sniff the milk before you use it? That cannot be just a me thing. Anyway, this is heavy cream. If it comes out chunky, you know you messed up. Always sniff the milk. Yes, see? Not just me. We're making all of these quiches. So I got 4 pie shells in front of me. They're all the same. Everything in here is all exactly the same. Always smell the dairy. Good. I always feel like a... See what happens? See, I get anxious over it because what happens is I do that, and it's fine, and it's like totally okay. But like my partner and our son will like see me do that, and then they'll be skeptical of the milk, and I'm like, no, you don't need to be skeptical. I smelled it; it was fine. But then they're like, are you sure it's okay? And I'm like, yes, I'm sure it's okay. I just sniffed it. That's why I sniffed it. Yes, I'm sure it's fine. Leave me alone. Okay, we're gonna get a big tray out here because I can, instead of putting these, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put these on a tray first before we pour the egg in here. Once I pour the egg in here, it's like super precarious. There we go, we got it. To get them into the oven. So I think I can fit 3 of these on a tray. Can I fit 3 on a tray? Hell yeah, I can fit 3 on a tray. All right, I'm just gonna eat the little pieces off the edge there. And then we'll put the 4th one on a smaller tray on the bottom shelf. The bottom shelf has the pizza stone, so it cooks a little differently. But we'll put the 4th one on a smaller tray. I like to put these on a tray because obviously they're easier to get in and out of the oven that way. mean, maybe it's obvious or not, but they're easier to get in and out of the oven if you have them on something you can hold them with. And small tray here. I'm looking at how much egg I have, and we're just gonna start. I'm not gonna try to distribute the egg evenly between these. I'm gonna fill each of these up so that I know sort of how much each of them uses, and then we'll do. Then we'll have sort of the fourth one. I'm imagining I'll need to crack some more eggs, but I don't know how many yet, and I don't want to overdo it. Thank you for validating my milk/cream smelling. That makes me feel better. My mom used to be a milk truck driver, picking up milk from the farm. She says, always sniff it first. Always sniff it first. Milk, cheese, dairy, anything. Look at it, sniff it. If it passes those two tests, then give it a little taste. And if it passes that, then you use it. I didn't taste the heavy cream, but like, I'm pretty good with the nose. Grilling season is done until March of 2026. Oh no. Oh. You know, where it snows, you can always like, hold on. No, I already seasoned this. You can always turn the grill on and it'll just eventually melt all the snow around it, right? Kathy says, I smell it when it's initially opened. Hell yeah, when it's initially opened. Spaceballs, enjoy. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you just finished streaming, so no need to hang if you gotta go. You need to clean up. You need to like just sit in a dark room for a little while. I get that. I need that too sometimes after stream. Sometimes dairy can go bad before the date. Totally. Yeah. Red bell peppers are supposed to be the most nutritious. The green ones don't agree with me. I like a red bell pepper. They're really useful. Jamie, welcome. When I say useful, I just mean that they're nice too. They're nice for a variety of different things. I make harissa out of them. That's probably my favorite thing I make out of them. April asked, do I pre-bake the crusts? When I'm making my own pie shells, I do. These I did not make. These are some brand of pie shell. I forget what it was. I'll look. It's in the trash. Much like the directions, we have to look in the trash. Better than tasting it. No, totally. Yeah, sniffing it before tasting it is definitely the goal. All right, these are good. I think I need, I'm probably gonna need, that was 18 eggs that I just put in there. I need 6 more eggs because that's, yeah, 6 more eggs. I needed 2 dozen. Lonely Life, I also add milk to all of my scrambled eggs. I don't, I add milk, mostly milk. If I have heavy cream, I'll use that. I'm using heavy cream today because we're always just about using it up. Tunarella says, I learned something new about my husband because he sniffs potatoes. Interesting. That's a fun one.
Potatoes.
We didn't know that. I often put back bags of potatoes because they smell off. Arises, that makes sense. Once you smell the bad potato bag, you'll learn very quickly how to recognize it. I don't think I have. I've looked at potatoes before and not had, and like they've been soft or something's been off about them, so I haven't moved forward with them. Yeah, the harissa out of the roasted red pepper. North African blend. What's in the blend? That sounds great. I do the roasted red pepper, like, because I have a gas stove, so I'll roast it like directly on the burner, and I put it in a paper bag for a little bit. Add a bunch of chili. I think what I have is like chili powder. It's really nothing. The seasoning in it is really genuinely nothing special. I forget what goes in it. I actually use a recipe for it. I have a recipe that I really like. That is, I just keep going back to it over and over and over. So Modern, you will default to cream. I just default to whatever dairy I have. I don't really care. Taste your food while you're cooking, Neil. Yeah, 100% taste your food while you're cooking. That's critical. I've been eating fistfuls of this sausage for like 2 hours, and it's still the same. I'm gonna add 3 more eggs in here because because I have 3 more eggs. And 2, because I'm looking, and I said 6 eggs. per quiche, but I also have a little bit more that I could add to the third quiche here, and I still have this fourth one to fill out. So it looks like a lot of eggs, but like it is, and we're making 4 quiches. So it's a lot. I'm making breakfast for 10 people plus leftovers. So I'm making a little bit. I'm assuming that we're going to need. Not assuming, but I didn't plan for any lunches. The thing that I did differently this year with my meal planning was I did not assume. Nobody's making any lunches. I have other people making dinners, and I have all the breakfasts. I have all the breakfasts covered. The dinners are being covered by other people, and lunches are going to be like leftovers / kind of whatever. People might go out for dinner, whatever, or for lunch. Nobody's going out for dinner. The electric is not it sometimes. No, the electric has its value, but definitely the being able to like just pop a pepper directly on the stove is like kind of amazing. It's not quite what I meant. No, Neil, but it is what I've been doing. Just being honest, I've been eating. Ever since I got permission to eat the sausage with a spoon, I feel emboldened to do more. Okay, oven is at 355. I'm gonna open this up. We're gonna toss the quiche in. I'm gonna ask my dog to please move nicely. I'm gonna ask my dog nicely to please move. Daisy, please move. You are very much in front of the oven. Just gonna pop those in the oven. Am I gonna do that? Yeah, I'm gonna actually, hold on. I'm just taking, that one has like there's a big mound of sausage on the top of that one. So I'm just tapping it down with my finger. This one has the least amount of egg in it, but the egg, like all things, will expand. Not like all things. Sorry. Like egg does, it will expand. Oh, fuck, I just burned my arm. Or finger, whatever. Knuckle. It doesn't matter. We got it. Okay. Let's put the stove camera on. Hey, the camera's still working. Amazing. Oh, you know what I did earlier? I adjusted the white balance on that camera for the stove, and I didn't readjust it for the oven. Now, hold on. Let's take this. That's not the right color. That's right there. That's the right color. Okay. Kathy, enjoy the rest of your evening. It's nice to see you. I hope you have a good one. Thanks for making me hungry. You're welcome. Not my intention, but certainly a byproduct of watching anything food and cooking related. That is, yep. Agreed. Okay. Here we are. We're going to, here's what I'm going to do. Do I have any carrots? I actually don't have any carrots. Alley Cat. And I know that she would like one. This is accurate. My dog is here. Daisy is, where's Daisy? There's Daisy. There she is. Hold on. That's not going to work. There's Daisy. Daisy's here. Daisy's 13 years old. She's a good girl, and she's looking for all the scraps she can find. There are no scraps to be had right now. But she's forever holding out hope. Big yawn. Yeah, Daisy is 13. She is she's a pit bull. She is completely deaf, or almost completely deaf. What are you doing? She's over there looking for something. Who knows what she's looking for? Something or other. She's just over there being a dog. Hold on, here we go. Back to the stove we are. Beautiful. Here's what we're gonna do. Oh, quiche's in the oven. I should set a timer for that, right? Right. 60 minutes. 60 minutes for that quiche. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. If I don't open that oven at all, it's going to take 60 minutes. Okay, here's what we're going to do next. We have a couple things. We have a couple things left. I'm going to make enough chicken salad to quite literally like fill this bowl. This is the bigger bowl. It's not the big bowl. It's the bigger bowl. We used to have a bowl that was called the big bowl, and then the bigger bowl came into the house. But the big bowl was already called the big bowl. So this one's called the bigger bowl. That's its name, even though it is physically the largest bowl that I own. We do have a Food Lover's Companion definition. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do our Food Lover's Companion definition. Thank you, Chrono. We're going to ice our apple bread because that's completely cooled over here. It's like ready for its icing. Then we're going to migrate over to the sink for a few moments and do some dishes. I'm going to kind of fill the dishwasher with what I can out of the sink. I'm going to fill the dish pan with what I can, not what doesn't go in the dishwasher. And then when we're finished that, we're going to come back and make chicken salad. The chicken is already cooked. What I need to do for the chicken salad is cut up grapes and cut up grapes and herbs. That's it. I need to shred the chicken, but I'm going to do that by hand. And so we'll kind of do that into the bowl. But while we are doing the dishes, we're going to do a 3-minute ad on Twitch. I said that like an hour ago and we didn't, but we are. So I'm going to run an ad. We'll play a game of words on stream while the dishes are going. And we will, when we come back from that ad, I will come back to the counter and we'll make our chicken salad. But before we do that, we're going to do our definition and we're going to ice that apple bread. So quiche, Q. Other words that start with Q in this definition: quadratini, quadrucci, quahog, quail, quark, quatra. You know what's wild? Q, the letter Q, the definitions. You know how like alphabetically speaking, things are like, you know, first letter and then it's like A, B, C. And so like if we go to the beginning of C, it's like CA, CA. All these words start with CA. Cantaloupe, capicolo, caramelize. And then we get into, you know, the next ones, you know, cayenne, celery. Q starts with QU. It just jumps right to you. Quiche. Pronounced Keeesh. The dish originated in northeastern France in the region of Alsace-Lorraine. It consists of a pastry shell filled with a savory custard made of eggs, cream, seasonings, and of various other ingredients such as onions, mushrooms, ham, shellfish, or herbs. The most notable of these savory pies is the quiche Lorraine, which has crisp bacon bits and sometimes Gruyere cheese added to the custard filling. Quiche is classically baked in a quiche pan, which has fluted straight sides and ranges in diameter from 8 to 12 inches. Individual sized pans are 4 inches and is about 1.5 inches deep. Metal quiche pans have removable bottoms. Glass and porcelain dishes have solid bottoms. Quiche can be served as a lunch or dinner entree or as a first course or hors d'oeuvres. So technically, I suppose, because this is not in a straight-sided fluted pan, this is just an egg pie. The more you know. We did not know that. Interesting. Quiche Lorraine is, I think, so named because the quiche originated in the Alsace-Lorraine area of France. Quiche imposter. I know. I don't even have a straight-sided fluted pan. I've never made quiche in my life. I've just discovered. Whoa. I think I need a moment. Y'all, I've been making quiche on stream for years. I've been making quiche in life for years before that. I've never actually looked up the definition. That's a good one. That is a good one. We can still call it quiche crawdad. I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm gonna see if something. I want to see something. I want to see if there's a definition for QUI quinine. Nope. Quick bread. There is, because we're making quick breads today. Bread that is quick to make because it doesn't require kneading or rising time. I think they could have just ended the definition there. Because the leavener in such a bread is usually baking powder or baking soda, which when combined with moisture starts the rising process immediately. In the case of double-acting baking powder, oven heat causes a second burst of rising power. Eggs can also be used to leaven quick breads. This genre includes most biscuits, muffins, popovers, and a wide variety of sweet and savory loaf breads. Speaking of quick breads, let's make our icing for our quick bread that we have now. We're using 4 tablespoons of milk and a little bit of vanilla extract for this. So I have my powdered sugar already here, ready to go. Have a tablespoon. We're going to use oat milk because it is already opened. No other reason. Literally no other reason. Yeah, 2 tablespoons of milk. We're doubling it, so 4 is good. I'm probably going to put 3 in here, actually, because yesterday when I made icing, it ended up being a little too liquidy, and I had to add more of the powdered sugar, and I don't want to do that today. So let's get our vanilla extract out. I put it back. I didn't put it back. I haven't used it yet. I used it earlier, but I used it up, and now we are opening a new one. Y'all, I got a little, hold on. I have to focus on opening this thing because it's defeating me. It's defeating me. Come on. Are you kidding me? This thing's like, no, you cannot have our treasures. The treasure being imitation vanilla. Okay, we got it. We got it. Y'all, a little tip from several people I know and trust about baking. Vanilla extract is super expensive. Imitation vanilla is not, and is basically just as good. If vanilla is not carrying the day of your flavor, imitation vanilla, totally fine. Again, the more you know. Hey bot, thank you. Follows are silent. If you're new here and you're just hanging out and you're like, hey, this is nice, I'm enjoying myself. I don't want to follow because he might make a big deal out of it. I won't. There's no sounds. There's no alerts. There's no big celebrations in chat. I won't say hi to you until you say hi first. So just an FYI. We need 1 teaspoon of vanilla. 1, 2. So lurking is encouraged, I think. TLDR, lurking is encouraged. A cooking definition book. You know what? I found it in one of those little free libraries they have around the city at one point or another, and I was like, this is fun. And I was reading it for a while, and when I started streaming, I was like, hey, this would be fun. And it's had some interesting conversations. Yesterday we had a definition for cheese, and when I looked up the definition for cheese, y'all, it was 3 pages long. Because it went into like the nuanced detail of basically like every cheese. And I was like, all right, real talk, we're not reading all this. Like, yeah, I can't read all of it. We don't have enough time. All right, I had to loosen that up. That was a little too thick. Hashtag thick. But it's good. We're getting there. I'd rather have to add a little bit of liquid than add more of the sugar, mainly because the liquid is on the counter and the powdered sugar's in the cabinet. So it's harder to access. That's all. That's why. Okay. Casual reminder, what we're doing now is we're icing these quick breads, and then we're going to take a quick break. See what I did there? These are apple breads. We have they're cool. They're already baked. So these are like finished. Cool enough that I can touch them on the bottom. There's actually not very much heat under there. I'm just going to ice them right in these pans because these pans come with lids. And yeah, because they come with lids. I don't want to take them out of the pan. There's no reason to do that. But I'm just icing them. I'm going to do one pour over. We'll kind of give that a little shake, and then we'll fill in the gaps where we need to. Oh yeah. Like anything, because these are cool now, it's not going to sink in. So that's what we had with the cookies yesterday. This is basically the same icing that I used for the cookies. It's actually exactly the same. I'm thinking about the recipe for this, and it is the same. So easy enough. All right, these are iced. I'm going to put these just back on the cooling rack. I was saying earlier, I need to package these at the end of the stream. I don't. They're already packaged. They're like just going to live in these bread containers. Now, if I had taken them out of here, I would have, like, the icing would have sort of drizzled down the side, but like, who cares? I don't care. It's not really bothering me that it's not. And if it bothers any of the people that I am going to be feeding this to, then they can make it their own damn selves next time. Please. Is oat milk better than icing than regular milk? April, honestly, no idea. I used the oat milk purely because it was open. Like, I had the other milk in my refrigerator is not opened yet. So I literally made my choice based on convenience. I don't think it's really any different. If anything, I would say that maybe it's better if you're not refrigerating the thing. But it's still supposed to be refrigerated. I don't know if this is supposed to be refrigerated, actually. Like, I have no idea if it would be better or not. But it is what it is. We're not refrigerating it. These are the pumpkin breads that I made. So they ended up separating from the bottom or from the tray a little bit, which is good. We like that I can do this with it and have that be sort of on its own. I'm going to leave these in the pan anyway, even though I can just take them out because the pans come with a lid and I can just, put the lid on it. I don't need to wrap these. Baked and peeled my first pumpkin, Sita. That's cool. What did you do to peel it? So you baked it, right? I'm assuming you whole baked it, or did you cut it in half? I love with squash when you like cut it in half and then you just bake it like upside down and it creates that seal and the whole thing steams and then it kind of collapses in on itself. It's so good. Like when you're baking spaghetti squash. Slices. Ooh, so you got some like caramelization on there. That sounds delightful. What are you doing with it? Are you making pie with it? Is this for next week? Are you already meal prepping for next week? Y'all, making your own pumpkin puree for like pies and stuff makes you feel so superior. It's like making your own mayonnaise. And then you realize like how easy it actually is, and you're like, oh, Thanksgiving's in 2 weeks. What? Maybe you're making pumpkin pie next week anyway. Just for fun. You don't know. It is in 2 weeks, isn't it? Thank gosh. I have not yet made I've made like holiday meals, but only ever made a holiday meal for myself and Gwen and Calvin, my partner and my son. I've never actually done like a big, the two major like holidays, like Thanksgiving in the US anyway, and the Christmas holiday. Jamie says I pulled a muscle using my KitchenAid. Were you lifting it? They're shockingly heavy. Like they really are. I pull mine out from underneath the cabinet, and every once in a while, if I'm like leaning in a weird way, I'm like, oh, this could be bad. I've had moments where I've been like, all right, I might need to drop this thing. Ended up in the ER with chest pain. Oh my God. I've gone to the ER with chest pain before, and it turns out it was indigestion. And I was so embarrassed. I was so embarrassed. Like deeply embarrassed. However, it did get me to get my medical shit in order, which was helpful. Whoa, Sita, you slipped on the ice and fell on your way to return the KitchenAid mixer to the library. Damn. Damn. I bet they would understand that. The library, anyway. Your arms and chest are closely linked when it comes to nerve muscles. That tracks. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like as I get older, I have that desire to like lift weights to have better functional mobility, but I haven't. Every once in a while, for like a couple of months, I like harness that energy and like actually do it, and then I fall off. It is kind of how it goes. All right, we're gonna move the camera. We're moving the camera now. Hello. Sorry for the robust amount of movement that is happening right now on the tiny cam, but we're moving over to the sink. We're going to work on some of these dishes over here and we're going to take a quick break is what we're going to do. True Caretaker, new KitchenAid for Christmas. That is a lovely present. I'm into that idea. How's these quiches looking? Well, they look good. How they taste? Who knows? We'll find out later. Much later. Days later, in fact. Once we're just give me a, we're shifting gears again. So this is the third or fourth gear shift we've had on stream today. We're going to switch it up and make our last big dish of the day, which happens to be, I would say, probably the easiest one. Because it doesn't actually require any more cooking. If you were here at the very, very, very beginning of stream, cooking the chicken thighs for this was the first thing I did on stream today. So we're bookending it with chicken. And we're more worried about me. Good, as they should be. Oh God, don't get your KitchenAid bowl stuck. I've had moments where I've like been trying to wrench the bowl off and it wasn't coming, and I put too much force in and it just kind of like went and I fell. You know what I mean? Like I've definitely done that before. That's a very familiar feeling and not a good one. Okay. These are, yeah, this is, I'll use this spatula for this one. Dan. Forever, we're going to be questioning whether or not that quiche is valid or not. All right, I'm going to change my microphone over because we're at 5.5 hours, and this one that I'm using is about to die. Most certainly, actually about to die. All right, good. We're on the other mic now. We got a fresh microphone. That doesn't mean I'm going to stream for another 5.5 hours. It just means that this one's not going to die. Okay, so here's what we're doing next. The 6-quart bowl lift model. I want that. That's the one I want. They gave her the box. Oh no. Surprise. I mean, I'd still be happy with that present. It's not a surprise. As the gifter, I might be annoyed, but as the gift recipient, I'd be like, okay, hell yeah. I'm into it. All right. We're going to switch gears. In a few moments, we're going to start making our chicken salad. We have about 40 minutes left on the quiche here. So quiche is in the oven. Our fake quiche is in the oven. I should not have read that definition. It's ruined it for me. It's ruined it for me forever. I'm kidding. I'm actually kidding. But I am going to think about it now forever. And I'm probably going to bring it up every time I make quiche. So congrats. Welcome to the lore. We're going to do quiche-ish. We're going to make our chicken salad. That's the last thing we're going to do on stream today. Besides get the quiche out of the oven. So before we do that, and let me say that this is going to take a little while because it's 7 pounds worth of chicken. It's a lot of chicken. It's two sheet pans worth of chicken. Before we do that, we're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. I'm going to do the dishes during that period, or I'm going to like triage the dishes. So if you're interested, you can watch that. While the ad is going on, if you're interested, we're going to put a Game of Words on stream up, so you can play that if you want. Otherwise, we'll be back in a few minutes. So I encourage you to take a break, a little walk around, get some water, get a little bite to eat, stir your dinner on the stove, maybe have a good cry in the dark, whatever you need. We'll be back in a few moments. And when we come back, we're going to make chicken salad. All right. These are not the droids we were looking for. Hold on. Where is the words on stream? There it is. Words on stream. Okay. Hold on. I think I have to restart this. No, I don't. It was right there. There it goes. Okay. Here comes the Game of Words on stream. Here comes 3 minutes of ads on Twitch, and we're gonna switch over to the sync camera, and y'all can watch the sync action happen, as it were.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
We're triaging here. We're just kind of getting everything that's currently can go in the dishwasher is going to go in the dishwasher. And then the rest of it, we're going to put in the dish pan. All right. This is all. Most of this can go in the dishwasher. Some of it cannot, but the majority of it can. This goes on the bottom shelf. This. Okay, these can go on the top shelf. There's one. And some of these gotta give a little scrub too. This is the pre-wash. We do all the pre-wash, and then when it's time to do the dishes, everything is soapy and like ready to go. Or not soapy. Everything is doesn't have any more solids on it. That's the point. Hey, oh shit! I didn't realize y'all cleared that one. Hold on. Sorry, my bad. I usually hear it. That was. Did I run an ad? I did. Okay. I was like, did I just not run an ad? Sorry, I don't have the timer on. That's why the ad thing is not. I like looked to see how much time was left in the ad, but the timer doesn't show. So anyway, a lot of extraneous detail there. Y'all didn't need any of that, really. Okay. For For any of y'all who like me to use my non-dominant hand, I want to note that we have a pretty good opportunity for that coming up as I slice about 1,000,000 grapes. Not necessarily for the chicken, but the grape thing could be. It could get dicey, and not in a good way. Why did I say that out loud? Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. I know that the ads are not everyone's favorite thing. I'm not a big fan of them myself, and I don't generally love running them. We do usually run them during stream, but today I've been really sparse with the actual ad times. This is only the second ad we've done in all of our streaming today. Usually I do more, but today I'm not feeling it, but I did need to get some of the dishes done, and it's a good time to reset. It's a good time to run an ad, because then we have no pre-rolls for the next hour, which is always kind of nice. Anyway. Last guesses, feel free to get them in, because I know you got them. And we're going to be back here in just a few moments. Very nice. Good work. Okay. So we didn't get all of the dish doings done, but we got a bunch of them, and that's good enough. Congrats on 2 consecutive boards cleared. That is impressive. Cal, good luck tonight. We'll see you soon. I said good luck. We'll see you soon. We're gonna have leftover pasta for dinner, okay?
Okay. Pumpkin?
Yeah, the pumpkin pasta.
Okay.
Very good. Very good. Troy, welcome. Handlebar, hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Loving the shirt. I love the shirt too. I do love Red and
Yeah,
Criminal.
is Mom got that already?
She might have gone outside already. I don't know where Mom was. It wasn't my day to watch her.
Oh, you found it.
Okay.
I think you got it.
Okay. Here's where we're at. We got 32 minutes left on the
Dad,
quiche,
you asked what the temperature is?
roughly. Hey Google, what's the temperature outside?
The current temperature in Philadelphia is 6 degrees.
6.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Shut up!
Oh wait, that's not what I want to do. I want to put that back on the quiche. Da 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 da.
Oh, yeah.
That was me humming 76 Trombones by John Philip Sousa. Y'all ever heard of John Philip Sousa? Apparently he was good at the music thing. Anyway, we got about 31 minutes left on the quiche here in the oven. It'll probably be a little bit longer than that. I forget how long I set the timer for. I think I set the timer for 60 minutes, but like, whatever. Whiskey, welcome in. Good to see you. Fellow food and drink streamer, Whiskey Monster. Friend of the stream. Person I've met in real life. User of a Whiskey Monster in her streams does some really good, thorough, and creative kitchen projects in a very efficient way, and also does like drinks on stream. So of many of the folks who are in like the food and drink category, there's not a lot of us. And I actually, no, let me not include myself in this, because I don't drink. But 2, I don't usually do drinks on this channel. But there's very few folks who are like as dual qualified to say I'm a food and drink streamer. Whiskey Monster is one of them. Does both food and drinks. I mainly do like food, and then I drink water basically never. Jesus, Daisy almost just killed me. That was intentional. We're gonna hang out back here and look cool. Did I play it off right? I did. No, I didn't. Daisy's here. Shocking. My dog is here. Okay, what are we doing? We are not making drinks. We are gonna shred by hand 7 pounds of chicken thighs into this bowl. Then we're going to add we're going to slice up just a bunch of grapes until it looks about right. Then we're going to add mayonnaise until it looks about right. Included with the mayonnaise, we're going to add a little bit of dry mustard, and I wish I had some shallot, but I don't. So we're not going to add shallot. We're going to get the acidity. We're going to get the acidity for this. We're going to get the acidity for this one from a little bit of lemon juice. I'm going to add some dry dill, a little bit of curry powder, and then salt, pepper, ya basics. I'm gonna get some gloves on for this because there's no like real issue with doing this by hand without gloves if your hands are clean. Like, hello, you ever been in a real kitchen, like professional kitchen before? They don't always wear gloves. Not for everything. They do wash their hands. It's part of serve safe protocol. But I don't always love getting like chicken in my finger. Like it's just like I'm wearing gloves for my personal comfort, not because it's completely necessary. Anyway, that's how much I love shallot. Do I have any shallot in my cabinet? Oh, damn it, I don't. I just have onions. I have Vidalia onions. Vidalia, do you say Vidalia or Vidalia? Vidalia. It sounds so like snooty when you say it that way. Maybe it's just me. Copy Zombie, welcome in. Congrats or apologies on the new shift. I'm not sure if the new shift is good and wanted or just a circumstance of having a job. Or maybe both. Vidalia. It sounds so like Victorian hoity-toity to me. All right. Yeah, we're gonna. There's a lot of chicken. Holy crap! I love the thing. Okay, see, I'm willing to do this by hand because it's better. The texture of it is better. Like when you eat chicken salad and it's like cubed chicken, I get really annoyed because I feel like it falls apart quickly. Like, does that make sense? Like if you're eating it on bread, I feel like the shredding it means it sort of interlaces more with itself, and has a better consistency. If you're eating it on a sandwich, I should say, if you're eating it with a spoon, it doesn't matter. If you're eating it in like a lettuce cup, it doesn't matter. But I'm putting this on a sandwich and I want it to hold together more. So, working the morning shift is a pain to try to get a workout in. Yup. I'm adjusting to keep on the weight loss. Feel kind of guilty poking while I was awake at 4 in the morning. Well, he's right there. Don't feel guilty. I think hand shredded is better for a sandwich. Yeah, I agree. I definitely, I've done it both ways. I've done it for, different reasons with different recipes, and just like getting in and actually like shredding it, just doing this. And I'm not like pulling it apart. I'm kind of like just pressing it and sort of smearing it between my hands. Sorry if that's gross to anybody who's like vegetarian or vegan, that description, or just in general if you're like to like handling meat. But I like it shredded better. Massaging, yeah, there you go, getting deep into that muscle tissue. I'm in fact ripping it apart. This is exactly what I'm doing with this chicken, is exactly what I want someone to do to me when I'm getting massage. Which is to say, I want you to bruise my bones. Like, literally, get in there. I've never in my entire life had a massage where someone was like, is that too much pressure? And I've been like, yes. Never. To be fair, I've had like 3 massages in my whole life. So, whatever. From like professional ones. professional ones. I've had massages generally from people, and those have actually been better, I think, than the ones that I've like paid for. Anyway, a very firm handshake. Do I? I guess I do. I guess I do. I feel like that probably comes from like being sort of corporate-y for a little while and sort of like having, I don't know, having other men try to like one up me. I can hate when someone like wrenches your hand. When someone like makes your elbow hurt when they shake your hand, I just don't like them anyway. Modern Warfare says, I used to go do 24-hour gym after night shifts in the kitchen. Get there at 2 a.m. Don't have that energy these days. No, I have the desire to do things like that, but I definitely don't. If I'm at the gym at 2 a.m., something has gone way, way, way wrong for me. I try really hard to stay in a workout routine. But it's just hard. It's season by season for me. I know, I can tell you definitively, I've been out of my workout routine since August. So August, September, and October. I think about it all the time. I haven't prioritized it. And I've prioritized sleep actually more recently. In the past like month or two, I've been getting better sleep and more of it, and a lot of that is coming at the sake of not working out. Planet Fitness in Philly is open 24. They close late night on weekends, which sucks. Yeah, there's apparently a Planet Fitness opening along one of the bus lines that I have access to, which I kind of love because I don't love the gym in general, but I don't love the big gym with like the people in it, like the lot. Okay, there's a better way to put that. I don't like the gyms where people who are like want to be seen at the gym go. I just kind of want to work out and in peace. I mostly like work out at home. When I'm in my routine, I ride the bike at home and then I do like weights. I'll do like HIIT exercises. Out of mind since TwitchCon. Yeah, I went, we had a big trip over the summer and I was like working out really, really well in advance of that. Honestly, my reasoning for that was because I wanted to be like fit enough to not look like, I don't know. I wanted to be the best looking one in my family on that trip. Can I be fucking petty for a second? That was my motivation. Anyway, I fell off like immediately after that trip. So I was like, I gotta look better than the other people I'm on this trip with. I gotta look better in the family photo than they do. You're getting some real talk right now. Less inflammation with more sleep. Totally. And less time to do the actual workout. Exactly. I'm like, yeah, I've come home a couple times in the morning and gotten an hour-long nap in instead of working out. And like, that's been better for me. That's better for my mental health, except when I think about how I feel physically. So there's trade-offs. Exactly. Barely any other people there. Yeah, no, I can't imagine this. The people that are at the gym at 2 a.m. don't want to talk to you. They're not there to flirt. Nobody's really ever there to flirt. If you're there to flirt at the gym, like you're not. I mean, feel free to, anyway, whatever. We're not going to go down that line of conversation. Don't flirt with people at the gym. If you're male, don't hit on people at the gym. Just don't do it. 75 pounds down. I've yet to step foot in a gym. Super. That's fucking incredible. Outside walking in my room for weights in the other. Totally. Working out at home is great. If you can find the consistent motivation to do it. That's the hard part of that. The bot thinks you're flirting because you said the word foot in chat. Just FYI. It doesn't know. Speaking of flirting. Hey bot. Calm down. We're talking about the gym, bot. I just said don't flirt with people at the gym. Can we not? I need to prioritize sleep more. I am prioritizing sleep now at 41 years old, probably for the first time in my entire life. I'm not kidding about that. I've been a late night person for my entire life. Starting in elementary school, no, starting in middle school, when I would like listen to the radio. I would listen to Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew on Loveline on the radio from 10 p.m. until midnight every night. And it carried on from there. College didn't make it any better, you know? And then I got into the real world and I was like, oh my God, no one's telling me what to do with my schedule. Troy, I've never been to the South Philly Planet Fitness. I have to. I believe you, though. I believe you. So many things are tragic late at night that are open. Yeah, it's totally one of those things where you're just like, oh, like I just feel like crap now when I don't get a good amount of sleep. And for me, these days, a good amount of sleep is 6.5 hours. Like I get 6.5 hours now. I'm feeling great. My previous normal night of sleep is about 4.5 to 5.5 hours. So, I've basically added an hour to that, and it's nice. Yeah, Coffee Sammy says, as a kid, no naps. The second I hit college, naps, and then they're gold. They're gold now. I come home, so I take Calvin to the bus stop basically every morning. I get up, every morning except Saturday, Sunday. So I get up at, what time do I get up? I get up at anywhere between 6 and 6:15. I get out of bed. I take him to the bus stop. His bus, I'm back home again by 7:30 or so. And my previously to that, for when I'm in my workout routine, that time when I get home is workout time. So 8 a.m. to 9:30, that's workout time. Recently, I've been trying to do a lot of admin work, like computer stuff during that time, and just follow where my energy actually is. But sometimes I will come home now and take a nap. I'll go back to bed. Sometimes I'll plan to do that, and then I will not, when I get up with Calvin, I won't have any stimulants or anything. I'll just sort of be awake, but not. I'll try to stay tired, if that makes sense. Yeah, Troy, if you work overnight 5 days a week and then you try to have a normal schedule the rest of the time, I can't imagine that would work out very well. Yeah, stay up late, wake up early. Part of it for me is now I'm waking up early all the time, every day, and not just on weekdays. Early, I'll wake up at 7:30 on a weekend, and that's when I'm up. It's not that much different from a weekday. I'm getting more than 5. We're good. Yeah, totally. Copies on me. I say to, I'm if I'm going upstairs, I'm trying to go to bed, I'll be super clear that I'm trying to go to sleep. I'm going upstairs, I'm taking a melatonin, and we're going for it. Now, sometimes I don't go to sleep right away, though. That's always annoying. Last night, it took me forever to get to sleep, but I'll just lay there. I'll lay there and just be awake. I don't get on my phone or anything. I try not to reactivate after I've gone and laid down. That quiche is actually looking pretty good. It has about 15 minutes left on the clock, which should be, I'm looking at the texture of the top of it. 15 minutes should be enough. I feel like that might be good. But we'll see. We'll see. Sometimes it's not. But the oven's been on for a while. It's at 350. I think I usually, if I'm recalling correctly, I usually make my egg pies at 325. So maybe it's just a little warmer than usual. I'm also glad that I'm using gloves for this time around because I forgot that I have curry powder. I put curry powder in this when I roasted them, and they are yellow, and my hands would be very yellow. Yeah, the half sleep, exactly. Sometimes I'll lay there and I'll be like, I can't get to sleep, and then I'll look at the clock and it'll be like an hour and a half later than when I last looked at it, and I'm like, oh, I guess I did fall asleep for like a little bit, or time slipped. Time just like slipped a little bit, which is kind of nice. I know what I do now. Can I tell you my trick now? I have a trick. When I go to bed, when I'm going to bed super late now, and I'm like, I'm gonna be tired in the morning. I'm really not gonna be motivated to get out of bed. I'm like, I'm not. It's not gonna be easy for me to do that like it is if I got enough sleep. I'll drink like a liter of water before bed. Like I'll drink like a ton of water and then go immediately to bed. Just immediately. I'll like try to go to sleep immediately, so that like when I wake up in the morning, it's like, oh no, oh no, 4 hours later, I'm like, I can't stay in bed. Little pro tip. That's a body hacking thing, right? It's like those people who are trying to be younger. It's just me trying to get up in the morning. There's people trying to be younger with like blood, all that blood stuff that they're doing. I don't know. I've seen some things on the internet about it, and I think it's just weird. Anyway, this is a lot of chicken. We're really going in on this chicken. I told you we're gonna fill this bowl, and apparently I meant it. We're almost there. 20 minutes later, yeah. That's the thing, though. You gotta go. If you're gonna do that, you gotta get to sleep, because otherwise you've gone totally in the wrong direction. Hey, thanks, bot. Follows are silent here. There's no sounds, alerts, and I won't say hi to you in chat. If you want to follow and you're just lurking, hanging out, nothing happens when you hit the follow button until you say hi in chat. It's a lurker-friendly channel, so feel free, if you're lurking, to hit the follow button and know that no one is going to say anything about it. Not the bot, not me, not nobody, until you decide to identify yourself. So, just a little... what's the word? Admin note. Copy Zombie, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. 200 bits. Get me a little snack. Thanks for being up late. It is 6 p.m. my time. It's 18:09. 18:09 for me. I'm not usually streaming on Monday. This is a very different Monday for me. Dan, good luck with your door dashing. Drive safe, or transport yourself safely. I hope everyone is nice to you and tips you well, and no one is rude and entitled. Does that ever happen? No. But I hope that tonight is an easier experience than most other nights. Not that other night. Anyway, have a good one, Dan. Drive safe. Don't talk yourself into a corner, Lou. What are you doing? Why? Oh, so fluff. Oh, no. See, a miserable Instacart person. What made them miserable? Other than their history and life experience. I can't imagine. No, I mean, I can imagine. I can very easily imagine. I feel like it's really easy because you're just sort of disassociated from anybody who does that kind of work. It's like they're very transactional and very sort of like, it's not a real person on the other end of this app that I'm yelling at. Like, it kind of is. Y'all would love me. I leave the most detailed notes ever for my Instacart shoppers. My shit is like a paragraph long if I have something specific. Had an issue with our skip driver turning off his location. It took us over 90 minutes to get a new driver. Oof. When you say turning off their location, you just mean like you weren't in the car. This wasn't a taxi drive. I'm not familiar with Skip. Grumpy old man just didn't understand the app automatically messages saying your shopper started shopping. Right. So you mean you don't message every time that friendly little thing? The moment that I got the first one of those started like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. I feel like the moment I first got one of those, I was like, this is AI, or like this is just an automated message. The guy messages me and says, stop texting me. You're like, sir, this is a computer. You're like, are you aware that you ordered through Instacart? Like, are you even aware that you placed an order? Like, y'all, chill. Turn off your notifications. I love that. When I get that message, I don't respond to it because I know that it's automated. I don't respond to it, but I love knowing that the shopping has started, because when I get that message, I turn my ringer on because I want that notification. I don't have notifications on for anything, but Instacart, I do. The dude answers the door with no shirt on. Holy shit. That's so gross. Who does that? I mean, I've seen that video on the internet, but I always thought it was fake. And I'm most assuredly staged, I mean. Most assuredly, it was not as scintillating as the internet video made it seem. Oh, that's so gross. I wonder if that's because they saw that you can see the name of your like shopper and driver. There have to be. I don't know any personally, and this is not how I operate. But I know that there are people out there who see like, you know, someone with a female sounding name, and they're like, I'm taking my shirt off before they arrive at the door because I'm a big old creep. Turn out the light and check if there are any subs. Oh my god. Skip is a courier service. Okay, for restaurant orders. Oh, okay. Oh, you were waiting for delivery from a courier. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. And that's annoying because you can't really like what's your Daisy bumped the camera. Daisy literally bumped the camera as she walked by. I didn't realize it. That's why it's tilted. Okay. The only other driver I've seen in town is a man, so that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, that's definitely like some creeper shit. No one answers the door with their shirt off without knowing it. No one. If you're answering the door without your shirt on, it is intentional. Like, full stop. I'm sorry if you like, please feel free to like argue against that. But like, I don't know how other countries do it, but in the US, our like weird modesty culture, no one would ever answer the door without their shirt on. And be like, oops, sorry. It's just not gonna happen. Literally would never happen like that. It's not possible. I've answered the door without my shoes on before. I have gone outside to get a package that I knew was on my step after doing a workout when I did have my shirt off. But the delivery driver wasn't there anymore. I knew that because I literally was looking out front before I opened the door. Because I have my shirt off and I didn't want to open the door in that situation to another human being because it's fucking creepy. a thumbs down that delivery. Can you opt to not? I know for like certain on the shopper's end of Instacart, you can select a favorite shopper. You can be like, I like that person. They did a good job. Let me have them again. Can you do that from the other direction on Instacart and be like, I don't want to deliver to this person anymore? I'll change if I think I'm looking messy. Oh, that I don't do. But I've never answered the door in a state of undress, period, when that wasn't expected. Caveat. Just never going to happen. Yeah, bathrobe, which I assume covers your shoulders and most of your torso. But yeah, that's reasonable. So kind of you. I know, right? Like, to get clothed before answering the door, basic decency. Really. That's really. If you thumbs down someone, you might not see them again. I'm imagining from like a customer is always right perspective that there might be like no way for a shopper to do, or yeah, for like a shopper to do that just because capitalism. I don't know. Because then as a customer, you couldn't, it's not like, I feel like it's not like Uber or there's like the services where you have like a rating. I feel like it's less, less balanced than that. Tie-dye shirt and checkered sleep pants. Yeah, but again, just clothed is the basic ask. Like, cover modesty, not style, is the goal here. No one needs perfection. They just don't need to see your exposed body parts that they're not culturally expecting to see. Right? Put a jacket on. That's one of my funniest like things that I always see on the internet is like, there's like sage advice Instagrams where it's like, or whatever, things online where someone's like, hey, if you answer the door, before you answer the door, put a jacket on. If it's someone you don't like, tell them, oh, I'm sorry, I'm about to go out. And if it's someone you do like, you can be like, oh, I just got home, come on in. Mark your deliveries, leave it at the door. Yeah, which I don't do that because I live in the city. The only time I've gotten upset with Instacart, I was not upset at the shopper, I was upset at Instacart because when you schedule a delivery with Instacart and they arrive like an hour early, like for me, that's frustrating because often I schedule myself around like the delivery window for that. And, in the city here, people will steal your shit right off your step because that's how it works. And so when they leave like, a whole grocery delivery on your steps, that's not a good look. I don't love when that happens. So, yeah, not great. The customer is rarely correct, Copy Zombie says. No, that is true. The customer is often entitled. Occasionally the customer is correct, but the customer who is correct is not often the one who is going to like be loud and obnoxious about it either. There's like, someone who would raise a correct opinion about something is probably going to raise that through like the right channel or whatever. Someone who just wants to yell is just going to yell at whoever's available to yell at. That's how it goes. Teresa says has instructions for the Amazon delivery driver in a secure area of the building. Order the computer monitor, and they left it sitting outside. Great. Oh yeah, yeah. You can't do that. Storm, I really love that. I really love that sentiment. The customer is always, it might be apocryphal, again, great word, but I've heard the full statement. The customer is always right in matters of taste. I.e., if they think a hat looks cute on them, the worker should not say that it isn't. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, and I mean, if you're in sales, there's no way you're going to do that. But, you know, apply that across industries. Like, I would like some more, you know, can you tell the chef to salt this a little more? You know, you take it back to the kitchen, and the chef's like, fuck them. They don't know good taste. It's like, yeah, maybe they like salt, bro. Chill out. Like, don't be salty about it. Don't be salty about it. All right, my timer just went off, so when I'm finished with this pile of grapes in front of me, I'm going to take a look at those quiches, because it's highly likely that they are finished and ready to go. And if they are done, then we can take them out of the oven. I'm going to move those breads around on my cooling racks over here, because they're pretty much cool at this point. They are... the apple bread for sure is cool. I want them to be completely cool before I put the covers on them, though. 'Cause I really don't want them to steam and get soft. That's not a good look. And phrase is the single most twisted in the English language. It certainly gets a lot of traction for people who don't deserve it. That is totally fair. It's I've never heard that like fuller, you know, more complete version before, and I can completely get behind that, though. Mainly because it makes sense. Like, yeah, you know, I think there's certain, you know, in the fashion example that was given, I think that there's probably circumstances where, like, yeah, you would want to tell somebody if they asked you directly, if they were like, which one of these looks better. That's different than saying, does this look good? The customers, Sofa says, I worked in a clothing store for 6 years, and the customers loved me because I was honest if something looked good or fit well. Right. And that's where, you know, my take on that is, if there is an alternative, yeah, these are definitely finished. If there is an alternative for that customer to have, it certainly seems to me worth saying. Like, what harm are you doing by steering them towards something that would objectively make them look better? But again, it is all a matter of opinion. I will say, you know, I think honesty is generally good. I think it's generally wise to not be like, that looks great on you, if it really doesn't, because someone else in their life hopefully is going to be honest with them, and then they're going to be like, hey, that person told me this looked good, and then they're going to be like, well, they were wrong, they lied to you, blah blah blah. All right, here's these quiches. They look great. We're going to put these over on the tray. I love that they're all exactly the same. It kind of makes me happy. I can turn my oven off now. Oh, it was hot in here. It still is. It's warm. Okay, let's move these. You know what? We're not gonna do shit with these. We're gonna leave these right here on the tray while I finish this chicken salad. I was going to move them. I'm going to take this one off the tray because the small tray is not great. Actually, I'm going to take them all off the tray, because now that I've taken one off and I see the benefit of it, I'm going to do that so I don't have this enormous sheet pan hanging around on the counter. These look great. All right. So what are we doing today? What the hell am I doing with all this food on the counter? Well, good question. Let me tell you. Today is a prep day. Going on a trip. Coming up with myself and 10 total people. So I'm making food. I'm making breakfast food for that group. So that includes myself, 10 people, including myself. We're doing quiche. We're doing quick breads. The other two breakfasts are going to be oatmeal, which I don't need to prep for. And then we're also going to be doing, there we go. We're also going to be doing a, hold on, I can move this camera. I can move this camera out of the way. Sausage, egg, and cheese sandwiches, which I'm going to make that morning on the griddle. I tend to get up before anyone else in this group. So one of the mornings of the trip, I make like breakfast sandwiches and wrap them in tin foil or aluminum foil. I use a mix of tin and aluminum foil, you know. I don't. I'm kidding. That's not even a thing. So those are the breakfasts. This that I'm making here is chicken salad. This is for lunch. We do a big like hike, like a real hike, out of doors, as opposed to a fake hike. What does a fake hike look like? I don't know why I said real hike. I was very judgy about that. Anyway, we do a rather strenuous hike. So I make like a hike lunch for that. This year, the lunch is going to be chicken salad with on a club roll, like a soft club roll. We have lettuce for that. I have a whole big bag of clementines and some apples, and then we're going to pick up like gas station beef jerky on the way. So a lot of protein on that one for energy, for sort of like long form energy. I'm going to continue with the grape cutting. Carly, welcome in. We're making chicken salad. The chicken salad has grapes and chicken thighs. We're going to add mayonnaise to that and mustard, dry dill, a little bit of lemon juice, and then salt, pepper, and we're going to season it as I see fit based on how it's tasting after that point. So that is where we're at. On the counter to your right, my left, is quiches, or our quiches. The quiches exist over here. Those are all the same. They're broccoli and turkey sausage and cheddar cheese with egg. Obviously, pie shell, pre-made pie shell. We didn't make the pie shell this time around. I was not going to be that ambitious today. Obviously, we've been live now for 6 hours and 15 minutes, and I think it was a good call not making the pie shells myself, because I'd be here for another 2 hours if I had done that, because I would have had to make them and shape them and pre-bake them and cool them down, and then do all the other stuff that I already did today. So we're picking our battles today, such as it is, and we're almost wrapped. We're doing good, I think. I was expecting to end stream today about an hour and a half ago, so you know, I did end up chatting quite a bit more, I think, than I thought I would. But surprise, it's a live stream. That's what happens, and I don't hate that. If I wanted to be efficient and get everything done in a quick manner, I wouldn't have gone live. But I wanted company and people to talk to while I was doing it, so I did. And yeah, and that's it. That's the joke. Semi-homemade quiche. I'm never gonna fucking live this down, am I? I'm never living it down. The semi-homemade quiche. Oh, you mean, tell me you were talking about the pie shells, not the fact that quiche needs to be in a vertical fluted pan. Tell me that's what you meant. Tell me that's what you meant. Did that sound threatening? That was my most threatening voice. That's not true. That is not at all my most threatening voice. You don't want me to do the threatening voice. I'd have to be in a mood. I'd have to be in like a negative mood to do that. I don't think I could just whip that one out. Totally meant the pie shells. Yeah, exactly. They are semi-homemade. I was referring to the fact that earlier in stream we had Food Lover's Companion definition redeemed for the word quiche, and in doing the reading of that, discovered that quiche, by the definition in the Food Lover's Companion anyway, has a specifically shaped pan, either a straight-sided fluted pan or a removable bottom pan, like a tart pan. Which this is neither. These are just pie shells. But I don't care. I'm going to call it quiche. Y'all can call it what you want. And I am going to be sad about it. So, Darlene on YouTube says that would be funny. We're trying here. I could probably muster like the angry dad voice. I don't do the angry dad voice very often because I'm not often angry. We're getting into the family lore. I'm not often angry. What am I? Let's consult the feelings wheel. The feelings wheel. Under the macro emotion of angry, other macro emotions include surprised, bad, fearful, disgusted, sad, and happy. One might feel let down, or bitter, or mad, or distant, skeptical, withdrawn, annoyed, hostile, provoked, jealous, furious, violated, indignant, ridiculed, disrespected, betrayed. Patrick, welcome. Katie Matt, hello. Welcome. Spazleg, welcome. Lanzi, welcome. Bobby Bats, hello. Tetra Ray, welcome in. Ricochet, hello. Not and Getty. Feelings Wheel. Luigi, welcome in. Tally de Bear, nice to see you. Cthulhu, hello. Cthulhu, your name came up earlier in stream, although it wasn't you specifically, but it was the character. Anyway, I thought of you when that happened, so it counts, right? Bambi, welcome in. Zifan, hello. Bottle of Zen, welcome. Boygus Burgers, welcome in. We were just consulting the feelings wheel.
I'm in danger.
We were consulting the feelings wheel, and y'all, how does Patrick Richards make you feel when you go into a Patrick Richards stream? Pink Bro, hello. Mistress Tissa, welcome in. Gulira History, trip meal. Is the trip meal or that trip meal? This is a meal these are meals that people will be eating for breakfast to during a trip, or no, during a trip, but potentially before a trip. You know what I'm saying, right? Musiato, interesting stream. You're telling me. Welcome in, y'all. Okay, let me like give me like 2 seconds here. If y'all were hanging out here on this stream, and you like music of the house variety, or if you like DJ music generally, I really want to encourage you to go follow Patrick Richards, fellow Philly homie. Go Birds. Go Birds. Friend of the stream insofar as Patrick, the bop lives on the fridge. Friend of the stream insofar as the bop lives on my water bottle. Friend of the stream insofar as Patrick Richards is not going to make fun of me for saying the word water. Go Birds. Anyway, when I watch a Patrick Richards stream, I feel accepted. I feel optimistic. I feel valued. I feel cheeky. It's literally on here. And I feel thankful. Patrick's one of my favorite people on Twitch. I love hanging out in Patrick's stream. It's always a good vibe. And if you like music on Twitch, I want to encourage you to hang out there too. Oh God, I had a bunch of pictures on the fridge and they all just fell off. It's okay. We'll pick them up. All of the above. Indeed. Right? This is, so Boner Pool. Hello. I'm going on a trip with a bunch of my friends, 9 of my friends specifically. We're going hiking. I'm making breakfast. This is not breakfast. This is chicken salad. We're making breakfast. Breakfast is a bunch of different things. I have quiche over here on the counter. I have pumpkin bread that I've made. I have iced apple bread that I've made. And I'm currently making chicken salad. I'm going to be doing a sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich for breakfast on another day. Another day is going to be oatmeal. Anyway. Cthulhu, thank you for the gifted sub to Patrick Richards. Patrick, thank you for the gifted sub to Cthulhu. Mishmish, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Troy, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. Pumpkin bread at work. Patrick, I mean it. I got rated into a Patrick Richards stream from a much larger streamer. Like, no offense, Patrick, you're much more important to me in my heart than she will ever be. I say that about all my exes. Anyway, Patrick's a good dude. Please go follow. Friends who joined us from Patrick's stream, hello. I'm really sorry to inform you that we're not going to be DJing on this channel. I don't have the knowledge to do that currently. I don't have the skill set to do that from this computer. What I can offer you is cooking. What I can offer you is a cooking stream. That's what we do. Friends who just joined us, I want to tell you that follows are silent. If you have followed the channel and you want attention from me, you can do that in chat. There's no sounds. There's no sounds when you follow. There's no alerts. There's no chat messages. I will not say hi to you unless you're actively chatting or inactively chatting. Anyway, I'm not going to call you out for follows are silent. So if you like cooking and you like IRL stuff, I go around Philadelphia IRL with my little camera on a stick and say hi to people. We've done the Mummers Parade. We've been to Reading Terminal several times. But welcome in. It's nice to have you. I'll give you the spiel, friends, before we get back to the chicken salad. And then I want to ask you what your favorite chicken salad ingredient is, because people have opinions and I appreciate them. My name's Lou. It's nice to meet you. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I'm a dad. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. It's really lovely to have y'all here. Welcome in. Our stream is generally all about cooking, vegetable forward meals. I do some recipe development on stream. We do some baking. We do treats and snacks. I do experimental stuff sometimes. We also do IRLs out in the world. Like I said, we're a pretty chatty community, but lurking is always welcomed. Follows are silent, so please, if you are interested in following, please go ahead and do that. I also want to point you to the social media channels that are in chat, specifically YouTube, where I'm doing a little bit more content now, and it would be cool to have support there. I just put up a video all about folding and shaping pizza dough. It's got me in a hat with pizza on it, talking about pizza like I know a thing or two, which... whatever, it's on YouTube, it must be real, right? And the internet, no one knows you're a dog. Anyway, we're making chicken salad. My son is with my partner at karate right now. He's taking karate. She's present. So we're trying to get through things. Trying to get through things. Waka Waka, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Troy, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate you too. Thank you for the little hype train, y'all. I appreciate I appreciate all of y'all, and I know the friends who just joined us from Patrick's community. I really do appreciate y'all too. Whether or not you follow me, whether or not you subscribe or any of that, whether you chat, it doesn't matter. If you're hearing me right now, I appreciate you because you came from watching a person who I value as a human and as a Twitch streamer, but as a human, generally speaking. Anyway, if you gotta go, you gotta go. That's how it is, and I know how it is. So I'm washing my hands right now because I just kind of, well, I thought about it and I was like, when was the last time you washed your hands? And I was like, I don't remember. So we gotta do it again. Rule. Good rule to have. If you don't remember when you washed your hands last, you should wash your hands again. Anyway, my favorite chicken salad ingredient is grapes. Red grapes, specifically. What's yours? Galera says chicken cojina. What is cojina? Cojina is a Brazilian meal. What does cojina consist of? Grapes and apples. And they're like, yes. Grapes for sure. I would put apples in this, but I'm a little too afraid of having like too much fruit. Too much. I don't want there to be too much fruit. It's a trip with a bunch of straight guys, so, you know. Anyway. Hi. Radishes in chicken salad. Ooh, caretaker. I like that idea. I've never put radishes in my chicken salad. I feel like I've had radishes in chicken salad before. Patrick, enjoy the rest of your evening. I appreciate you. I am happy that you've brought friends over. And it is always good to see you. I love lurking, and I lurk on Patrick's stream very, very frequently. It's a great daytime hangout, generally speaking, for me. Potato, chicken, and oil to fry. Fried chicken salad? Wait, fried chicken salad? That could be pretty good. Celery tie. Okay. You know what? I might throw some celery salt in this too. I was just thinking about what to season this with, and that's actually a good idea because I don't have any actual celery. I was gonna say I'm not gonna front, but that's not a thing that the kids say anymore, is it? I don't think we can say that. I'm not fronting. Not anymore. That was from 2010. Cranberries. Yes, cranberries are tart. And anything that's like a little bit tart is always good. I think cranberries would be good with grapes. I put 7 pounds of chicken in here and a whole bag of grapes. I literally just quartered an entire bag of grapes to put in there. And I think it's just going to be enough. I think it's just going to be enough. Kohina says it's very good. A very popular Brazilian snack. It's like a chicken croquette or a deep fried dumpling. Okay. Ooh, I'm already sold. Like, I don't need to read you more, but I'm going to. It's shaped like a little teardrop and filled with shredded chicken and sometimes cream cheese. The dough is made from wheat flour and chicken broth, breaded and fried until golden and crispy on the outside. Jesus. Don't tempt me with a good time. That sounds amazing. Probably not with grapes. Yeah, actually, that might be too much. Too much like citrusy. Sky Blue says red bell pepper, celery, red onion, and a lime heavy mayo dressing. Okay. I like a lime. I wish I had lime today. I don't. I have lemon. But that's fine. Speaking of, let's get out what else I want to put in here. So, lemon. I'm going to dig around here for some mayonnaise. Do I got any mayonnaise in here? I got mayonnaise right here. I feel like I'm missing the mayonnaise. It's somewhere back here. Oh no. Well, that's fine. We got a new container just for this purpose. Alley Cat says, has anyone here ever ordered from Azure Standard? I do not know. I'm not familiar with Azure Standard. Is that a grocery store? Is that a carryout place? What is that? What is your favorite thing you get? I don't have a favorite thing from Azure Standard, but maybe someone else does. Phoenix says chicken salad with grapes is one of the best. It totally is. I remember when I was in high school and the first time I had chicken salad with grapes, I was like, what is this? This is incredible. So a grape cutter would be fun. I wonder if you could run grapes through, excuse me. I wonder if you could run grapes through a cherry cutter. Because they're kind of the same size, and I bet you might be able to like quarter them in that way. I'm not sure. We were saying front in the late 80s and early 90s, Mr. Sissa. My apology. My apologies. I believe you. I don't always know when vernacular. I don't always know when vernacular comes from, honestly. I just am sort of like floating along. I also haven't cared about vernacular in like 20 years, I would say. All right, we're not measuring. We're measuring with our heart today. We're going to put in some celery salt. How much? That much. I want to put in a bunch of pepper. Probably about that much. I'm going to put in some dill weed. You remember that was an insult? I remember when that was an insult in like elementary school or middle school for me. Someone would be like, shut up, dill weed. And you're like, all right, whatever. I used to think it was a bad word. I feel good when I cut them in half. I just like the texture. I like they sort of cling better. For me, we were talking about the difference in chicken salad too, with the difference between like shredded chicken salad and like just cut chicken. And I always shred my chicken because it has better a better consistency when you mix it with mayonnaise. It has like it just works better. Predated the 2010s. Fair. I also predated the 2010s. Lanzarelli says, deli container lids. Yes, love that trick. I use that for tomatoes. Not as often as I want to. I usually remember it about halfway through slicing the tomatoes, and then I'm like, oh, oops. Oh well. Okay. Online grocery store, Alika says, better quality stuff. It drops and you have to go unload the trunk and get your stuff. Interesting. So it's like a grocery store with a niche. Truck caretaker, enjoy the rest of your evening. I appreciate you coming through and hanging out for so long today. It's good to see you. When do you leave for your trip? Wednesday. Honey and mustard. Ooh, mustard for sure. I'm going to add a little. That's what I wanted to add. I forgot to get that. I'm going to add a little bit of dry mustard to this. I don't always love adding liquid mustard. I don't always love adding liquid mustard because I feel like it adds liquid mustard. I feel like it adds more liquid, and I'm already adding like lemon juice to it. So I love using just a dry mustard because then it also absorbs a little bit of the extra liquid from the grapes. Because the thing about dry mustard is you're supposed to like mix it and then let it sit for a while to have the powder absorb the liquid that you've mixed it with. And with chicken salad, especially with grapes in it, when you add the grapes and then you add salt, it ends up leaching some liquid out. So adding a bit of dry mustard to it is really nice because it absorbs some of that just a little bit of that extra liquid. Fun fact. Shredded gets coated better. Exactly, Phoenix. It's more natural. Yeah, I think when you shred the chicken, it sort of sticks together better. When it's cubed, right, you're just like, they just kind of slide past each other, right? They're not like Legos. They don't stick together. Not like that, unless you're like really precise with your chicken cuts, which like, no, fuck that. We're not doing that. But the shredded chicken sort of like sticks and links together, and I feel like if, especially on a sandwich, it makes it a little better. Okay. Trying this. Measuring. Yeah, we baked earlier today. We baked a bunch of bread and we measured. And I remember I finished all the baking and I was like, we're done with measuring for the day. The rest of this is by heart. I almost never remember until someone asks. Yeah, that's valid. I feel that one in my heart. Grapes, especially green ones and chicken salad, come from the Waldorf salad. We'd also find celery and walnuts as mix-ins. That's the one that has the word that I'm thinking of, mayonnaise as a base too. Correct? I remember my mom used to make Waldorf salad when I was a kid, but I always I'm just adding the rest of this pepper because like whatever. Because it'll be good. And this needs more seasoning. This needs like more salt. I've been over salting things recently, so I feel like I'm pulling back on how much salt I use, and now it's just a lot of the stuff that I'm making feels under salted. So we have to find a balance. Who are we cooking for, Mr. Sissa? I am cooking for myself and 9 other people. I have an annual trip every year that I plan and organize for myself and like a rotating group of friends. I think at this point we have like 20 some people on the invite list. The biggest this trip has been 17 people. The smallest it's been has been 5. This year we have 10 coming. Making breakfasts, 4 different breakfasts. We're doing what are we doing? We're doing blah, 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 blah. Hold on, let me find it. We're gonna find it in here. It's somewhere. One sec. I don't know what order we're having these in, like what order we're consuming these in on the trip. We're doing quiche with sausage, broccoli, and cheese. That's these. We're doing a sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich on like a soft roll. I have sausage links. I'm just going to grill those along with like some fried eggs on a big griddle, and then I'll wrap them in tinfoil and wait for everyone else who's there to get up, because I get up before everyone else because I'm a parent and that's like my fucking life. Because I can't help it. We're also doing a oatmeal, probably the last morning, because it's easy. You just put it in a pot and like done, whatever. The oatmeal is going to have whipped cream and berries and special toppings on it. Special toppings are like a jar of baking stuff, marshmallows, chocolate chips, coconut, sugar, sparkly sugar, rainbow jimmies, etc. And then one of the days we're going to be doing 2 different types of breads. One of those breads is a pumpkin. It looks like that. There are 2 loaves of it. The other one is an apple bread with a vanilla sugar glaze on it. It looks like that. And we're also making chicken salad for lunch one of those days. So we have 7 pounds of chicken and a whole bag of grapes, an indeterminate amount of mayonnaise, and like, here we are. Anyway, there's a lot of information. Let's taste this and see what it's like. And here we are. Barley, welcome in. Thank you. The quiches look so good. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I was talking about you the other day. I was talking about you're it was at TwitchCon actually. I was talking to another streamer about like folks who've shifted their content and like moved into the food and drink space and like how you can really expand into it. And I had used your name as an example. And anyway, it was really cool. Probably is one of those folks that I watch in the evenings on Twitch on food and drink, and has like the really lovely energy. I don't know if other folks have used the word lovely to describe it, but lovely is like a catch-all for me in the terms of like, it's great. I appreciate it. So anyway, I like your energy. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. I feel Waldorf salad is an atrocity, Phoenix says. Phoenix is coming in strong, and that's an allowed opinion. There's a big difference between saying, I don't like Waldorf salad. Notice how Phoenix phrased this. I want to point out to everyone who's ever come into stream and said something, and I've like, come on to them. I want to say a lot of things to those people, but we'll keep that to the DMs. For anyone who's ever come into stream and said something that's like, Waldorf salad is gross, right? The way Phoenix phrased that, I feel Waldorf salad is an atrocity. That takes ownership of the thing and says, this is how I feel. It doesn't say Waldorf salad is an atrocity objectively. It's a feeling about how you feel about food. And that's like, anyway, shout out to the person who came in the other day and told me my food looked like shit. Where's my money? They also told me they were going to gift a bunch of subs, and then they ghosted me. Anyway, speaking of people coming into chat. Mr. Tessa, thank you. I appreciate it. Normalize saying it's not for me. Yeah, totally. 100%. How did the pumpkin bread turn out? Lemon, it turned out very well. Here it is. Whenever someone tells me my food looks bad, I tell them you're not the one eating it. No, I mean valid, like facts. Like, and now you're not allowed to have it either. Yeah. So, y'all give me 1 second. My dog is like yelling at the door, and if I don't let her out when Gwen comes home and she has peed on the floor, I'm gonna get in trouble because she's gonna watch this VOD again, and she's gonna see that I haven't let the dog out, and that's not gonna be good for me. So I need to let the dog out because she is barking and whining, and she's doing such a good job ringing the bell. Yes, she is. And when I come back, I'm gonna show you a cat. So I'm gonna show you a cat on stream. I want you to know, and it's gonna be a cute cat, and you're gonna like it, and she's gonna be she's gonna be happy to be there, aren't you? Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. Probably not. She looks happy to see me right now, but she just woke up. So give her a few moments and we'll get there. Okay. Daisy is... You finished? No, she's not finished. Hold on. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, wait. There she goes. Yay. Fun fact, when you have a 13-year-old dog, she needs to go out 25 times a day. Or else, period. Or else bad things happen. Okay, are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? We're gonna have a cat on stream. We're gonna have a cat. Oh, didn't want to be picked up. Okay, baby. Okay, baby. Didn't want to be picked up, but started purring anyway. That's right. Okay. Bonapool, thank you. We have a cat. We have a cat. This is Elsie. Wait, that's not the zoom we wanted to do. This is the zoom we wanted to do. Chris Hangry, welcome in. Hugster, welcome. Baugeist, hello. Chris, good to see you. We're holding the cat here. We're holding the cat, and this cat doesn't really want to be held right now. This is Elsie. We've now seen all 3 of the cats on stream today. Elsie's in the lead. Elsie's been seen the most of all the cats. Command cat count if you want to know who's in the lead. It's definitely Elsie. Gotta pet them all. I know, right? Oh, sweetie. She was looking up and saying hi to me. Elsie's almost at 50. These cats are, all 3 of those cats are 7 months old. Don't do it. We're not going to do it. All 3 of the cats are 7 months old at this point. So, anyway, y'all thought this was a food stream, and now we've just got cats on board. And cats and an ancient dog and like a counter full of food. Daisy's like, Elsie's not having it. Okay, Chris, welcome in. Friends who are hanging out here. Chris Hangry is a friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer, professional cook in the ways that I am not. Also, no, that wasn't to you, Chris. Sorry, that was to Elsie, who's just no. She. You gotta watch out for this one. She's the one. She's the trouble. She is the one who knocks, in the parlance of that show? Breaking Bad? Yeah. Damn it. Ugh. Anyway, Chris makes beautiful food, like beautiful food, and does these like long meal prep streams in the way of like prepping for the week, not in the way of like prepping to feed a bunch of people. And you know, like anyway, Chris makes beautiful food. Please go follow Chris Hangry, friend of the stream and fellow food and drink streamer. And I am also doing meal prep today, y'all. This is the most chicken salad I've ever made in my whole life. Easy. All right, we're gonna try this. We're trying it. I think this is probably good. It is. How much does this bowl weigh? The bowl weighs 598 grams. Ask me how I know. How do you know that the bowl weighs 598 grams, Lou? Well, because it's written on the bottom. It is. See that number there right at the top? 598. Let's see how much chicken salad this is. Dad sass. Oh, it's been a sassy day, honestly. All right, let's see what the final volume by weight of this chicken salad is. Hold on. We need to do this in Jamie, your guess is 1,300 grams. Okay, I did the weight in grams. Let's do the math though. Okay, I have a number. It's not too much for the scale. It's not too much for the scale. I can tell you that. The scale has not maxed out. Do you want it? Okay, Follow Zen says 5,000. Chris, enjoy cleaning up. I mean, or whatever. Enjoy as much as one can cleaning up. If you've cleaned while you're cooking. If you'd have cleaned while you were cooking, you wouldn't have to clean up at the end. Shut up. No one wants to hear your bullshit. That was a message to myself. That was a message to my own brain. FYI. That was not directed at anyone. 4,735 grams. Okay. If we're going by closest, are we going by closest or closest without going over? Because there would be different answers. Anyway, this is when we do the math, when we measure the whole thing. Jamie's like, without going over. Okay, of the guesses, any more guesses for how much this bowl weighs? The bowl itself is 598 grams. I can tell you. Would you like to know what I put in it? That wasn't directed at anyone. Bonerpool says you've been married a while. I mean, sure, yes, this is correct. Correct. I feel seen and also attacked. Just the contents. The contents of this, I started out with 7 pounds of raw chicken thighs, 1 bag of grapes, seedless red grapes. I put some mayonnaise in there. There's mayonnaise, there's lemon juice. Just seen a little. Heard. It was 7 pounds of chicken before I cooked it. So 7 pounds of chicken pre-cook is more than the end result. It's the pepper that put it over 4,000. Okay, so I will tell you, my fucking calculator. Why does this calculator doesn't work unless it's in the sun? Bullshit. Hold on. We're gonna do the actual math on a calculator that I can see. Okay. Okay. I got a number. The number of grams in this bowl, not including the bowl, but just the ingredients, is 3,874. If we do the math, grams to pounds, 1 pound is 453 grams. This is just over, this is like almost 8 pounds of chicken salad. It's a lot of chicken salad. It's the most chicken salad I've ever made. This is enough to feed 10 people, one meal plus a little bit more for lunch. I think I'm going to cover this. I think I'm going to cover this and package it tomorrow. The reason for that is the grapes are going to leach some liquid out, and I want to be able to like stir that and reincorporate it before I package this. Record-breaking chicken salad, right? I have a great recipe for chicken salad, for this chicken salad. Command recipes. It's on the website. I didn't use it to make this, but it's like this is informed by that recipe. What's the idea of the lemon juice? Adds a little acidity to it. If we're just going by the like flavors that you want in a dish, salty, fatty, a little bit of heat. Sometimes I don't want heat in my chicken salad, but acidity is like a flavor pillar. So adding a little lemon juice helps brighten everything. It's just like adding a little bit of vinegar to anything. Like I could have added a little apple cider vinegar to this and it would have also been good. I did put the dry mustard in. I don't know how much I put in. I just kind of like shook it in. Okay. Well, let's recap what we did today, because this was a busy one. This was a busy one. I'm gonna clear the counter off. All right, Callie, when you are ready to eat, I will heat up pasta for you. Okay? When you're ready to eat, I'll heat up some pasta for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not hungry, okay?
I don't care. You don't have to be hungry. I let her out like 5 minutes ago. Just FYI.
By the way, someone said that they could watch it
Great.
Wednesday through Saturday.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's the days I'm proposing,
Yeah, got it. That's great.
because I don't want to come back Sunday and then like we have stuff on. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway, TTYL.
Okay. I'm still live, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
I walked in and I was like, God damn, you still alive? Oh.
Yeah, well, we got some raids and I was talking to... how do you have so much to talk about? Do you remember why I started streaming in the first place? You told me...
I know, it was a rhetorical question, because you never shut the fuck up.
Because I never shut the fuck up.
That's true. True story. Never.
That's literally... No, I started because Gwen was like, I don't want to sit at the counter and talk to you every day after work because I want to put my headphones on and play fucking Fortnite. Why don't you talk to people on the internet who will talk to you? And I was like,
It's a great suggestion.
great idea. And here we are, three and a half years later. Is Calvin chatty too? Yes.
Which makes it worse for me.
Which makes it worse for Gwen, she says. But yeah, he's definitely also quite conversational. Now, I would say he also like holds his own very well in conversations. So not only is he chatty, but he's also like good at it. As good as 10-year-old folks are. Right? The dog is going wild over here. He is Daisy. My dog Daisy is also chatty. She's also very chatty. Lemon says I commented that my mom complained that I was like my dad, and I was like, whose fault is that? Right? Yeah, it definitely. Calvin has really, really good traits from both of us. He has like very strong characteristics. Some of them good. Some of them grating. Anyway. Excuse me. Let's recap what we did tonight. And I think Monday's a weird day for me. He does not have a tiger stuffy. No. Although it's been discussed. We also discussed how he could have named the orange cat that we have, Obi. Could have named him Hobbs. We didn't. And that's okay. Also, I think that would have been odd because he would have ended up being he's one of 3 cats, so he would have ended up being like special in somehow that maybe the other ones weren't. Yeah. So I think it's nice that we didn't name him Hobbs.
But he's not as smart as Hobbs.
Gwen says he's not as smart as Hobbs either.
Right, like Hobbs wasn't dumb.
No, Hobbs was not dumb. Hobbs was the one that was introspective and rational. Calvin was the one that was like unhinged and reckless. Is reckless the word I'm searching for? I think it might be. Mondays are weird. Phoenix, I agree. I definitely agree with you. I'm looking for where we could go today. We could either stay in food and drink, or we could go to a music stream today, because music is usually where I end up on Monday nights anyway. Yeah, but Calvin was a kid. That's what they're supposed to do. Exactly. And Hobbs was a stuffed tiger, and being introspective and reasonable is what they're supposed to do. He was named after the comic though, so that is like valid to ask. It was a valid question to ask. I'm looking around here. Oh wait, I need to refresh this. I haven't refreshed this page since like literally noon 30 today. Okay, we're gonna recap here in just a moment, and I'm gonna show you all the things that we did end up making today on stream. Let's see. Okay, I think I know where I would like to. Whoa! Preview. I think I know where I'd like to raid today, but we're going to do a little quick recap here first. All right, we did trip prep today. Today was a big trip prep stream. We're finished with the prep. So we have quite a few things. Jamie asks, is this your only stream this week? Yes. Yes. Asterisk. I'm going to take my IRL stuff with me on this trip. I'm not planning on IRL streaming any hiking or any of the like outdoor activities, because I'm not going to have reception. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have reception. If like the folks that go on this trip know me, they know what they know all about stream. I don't hide my streaming from like the folks in my IRL life. So if it so happens that there's like an opportunity to do that while we're there, maybe like sitting around, or just like, I don't know, maybe I'm cooking or something, maybe I'm helping cook and like I don't know. I might go live. If I do go live, it's probably not going to be on this account. It's probably going to be on this account, which is in chat right now, which is what I do all of the like just like off schedule stuff on. I do like my test streams and whatever on there. Or I might not go live at all. I probably won't, honestly. And I was thinking about doing it. I was thinking about going live tomorrow, but then I was like, oh my God. I always get really stressed as I'm like trying to prep and do all the last minute stuff. So I'm probably not. So that's why we did Cookie Club on Sunday. That's why the cookies went out the door this morning. They went out in the mail this morning. I went out the door. The cookies came with me and we collectively went to the post office. So then I mailed them. Here's what we did on stream today. We talked a lot, and that's good. And we love talking. That's why we're here. That's why I'm here. We started out with roasting the chicken. We roasted a bunch of chicken for the chicken salad. Then, when that came out of the oven, we put in some breads. I started with these apple breads. They are apple cinnamon bread. They have a vanilla icing on them. Then, 25 minutes later, we put these in the oven. These are pumpkin breads. They're pumpkin. They have nutmeg and cinnamon in them. I'm going to, when I say package these are just going to get these little plastic lids on them. They're mostly cool. There's still some residual heat on the bottom of these, so I'm not going to package these for another hour or so until they are like completely cooled down. Then we made quiche. These are quiches. They're all the same. They are. That's hot on the bottom. Okay. This is a broccoli cheddar sausage quiche. It is not a homemade pie shell. I bought this at the store. But the eggs, I also bought at the store. I did not lay them. But this is turkey sausage. And I steamed the broccoli and then shredded the cheese. So that is, we made 4 of those. They're all the same. So all of these are the same. And then we finished off with the making the chicken salad, which is 4,500 grams worth of chicken salad, a little over 8 pounds. This is chicken with seedless red grapes. It has mayonnaise, lemon juice, dried mustard, curry powder, dill, celery salt, regular salt, and pepper. So this is what we did today. This is quite a bit. I know it's a high volume of food. It's only like 3 things. Like if I was going to make one quiche and one portion of chicken, or like, a standard portion of chicken salad and like one quick bread, would be an easy stream. But making a higher volume always shocks me at how much longer it takes. And it also shocks me how much longer it takes when you're like talking the whole time. Anyway. So there's that. Okay. We are finished with the activities for the day. So, Bonapool, holy shit. Thank you for the 5,000 bits. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good time this week. I hope you have a good time this week. Jamie, thank you for the 500 bits. I appreciate you too. That is very generous of y'all and quite kind. And I really appreciate it. I genuinely do. I generally stream 2 to 3 days a week. This week is just less because because I'm going to be gone. The next time I stream, the next formally scheduled stream is under. When is the next formally scheduled stream? Calendar. Oh, it's far enough. It's next Tuesday. The next formally scheduled stream is November 18th. That said, I might stream over this coming weekend. I might not. I'm probably not going to. But if I do, it'll be a surprise. Next week, we're going to be streaming 3 days. Tuesday, Wednesday, which is not on the calendar yet, and Thursday. Tuesday and Thursday are going to be cooking. Wednesday, I'm looking to do something a little bit more. I'm looking to do something a little bit different than what I usually do. I've been working on like some stuff for YouTube. There's a link to my YouTube channel in chat. I would really love it if you'd subscribe there. I would really love it if you would play the most recent video and like let it play. That would be super cool. I would be very appreciative of you doing that. Okay. We are on Wednesday. I'm thinking of doing some like YouTube filming as part of stream. I don't really know what that means, but I have like a bunch of things that I want to kind of work on that I think it would be fun to like do on stream, because I would be able to like chat and show some things, which would be cool. Troy, feel free to DM me about most things in general. I can't promise that I'll always get back to you in a timely manner. I am notoriously terrible at doing that. So, just being really, really honest with you. I'm a terrible general online communicator when I'm not live. Okay, here's my thought. I was using a staccato voice. No, here's my thought. We got a really lovely raid from Patrick Richards today. Patrick is a favorite human of mine on Twitch, and I want to pass the love along to another fellow Philly fan who is also a DJ who is live right now. We're going to go visit Ethan Dubb. Ethan Dubb is doing Mix It Up Monday. I'm not sure exactly what kind of music Ethan Dubb is playing right now, but Ethan's a great dude. He is decked out in all of his Eagles swag right now. As I understand it, there's a football game happening tonight, so go Birds. Again, we'll be live next on whatever day I said, Tuesday. All right. Goodbye sounds are on. Raid messages in chat from Sofa. Thank you. Here's a couple social media links also in chat for y'all. I would really love it if you would go to YouTube and hit subscribe and go like open that video and do that thing.
Take care now.
Y'all, I appreciate you. If you're not following, followers are silent. Now's probably the best time to hit the follow button so you don't forget to come back next time if you were having a good time this time. I can promise more of the same next time we see each other. Anyway, I appreciate y'all. We'll be back again on Tuesday. I hope you have Tuesday of next. Sorry, I mean, like, I've said that several times recently, so I don't want to harp on it, but yeah, thank you for all the support today. I really appreciate it, y'all. It's really lovely to have lots of regulars hanging out today, a lot of new friends and new faces in chat. And if I don't see you at our next stream, I'll probably see you at some point in chat. Enjoy your week. Hope you have a good one. Be safe out there. And we'll see you soon. Okay, bye.